Section 80 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 111. London, April 30th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend, Mr. Harte, who in all his letters gives you some dash of panegyric, told me in his last a thing that pleases me extremely; which was, that at Rome you had constantly preferred the established Italian assemblies to the English conventicles set up against them by dissenting English ladies. That shows sense, and that you know what you are sent abroad for. It is of much more consequence to know the mores multorum hominum than the urbes. Pray continue this judicious conduct wherever you go, especially at Paris, where, instead of 30, you will find above 300 English, herding together and conversing with no one French body. The life of 'les milors Anglois' is regularly, or if you will, irregularly, this: as soon as they rise, which is very late, they breakfast together, to the utter loss of 2 good morning hours. Then they go by coachfuls to the Palais, the Invalides, and Notre Dame; from thence to the English coffee house, where they make up their tavern party for dinner. From dinner, where they drink quick, they adjourn in clusters to the play, where they crowd up the stage, dressed up in very fine clothes, very ill made by a Scotch or Irish tailor. From the play to the tavern again, where they get very drunk, and where they either quarrel among themselves, or sally forth, commit some riot in the streets, and are taken up by the watch. Those who do not speak French before they go, are sure to learn none there. Their tender vows are addressed to their Irish laundress, unless by chance some itinerant Englishwoman, eloped from her husband, or her creditors, defrauds her of them. Thus they return home more petulant, but not more informed, than when they left it, and show as they think their improvement by affectedly both speaking and dressing in broken French, hunc tu Romane caveato. Connect yourself, while you are in France, entirely with the French; improve yourself with the old, divert yourself with the young; conform cheerfully to their customs, even to their little follies, but not to their vices. Do not, however, remonstrate or preach against them, for remonstrances do not suit with your age. In French companies in general you will not find much learning; therefore take care not to brandish yours in their faces. People hate those who make them feel their own inferiority. Conceal all your learning carefully, and reserve it for the company of 'les gens d'église', or 'les gens de robe'; and even then, let them rather extort it from you, than find you over willing to draw it. You are then thought, from that seeming unwillingness, to have still more knowledge than it may be you really have, and with the additional merit of modesty into the bargain. A man who talks of, or even hints at, his 'bonne fortune', is seldom believed, or if believed, much blamed; whereas a man who conceals with care is often supposed to have more than he has, and his reputation of discretion gets him others. It is just so with a man of learning; if he affects to show it, it is questioned, and he is reckoned only superficial; but if afterwards it appears that he really has it, he is pronounced a pedant. Real merit of any kind, 'ubi est non potest Diu celare', it will be discovered, and nothing can depreciate it but a man's exhibiting it himself. It may not always be rewarded as it ought, but it will always be known. You will, in general, find the women of the beau monde at Paris more instructed than the men, who are bred up singly for the army, and thrown into it at 12 or 13 years old; but then that sort of education, which makes them ignorant of books, gives them a great knowledge of the world, an easy address, and polite manners. Fashion is more tyrannical at Paris than in any other place in the world; it governs even more absolutely than their king, which is saying a great deal. The least revolt against it is punished by prescription. You must observe, and conform to all the minutiae of it, if you will be in fashion there yourself; and if you are not in fashion, you are nobody. Get therefore, at all events, into the company of those men and women 'qui donnent le ton'; and though at first you should be admitted upon that shining theatre only as a 'persona muta', persist, persevere, and you will soon have a part given you. Take great care never to tell in one company what you see or hear in another, much less to divert the present company at the expense of the last; but let discretion and secrecy be known parts of your character. They will carry you much further, and much safer than more shining talents. Be upon your guard against quarrels at Paris; Honor is extremely nice there, though the asserting of it is exceedingly penal. Therefore, point de mauvaises plaisanteries, point de jeux de main, et point de railleries piquantes. Paris is the place in the world where, if you please, you may the best unite the utile and the docile. Even your pleasures will be your improvements, if you take them with the people of the place, and in high life. From what you have hitherto done everywhere else, I have just reason to believe, that you will do everything that you ought at Paris. Remember that it is your decisive moment; whatever you do there will be known to thousands here, and your character there, whatever it is, will get before you here. You will meet with it at London. May you and I both have reason to rejoice at that meeting. Adieu. End of Section 80, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 81 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 112. London, May 8th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend: At your age the love of pleasantries is extremely natural, and the enjoyment of them not unbecoming; but the danger at your age is mistaking the object, and setting out wrong in the pursuit. The character of a man of pleasure dazzles young eyes; they do not see their way to it distinctly, and fall into vice and profligacy. I remember a strong instance of this a great many years ago. A young fellow, determined to shine as a man of pleasure, was at the play called The Libertine Destroyed, a translation of Le Festin de Pierre of Moliere's. He was so struck with what he thought the fine character of the libertine, that he swore he would be the libertine destroyed. Some friends asked him, whether he had not better content himself with being only the libertine, but without being destroyed; to which he answered with great warmth, No, for that being destroyed was the perfection of the whole. This, extravagant as it seems in this light, is really the name of many an unfortunate young fellow, who, captivated by the name of pleasures, rushes indiscriminately, and without taste, into them all, and is finally destroyed. I am not stoically advising, nor parsonically preaching to you to be a stoic at your age; far from it. I am pointing out to you the paths to pleasures, and am endeavoring only to quicken and heighten them for you. Enjoy pleasures, but let them be your own, and then you will taste them; but adopt none; trust to nature for genuine ones. The pleasures that you will feel you must earn; the man who gives himself up to all feels none sensibly. Sardanapalus, I am convinced, never felt any in his life. Those only who join serious occupations with pleasures, feel either as they should do. Alcibiades, though addicted to the most shameful excesses, gave some time to philosophy, and some to business. Julius Caesar joined business with pleasure so properly, that they mutually assisted each other; and though he was the husband of all the wives at Rome, he found time to be one of the best scholars, almost the best orator, and absolutely the best general there. An uninterrupted life of pleasures is as insipid as contemptible. Some hours given every day to serious business must whet both the mind and the senses to enjoy those of pleasure. A surfeited glutton, an emaciated sot, and an enervated rotten whoremaster, never enjoy the pleasures to which they devote themselves, but they are only so many sacrifices to false gods. The pleasures of low life are all of this mistaken, merely sensual, and disgraceful nature; whereas those of high life, and in good company, though possibly in themselves not more moral, are more delicate, more refined, less dangerous, and less disgraceful, and, in the common course of things, not reckoned disgraceful at all. In short, pleasure must not, nay, cannot, be the business of a man of sense and character, but it may be, and is, his relief, his reward. It is particularly so with regard to the women, who have the utmost contempt for those men, that, having no character nor consideration with their own sex, frivolously pass their whole time in rouge and at toilette. They look upon them as their lumber, and remove them whenever they can get better furniture. Women choose their favorites more by the ear than by any of their other senses, or even their understanding. The man whom they hear the most commended by the men, will always be the best received by them. Such a conquest flatters their vanity, and vanity is their universal, if not their strongest passion. A distinguished, shining character is irresistible with them; they crowd to, nay, they even quarrel for the danger in hopes of the triumph. Though, by the way, to use a vulgar expression, she who conquers only catches a Tartar, and becomes the slave of her captive. Mais c'est là leur affaire. Divide your time between useful occupations and elegant pleasures. The morning seems to belong to study, business, or serious conversations with men of learning and figure; not that I exclude an occasional hour at a toilette. From sitting down to dinner, the proper business of the day is pleasure, unless real business, which must never be postponed for pleasure, happens accidentally to interfere. In good company, the pleasures of the table are always carried to a certain point of delicacy and gratification, but never to excess and riot. Plays, operas, balls, suppers, gay conversations in polite and cheerful companies, properly conclude the evenings; not to mention the tender looks that you may direct, and the sighs that you may offer, upon these several occasions, to some propitious or unpropitious female deity, whose character and manners will neither disgrace nor corrupt yours. This is the life of a man of real sense and pleasure; and by this distribution of your time, and choice of your pleasures, you will be equally qualified for the busy, or the beau monde. You see I am not rigid, and do not require that you and I should be of the same age. What I say to you, therefore, should have the more weight, as coming from a friend, not a father. But low company, and their low vices, their indecent riots and profligacy, I never will bear nor forgive. I have lately received 2 volumes of treaties, in German and Latin, from Hawkins, with your orders, under your own hand, to take care of them for you; which orders I shall most dutifully and punctually obey; and they wait for you in my library, together with your great collection of rare books, which your mamma sent me upon removing from her old house. I hope you not only keep up, but improve in your German, for it will be of great use to you when you come into business; and the more so, as you will be almost the only Englishman who can either speak or understand it. Pray speak it constantly to all Germans, wherever you meet them; and you will meet multitudes of them at Paris. Is Italian now become easy and familiar to you? Can you speak it with the same fluency that you can speak German? You cannot conceive what an advantage it will give you in negotiations to possess Italian, German, and French perfectly, so as to understand all the force and finesse of those 3 languages. If 2 men of equal talents negotiate together, he who best understands the language in which the negotiation is carried on, will infallibly get the better of the other. The signification and force of one single word is often of great consequence in a treaty, and even in a letter. Remember the Graces, for without them 'ogni fatica e vana'. Adieu. End of Section 81. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 82 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 113. London, May 17th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend: Your apprenticeship is near out, and you are soon to set up for yourself; that approaching moment is a critical one for you, and an anxious one for me. A tradesman who would succeed in his way, must begin by establishing a character of integrity and good manners; without the former, nobody will go to his shop at all; without the latter, nobody will go there twice. This rule does not exclude the fair arts of trade. He may sell his goods at the best price he can, within certain bounds. He may avail himself of the humor, the whims, and the fantastical tastes of his customers; but what he warrants to be good must really be so; what he seriously asserts must be true, or his first fraudulent profits will soon end in a bankruptcy. It is the same in higher life, and in the great business of the world. A man who does not solidly establish, and really deserve, a character of truth, probity, good manners, and good morals, at his first setting out in the world, may impose and shine like a meteor for a very short time, but will very soon vanish, and be extinguished with contempt. People easily pardon, in young men, the common irregularities of the senses, but they do not forgive the least vice of the heart. The heart never grows better by age; I fear rather worse, always harder. A young liar will be an old one, and a young knave will only be a greater knave as he grows older. But should a bad young heart, accompanied with a good head (which, by the way, very seldom is the case), really reform in a more advanced age, from a consciousness of its folly, as well as of its guilt, such a conversion would only be thought prudential and political, but never sincere. I hope in God, and I verily believe, that you want no moral virtue. But the possession of all the moral virtues, in acto primo, as the logicians call it, is not sufficient; you must have them in acto secundo too; nay, that is not sufficient neither; you must have the reputation of them also. Your character in the world must be built upon that solid foundation, or it will soon fall, and upon your own head. You cannot, therefore, be too careful, too nice, too scrupulous, in establishing this character at first, upon which your whole depends. Let no conversation, no example, no fashion, no bon mot, no silly desire of seeming to be above, what most knaves and many fools call prejudices, ever tempt you to avow, excuse, extenuate, or laugh at the least breach of morality; but show upon all occasions, and take all occasions to show, a detestation and abhorrence of it. There, though young, you ought to be strict; and there only, while young, it becomes you to be strict and severe. But there, too, spare the persons while you lash the crimes. All this relates, as you easily judge, to the vices of the heart, such as lying, fraud, envy, malice, detraction, etc., and I do not extend it to the little frailties of youth, flowing from high spirits and warm blood. It would ill become you, at your age, to declaim against them, and sententiously censure a gallantry, an accidental excess of the table, a frolic, an inadvertency; no, keep as free from them yourself as you can, but say nothing against them in others. They certainly mend by time, often by reason; and a man's worldly character is not affected by them, provided it be pure in all other respects. To now come to a point of much less, but yet of very great consequence at your first setting out. Be extremely upon your guard against vanity, the common failing of inexperienced youth; but particularly against the kind of vanity that dubs a man a coxcomb; a character which, once acquired, is more indelible than that of the priesthood. It is not to be imagined by how many different ways vanity defeats its own purposes. One man decides peremptorily upon every subject, betrays his ignorance upon many, and shows a disgusting presumption upon the rest. Another desires to appear successful among the women; he hints at the encouragement he has received, from those of the most distinguished rank and beauty, and intimates a particular connection with some one; if it is true, it is ungenerous; if false, it is infamous; but in either case he destroys the reputation he wants to get. Some flatter their vanity by little extraneous objects, which have not the least relation to themselves, such as being descended from, related to, or acquainted with, people of distinguished merit and eminent characters. They talk perpetually of their grandfather such a one, their uncle such a one, and their intimate friend Mr. Such a one, with whom possibly they are hardly acquainted. But admitting it all to be as they would have it, what then? Have they the more merit for those accidents? Certainly not. On the contrary, their taking up adventitious proves their want of intrinsic merit. A rich man never borrows. Take this rule for granted as a never failing one, that you must never seem to affect the character in which you have a mind to shine. Modesty is the only sure bait when you angle for praise. The affectation of courage will make even a brave man pass only for a bully, as the affectation of wit will make a man of parts pass for a coxcomb. By this modesty I do not mean timidity and awkward bashfulness. On the contrary, be inwardly firm and steady; know your own value, whatever it may be, and act upon that principle; but take great care to let nobody discover that you do know your own value. Whatever real merit you have, other people will discover; and people always magnify their own discoveries, as they lessen those of others. For God's sake revolve all these things seriously in your thoughts, before you launch out alone into the ocean of Paris; recollect the observations that you have yourself made upon mankind; compare and connect them with my instructions, and then act systematically and consequentially from them, not au jour la journée. Lay your little plan now, which you will hereafter extend and improve by your own observations, and by the advice of those who can never mean to mislead you, I mean Mr. Harte and myself. End of Section 82. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 83 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 114. London, May 24th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend, I received yesterday your letter of the 7th, the New Style, from Naples, to which place I find you have travelled, classically, critically, and da virtuoso. You did right, for whatever is worth seeing at all is worth seeing well, and better than most people see it. It is a poor and frivolous excuse, when anything curious is talked of that one has seen, to say, I saw it, but really I did not much mind it. Why did they go to see it, if they would not mind it? Or why not mind it when they saw it? Now that you are at Naples, you pass part of your time there 'un honnête homme, da garbato cavaliere', in the court of the best companies. I am told that strangers are received with the utmost hospitality at Prince 's, que lui il faut bonne chère, et que Madame la Princesse donne chère en tire, mais que sa chère est plus que hasardée ou mortifiée même, which in plain English means, that she is not only tender but rotten. If this be true, as I am pretty sure it is, one may say to her in a little sense, Juvenumque prodis, publics cura. Mr. Harte informs me that you are clothed in sumptuous apparel; a young fellow should be so, especially abroad, where fine clothes are so generally the fashion. Next to their being fine, they should be well made, and worn easily, for a man is only the less genteel for a fine coat, if in wearing it, he shows a regard for it, and is not as easy in it as if it were a plain one. I thank you for your drawing, which I am impatient to see, and which I shall hang up in a new gallery that I am building at Blackheath, and very fond of; but I am still more impatient for another copy, which I wonder I have not yet received; I mean the copy of your countenance. I believe, were that a whole length, it would still fall a good deal shorter of the dimensions of the drawing after Domenichino, which you say is about 8 feet high; and I take you, as well as myself, to be of the family of the Piccolomini. Mr. Bathurst tells me that he thinks you rather taller than I am; if so, you may very possibly get up to 5 feet 8 inches, which I would compound for, though I would wish you 5 feet 10. In truth, what do I not wish you, that has a tendency to perfection? I say a tendency only, for absolute perfection is not in human nature, so that it would be idle to wish it. But I am very willing to compound for your coming nearer to perfection than the generality of your contemporaries, without a compliment to you; I think you bid fair for that. Mr. Harte affirms, and if it were consistent with his character would, I believe, swear, that you have no vices of the heart. You have undoubtedly a stock of both ancient and modern learning, which I will venture to say nobody of your age has, and which must now daily increase, do what you will. What then do you want toward that practicable degree of perfection which I wish you? Nothing but the knowledge, the turn, and the manners of the world; I mean the beau monde. These it is impossible that you can yet have quite right; they are not given, they must be learned. But then, on the other hand, it is impossible not to acquire them, if one has a mind to them; for they are acquired insensibly, by keeping good company, if one has but the least attention to their characters and manners. Every man becomes to a certain degree what the people he generally converses with are. He catches their air, their manners, and even their way of thinking. If he observes with attention, he will catch them soon; but if he does not, he will at long run contract them insensibly. I know nothing in the world but poetry that is not to be acquired by application and care. The sum total of this is a very comfortable one for you, as it plainly amounts to this in your favor, that you now want nothing but what even your pleasures, if they are liberal ones, will teach you. I congratulate both you and myself upon your being in such a situation, that, excepting your exercises, nothing is now wanting but pleasure to complete you. Take them, but as I am sure you will, with people of the first fashion, wherever you are, and the business is done. Your exercises at Paris, which I am sure you will attend to, will supple and fashion your body; and the company you will keep there will, with some degree of observation on your part, soon give you their air, address, manners, in short, 'le ton de la bonne compagnie'. Let not these considerations, however, make you vain; they are only between you and me; but, as they are very comfortable ones, they may justly give you a manly assurance, a firmness, a steadiness, without which a man can neither be well bred, or in any light appear to advantage, or really what he is. They may justly remove all, timidity, awkward bashfulness, low diffidence of one's self, and mean, abject complaisance to every or anybody's opinion. La Bruyere says, very truly, 'On ne vaut dans ce monde que ce que l'on veut valoir'. It is a right principle to proceed upon in the world, taking care only to guard against the appearances and outward symptoms of vanity. Your whole, then, you see, turns upon the company you keep for the future. I have laid you in a variety of the best at Paris, where at your arrival you will find a cargo of letters to very different sorts of people, as beaux esprits, savants, et belles dames. These, if you will frequent them, will form you, not only by their examples, advice, and admonitions in private, as I have desired them to do, and consequently add to what you have the only one thing now needful. Pray tell me what Italian books you have read, and whether that language is now become familiar to you. Read Ariosto and Tasso through, and then you will have read all the Italian poets who in my opinion are worth reading. In all events, when you get to Paris, take a good Italian master to read Italian with you 3 times a week, not only to keep what you have already, which you would otherwise forget, but also to perfect you in the rest. It is a great pleasure, as well as a great advantage, to be able to speak to people of all nations, and well, in their own language. Aim at perfection in everything, though in most things it is unattainable. However, they who aim at it and persevere will come much nearer it, than those whose laziness and despondency make them give it up as unattainable. 'Magnis tamen excidit ausis' is a degree of praise which will always attend a noble and shining temerity, and a much better sign in a young fellow, than 'serpere humi, tutus neminium timidusque procelle'. For men as well as women, born to be controlled, stoop to the forward and the bold. A man who sets out in the world with real timidity and diffidence has not an equal chance for it; he will be discouraged, put by, or trampled upon. But to succeed, a man, especially a young one, should have inward firmness, steadiness, and intrepidity, with exterior modesty and seeming diffidence. He must modestly, but resolutely, assert his own rights and privileges. 'Suaviter in modo, but fortifier in re'. He should have an apparent frankness and openness, but with inward caution and closeness. All these things will come to you by frequenting and observing good company; and by good company, I mean that sort of company which is called good company by everybody of that place. When all this is over, we shall meet, and then we will talk over, tete a tete, the various little finishing strokes which conversation and acquaintance occasionally suggest, and which cannot be methodically written. Tell Mr. Harte that I have received his 2 letters of the 2d and 8th, New Style, which as soon as I have received a third, I will answer. Adieu, my dear; I find you will do. Section 83, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 84 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 115. London, June 5th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend: I have received your picture, which I have long waited for with impatience. I wanted to see your countenance, from whence I am very apt, as I believe most people are, to form some general opinion of the mind. If the painter has taken you as well as he has done Mr. Harte, for his picture is by far the most like I ever saw in my life, I draw good conclusions from your countenance, which has both spirit and finesse in it. In bulk you are pretty well increased since I saw you. If your height has not increased in proportion, I desire that you will make haste to complete it. Seriously, I believe that your exercises at Paris will make you shoot up to a good size; your legs by all accounts seem to promise it. Dancing excepted, the wholesome part is the best part of those academical exercises. Ils dégraissent leur âme. A propos of exercises, I have prepared everything for your reception at Monsieur de Guerinier's, and your room, etc., will be ready at your arrival. I am sure you must be sensible how much better it will be for you to be interne in the Academy for the first 6 or 7 months at least, than to be in Hotel Garni, at some distance from it, and obliged to go to it every morning, let the weather be what it will; not to mention the loss of time too. Besides, by living and boarding in the Academy, you will make an acquaintance with half the young fellows of fashion at Paris, and in a very little while be looked upon as one of them in all French companies; an advantage that has never yet happened to any one Englishman that I have known. I am sure you do not suppose that the difference of the expense, which is but a trifle, has any weight with me in this resolution. You have the French language so perfectly, and you will acquire the French 'tournure' so soon, that I do not know anybody likely to pass their time so well at Paris as yourself. Our young countrymen have generally too little French, and too bad address, either to present themselves, or be well received in the best French companies; and, as a proof of it, there is no one instance of an Englishman's having ever been suspected of a gallantry with a French woman of condition, though every French woman of condition is more than suspected of having a gallantry. But they take up with the disgraceful and dangerous commerce of prostitutes, actresses, dancing women, and that sort of trash; though, if they had common address, better achievements would be extremely easy. Un arrangement, which is in plain English a gallantry, is at Paris as necessary a part of a woman of fashion's establishment as her house, stable, coach, etc. A young fellow must therefore be a very awkward one, to be reduced to, or of a very singular taste, to prefer drabs and danger to a commerce, in the course of the world not disgraceful, with a woman of health, education, and rank. Nothing sinks a young man into low company, both of women and men, so surely as timidity and diffidence of himself. If he thinks that he shall not, he may depend upon it he will not please. But with proper endeavors to please, and a degree of persuasion that he shall, it is almost certain that he will. How many people does one meet with everywhere, who, with very moderate parts, and very little knowledge, push themselves pretty far, simply by being sanguine, enterprising, and persevering? They will take no denial for man or woman; difficulties do not discourage them; repulsed twice or thrice, they rally, they charge again, and 9 times in 10 prevail at last. The same means will much sooner, and more certainly, attain the same ends, with your parts and knowledge. You have a fund to be sanguine upon, and good forces to rally. In business, talents supposed, nothing is more effectual or successful, than a good, though concealed, opinion of one's self, a firm resolution, and an unwearied perseverance. None but madmen attempt impossibilities; and whatever is possible, is one way or another to be brought about. If one method fails, try another, and suit your methods to the characters you have to do with. At the treaty of the Pyrenees, which Cardinal Mazarin and Don Louis de Haro concluded, dans l'Ile des Faisans, the latter carried some very important points by his constant and cool perseverance. The Cardinal had all the Italian vivacity and impatience; Don Louis all the Spanish phlegm and tenaciousness. The point which the Cardinal had the most at heart was, to hinder the re establishment of the Prince of Conde, his implacable enemy; but he was in haste to conclude, and impatient to return to court, where his absence is always dangerous. Don Louis observed this, and never failed at every conference to bring the affair of the Prince of Conde upon the tapis. The Cardinal for some time refused even to treat upon it. Don Louis, with the same sang-froid, as constantly persisted, till he at last prevailed, contrary to the intentions and the interest both of the Cardinal and of his court. Sense must distinguish between what is impossible and what is only difficult, and spirit and perseverance will get the better of the latter. Every man is to be had one way or another, and every woman almost any way. I must not omit one thing, which is previously necessary to this, and indeed to everything else, which is attention, a flexibility of attention, never to be wholly engrossed by any past or future object, but instantly directed to the present one, be it what it will. An absent man can make but few observations, and those will be disjointed and imperfect ones, as half the circumstances must necessarily escape him. He can pursue nothing steadily, because his absences make him lose his way. They are very disagreeable, and hardly to be tolerated in old age. but in youth they cannot be forgiven. If you find that you have the least tendency to them, pray watch yourself very carefully, and you may prevent them now; but if you let them grow into habit, you will find it very difficult to cure them hereafter, and a worse distemper I do not know. I heard with great satisfaction the other day, from one who has been lately at Rome, that nobody was better received in the best companies than yourself. The same thing, I dare say, will happen to you at Paris, where they are particularly kind to all strangers, who will be civil to them, and show a desire of pleasing. But they must be flattered a little, not only by words, but by a seeming preference given to their country, their manners, and their customs; which is but a very small price to pay for a very good reputation. Were I in Africa, I would pay it to a negro for his goodwill. Adieu. Section 84, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 85 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 116. London, June 11th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend, the President Montesquieu, whom you will be acquainted with at Paris, after having laid down in his book 'De l'Esprit des Lois' the nature and principle of the three different kinds of government, viz., the democratical, the monarchical, and the despotic, treats of the education necessary for each respective form. His chapter upon the education proper for the monarchical I thought worth transcribing and sending to you. You will observe that the monarchy which he has in his eye is France. In monarchies, the principal branch of education is not taught in colleges or academies. It commences in some measure at our setting out in the world; for this is the school of what we call honor, that universal preceptor which ought everywhere to be our guide. Here it is that we constantly hear three rules or maxims, viz., that we should have a certain nobleness in our virtues, a kind of frankness in our morals, and a particular politeness in our behavior. The virtues we are here taught are less what we owe to others, than to ourselves; they are not so much what draws us toward society, as what distinguishes us from our fellow citizens. Here the actions of men are judged, not as virtuous, but as shining; not as just, but as great; not as reasonable, but as extraordinary. When honor here meets with anything noble in our actions, it is either a judge that approves them, or a sophister by whom they are excused. It allows of gallantry, when united with the idea of sensible affection, or with that of conquest. This is the reason why we never meet with so strict a purity of morals in monarchies as in republican governments. It allows of cunning and craft, when joined with the notion of greatness of soul or importance of affairs; as, for instance, in politics, with whose finenesses it is far from being offended. It does not forbid adulation, but when separate from the idea of a large fortune, and connected only with the sense of our mean condition. With regard to morals, I have observed that the education of monarchies ought to admit of a certain frankness and open carriage. Truth, therefore, in conversation, is here a necessary point. But is it here for the sake of truth? By no means. Truth is requisite only, because a person habituated to veracity has an air of boldness and freedom; and indeed a man of this stamp seems to lay a stress only on the things themselves, not on the manner in which they are received. Hence it is, that in proportion as this kind of frankness is commended, that of the common people is despised, which has nothing but truth and simplicity for its object. In fine, the education of monarchies requires a certain politeness of behavior. Man, a sociable animal, is formed to please in society; and a person that would break through the rules of decency, so as to shock those he conversed with, would lose the public esteem, and become incapable of doing any good. But politeness, generally speaking, does not derive its original from so pure a source. It arises from a desire of distinguishing ourselves. It is pride that renders us polite; we are flattered with being taken notice of for a behavior that shows we are not of a mean condition, and that we have been bred up with those who in all ages are considered as the scum of the people. Politeness, in monarchies, is naturalized at court. One man excessively great renders everybody else little. Hence that regard which is paid to our fellow subjects; Hence that politeness, equally pleasing to those by whom, as to those toward whom, it is practiced, because it gives people to understand that a person actually belongs, or at least deserves to belong, to the court. A court air consists in quitting a real for a borrowed greatness. The latter pleases the courtier more than the former. It inspires him with a certain disdainful modesty, which shows itself externally, but whose pride insensibly diminishes in proportion to his distance from the source of this greatness. At court we find a delicacy of taste in everything, a delicacy arising from the constant use of the superfluities of life, from the variety, and especially the satiety of pleasures, from the multiplicity and even confusion of fancies, which, if they are not agreeable, are sure of being well received. These are the things which properly fall within the province of education, in order to form what we call a man of honor, a man possessed of all the qualities and virtues requisite in this kind of government. Here it is that honor interferes with everything, mixing even with people's manner of thinking, and directing their very principles. To this whimsical honor it is owing that the virtues are only just what it pleases; it adds rules of its own invention to everything prescribed to us; it extends or limits our duties according to its own fancy, whether they proceed from religion, politics, or morality. There is nothing so strongly inculcated in monarchies, by the laws, by religion, and honor, as submission to the prince's will; but this very honor tells us that the prince never ought to command a dishonorable action, because this would render us incapable of serving him. Crillon refused to assassinate the Duke of Guise, but offered to fight him. After the massacre of St. Bartholomew, Charles IX., having sent orders to the governors in the several provinces for the Huguenots to be murdered, Viscount Dort, who commanded at Bayonne, wrote thus to the king: "Sire, among the inhabitants of this town, and your Majesty's troops, I could not find so much as one executioner; they are honest citizens and brave soldiers. We jointly, therefore, beseech your Majesty to command our arms and lives in things that are practicable." This great and generous soul looked upon a base action as a thing impossible. There is nothing that honor more strongly recommends to the nobility, than to serve their prince in a military capacity; and indeed this is their favorite profession, because its dangers, its successes, and even its miscarriages are the road to grandeur. Yet this very law, of its own making, honor chooses to explain; and, in case of any affront, it requires or permits us to retire. It insists also that we should be at liberty either to seek or to reject employments, a liberty which it prefers even to an ample fortune. Honor, therefore, has its supreme laws, to which education is obliged to conform. The chief of these are, that we are permitted to set a value upon our fortune, but are absolutely forbidden to set any upon our lives. The second is, that when we are raised to a post or preferment, we should never do or permit anything which may seem to imply that we look upon ourselves as inferior to the rank we hold. The third is, that those things which honor forbids are more rigorously forbidden when the laws do not concur in the prohibition, and those it commands are more strongly insisted upon when they happen not to be commanded by law. Though our government differs considerably from the French, inasmuch as we have fixed laws and constitutional barriers for the security of our liberties and properties, yet the President's observations hold pretty near as true in England as in France. Though monarchies may differ a good deal, kings differ very little. Those who are absolute desire to continue so, and those who are not endeavor to become so; hence the same maxims and manners almost in all courts, voluptuousness and profusion encouraged, the one to sink the people into indolence, the other into poverty, consequently into dependence. The court is called the world here as well as at Paris, and nothing more is meant by saying that a man knows the world than that he knows courts. In all courts you must expect to meet with connections without friendship, enmities without hatred, honor without virtue, appearances saved and realities sacrificed, good manners with bad morals, and all vice and virtue so disguised that whoever has only reasoned upon both would know neither when he first met them at court. It is well that you should know the map of that country, that when you come to travel in it, you may do it with greater safety. From all this you will of yourself draw this obvious conclusion, that you are in truth but now going to the great and important school, the world, to which Westminster and Leipzig were only the little preparatory schools, as Marylebone, Windsor, etc., are to them. What you have already acquired will only place you in the second form of this new school, instead of the first. But if you intend, as I suppose you do, to get into the shell, you have very different things to learn from Latin and Greek, and which require much more sagacity and attention than those two dead languages: the language of pure and simple nature, the language of nature variously modified and corrupted by passions, prejudices, and habits, the language of simulation and dissimulation, very hard but very necessary to decipher. Homer has not half so many, nor so difficult dialects, as the great book of the school you are now going to. Observe, therefore, progressively, and with the greatest attention, what the best scholars in the form immediately above you do, and so on, until you get into the shell yourself. Adieu. Pray tell Mr. Harte that I have received his letter of the 27th May, New Style, and that I advise him never to take the English news writers literally, who have never yet inserted any one thing quite right. I have both his patent and his mandaments, in both which he is Walter. Let the newspapers call him what they please. End of Section 85, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 86 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 117. London, July 9th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend, I should not deserve that appellation in return from you, if I did not freely and explicitly inform you of every corrigible defect which I may either hear of, suspect, or at any time discover in you. Those who, in the common course of the world, will call themselves your friends, or whom, according to the common notions of friendship, you may possibly think such, will never tell you of your faults, still less of your weaknesses; but, on the contrary, more desirous to make you their friend, than to prove themselves yours, they will flatter both, and in truth not be sorry for either. Interiorly, most people enjoy the inferiority of their best friends. The useful and essential part of friendship to you is reserved singly for Mr. Harte and myself. Our relations to you stand pure and unsuspected of all private views. In whatever we say to you, we can have no interest but yours. We are therefore authorized to represent, advise, and remonstrate, and your reason must tell you that you ought to attend to and believe us. I am creditably informed that there is still a considerable hitch or hobble in your enunciation, and that when you speak fast you sometimes speak unintelligibly. I have formerly and frequently laid my thoughts before you so fully upon this subject, that I can say nothing new upon it now. I must therefore only repeat, that your whole depends upon it. Your trade is to speak well, both in public and in private. The manner of your speaking is full as important as the matter, as more people have ears to be tickled, than understandings to judge. Be your productions ever so good, they will be of no use, if you stifle and strangle them in their birth. The best compositions of Corelli, if ill executed and played out of tune, instead of touching, as they do when well performed, would only excite the indignation of the hearers, when murdered by an unskilful performer. But to murder your own productions, and that coram populo, is a Median cruelty, which Horace absolutely forbids. Remember of what importance Demosthenes, and of one of the Gracchi, thought enunciation, and read what stress Cicero and Quintilian lay upon it. Even the herb women at Athens were correct judges of it. Oratory, with all its graces, that of enunciation in particular, is full as necessary in our government as it ever was in Greece or Rome. No man can make a fortune or a figure in this country without speaking, and speaking well in public. If you will persuade, you must first please; and if you will please, you must tune your voice to harmony, you must articulate every syllable distinctly, your emphasis and cadences must be strong and properly marked, and the whole together must be graceful and engaging. If you do not speak in that manner, you had much better not speak at all. All the learning you have, or ever can have, is not worth one groat without it. It may be a comfort and an amusement to you in your closet, but it can be of no use to you in the world. Let me conjure you, therefore, to make this your only object till you have absolutely conquered it, for that is in your power; think of nothing else, read and speak for nothing else. Read aloud though alone, and read articulately and distinctly, as if you were reading in public, and on the most important occasion. Recite pieces of eloquence, declaim scenes of tragedies to Mr. Harte, as if he were a numerous audience. If there is any particular consonant which you have a difficulty in articulating, as I think you had with the R, utter it millions and millions of times, till you have uttered it right. Never speak quick, till you have first learned to speak well. In short, lay aside every book and every thought that does not directly tend to this great object, absolutely decisive of your future fortune and figure. The next thing necessary in your destination is writing correctly, elegantly, and in a good hand too; in which three particulars I am sorry to tell you that you hitherto fail. Your handwriting is a very bad one, and would make a scurvy figure in an office book of letters, or even a lady's pocket book. But that fault is easily cured by care, since every man, who has the use of his eyes and of his right hand, can write whatever hand he pleases. As to the correctness and elegance of your writing, attention to grammar does the one, and to the best authors the other. In your letter to me of the 27th of June, New Style, you omitted the date of the place, so that I only conjectured from the contents that you were at Rome. Thus I have, with the truth and freedom of the tenderest affection, told you all your defects, at least all that I know or have heard of. Thank God, they are all very curable; they must be cured, and I am sure you will cure them. That once done, nothing remains for you to acquire, or for me to wish you, but the turn, the manners, the address, and the graces of the polite world, which experience, observation, and good company will insensibly give you. Few people at your age have read, seen, and known, as much as you have; and consequently, few are so near as yourself to what I call perfection, by which I only mean being very near as well the best. Far, therefore, from being discouraged by what you still want, what you already have should encourage you to attempt, and convince you that by attempting you will inevitably obtain it. The difficulties which you have surmounted were much greater than any you have now to encounter. Till very lately, your way has been only through thorns and briars; the few that now remain are mixed with roses. Pleasure is now the principal remaining part of your education. It will soften and polish your manners; it will make you pursue and at last overtake the graces. Pleasure is necessarily reciprocal; no one feels, who does not at the same time give it. To be pleased, one must please. What pleases you in others will in general please them in you. Paris is indisputably the seat of the graces; they will even court you, if you are not too coy. Frequent and observe the best companies there, and you will soon be naturalized among them. You will soon find how particularly attentive they are to the correctness and elegance of their language, and to the graces of their enunciation; they would even call the understanding of a man in question, who should neglect or not know the infinite advantages arising from them. Narrer, reciter, declamer bien, are serious studies among them, and well deserve to be so everywhere. The conversations, even among the women, frequently turn upon the elegancies and minutest delicacies of the French language. An enjouement, a gallant turn, prevails in all their companies, to women with whom they neither are nor pretend to be in love; but should you, as you may very possibly happen, to fall really in love there with some woman of fashion and sense, for I do not suppose you capable of falling in love with a strumpet, and that your rival, without half your parts or knowledge, should get the better of you, merely by dint of manners, enjouement, badinage, etc., how would you regret not having sufficiently attended to those accomplishments, which you despised as superficial and trifling, but which you would then find of real consequence in the course of the world? And men as well as women are taken by those external graces. Shut up your books, then, now as a business, and open them only as a pleasure; but let the great book of the world be your serious study; read it over and over, get it by heart, adopt its style, and make it your own. When I cast up your account as it now stands, I rejoice to see the balance so much in your favor, and that the items per contra are so few, and of such a nature, that they may be very easily cancelled. By way of debtor and creditor, it stands thus: Creditor. French, German, Italian, Latin, Greek, logic, ethics, history, naturae, jus genticum, publicum. Debtor. To English, enunciation, manners. This, my dear friend, is a very true account, and a very encouraging one for you. A man who owes so little can clear it off in a very little time, and, if he is a prudent man, will; whereas a man who, by long negligence, owes a great deal, despairs of ever being able to pay, and therefore never looks into his account at all. When you go to Genoa, pray observe carefully all the environs of it, and view them with somebody who can tell you all the situations and operations of the Austrian army, during that famous siege, if it deserves to be called one; for in reality the town was never besieged, nor had the Austrians any one thing necessary for a siege. If Marquis Centurioni, who was last winter in England, should happen to be there, go to him with my compliments, and he will show you all imaginable civilities. I could have sent you some letters to Florence, but that I knew Mr. Mann would be of more use to you than all of them. Pray make him my compliments. Cultivate your Italian while you are at Florence, where it is spoken in its utmost purity, but ill pronounced. Pray save me the seed of some of the best melons you eat, and put it up dry in paper. You need not send it me, but Mr. Harte will bring it in his pocket when he comes over. I should likewise be glad of some cuttings of the best figs, especially la pica gentile and the Maltese; but as this is not the season for them, Mr. Mann will, I dare say, undertake that commission, and send them to me at the proper time by Leghorn. Adieu. Endeavor to please others, and divert yourself as much as ever you can, in honnête et galant homme. P. S. I send you the enclosed to deliver to Lord Rochfort, upon your arrival at Turin. End of Section 86. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 87 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 118. London, August 6th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend: Since your letter from Siena, which gave me a very imperfect account of both your illness and your recovery, I have not received one word either from you or Mr. Harte. I impute this to the carelessness of the post simply, and the great distance between us at present exposes our letters to those accidents. But when you come to Paris, from whence the letters arrive here very regularly, I shall insist upon your writing to me constantly once a week, and that upon the same day, for instance, every Thursday, that I may know by what mail to expect your letter. I shall also require you to be more minute in your account of yourself than you have hitherto been, or than I have required, because of the informations which I receive from time to time from Mr. Harte. At Paris you will be out of your time, and must set up for yourself. It is then that I shall be very solicitous to know how you carry on your business. While Mr. Harte was your partner, the care was his share, and the profit yours. But at Paris, if you will have the latter, you must take the former along with it. It will be quite a new world to you, very different from the little world that you have hitherto seen, and you will have much more to do in it. You must keep your little accounts constantly every morning, if you would not have them run into confusion, and swell into a bulk that would frighten you from ever looking into them at all. You must allow some time for learning what you do not know, and some time for keeping what you do know; and you must leave a great deal of time for your pleasures, which, I repeat it again, are now become the most necessary part of your education. It is by conversations, dinners, suppers, entertainments, etc., in the best companies, that you must be formed for the world. Les manières, les agrèments, les grâces, cannot be learned by theory; they are only to be got by use among those who have them; and they are now the main object of your life, as they are the necessary steps to your fortune. A man of the best parts, and the greatest learning, if he does not know the world by his own experience and observation, will be very absurd, and consequently very unwelcome in company. He may say very good things, but they will probably be so ill timed, misplaced, or improperly addressed, that he had much better hold his tongue. Full of his own matter, and uninformed of, or inattentive to, the particular circumstances and situations of the company, He vents it indiscriminately. He puts some people out of countenance, he shocks others, and frightens all, who dread what may come out next. The most general rule that I can give you for the world, and which your experience will convince you of the truth of, is, never to give the tone to the company, but to take it from them, and to labor more to put them in conceit with themselves, than to make them admire you. Those whom you can make like themselves better, will, I promise you, like you very well. A system monger, who, without knowing anything of the world, by experience, has formed a system of it in his dusty cell, lays it down, for example, that, from the general nature of mankind, flattery is pleasing. He will therefore flatter. But how? Why, indiscriminately. And instead of repairing and heightening the piece judiciously, with soft colors and a delicate pencil, with a coarse brush and a great deal of whitewash, he daubs and besmears the piece he means to adorn. His flattery offends even his patron, and is almost too gross for his mistress. A man of the world knows the force of flattery as well as he does, but then he knows how, when, and where to give it. He proportions his dose to the constitution of the patient. He flatters by application, by inference, by comparison, by hint, and seldom directly. In the course of the world there is the same difference in everything between system and practice. I long to have you at Paris, which is to be your great school. You will be then in a manner within reach of me. Tell me, are you perfectly recovered, or do you still find any remaining complaint upon your lungs? Your diet should be cooling, and at the same time nourishing. Milks of all kinds are proper for you; wines of all kinds bad. A great deal of gentle and no violent exercise is good for you. Adieu. Gratia, fama, e valetudo, concedent abunde. End of Section 87, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 88 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 119. London, October 22nd, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend, this letter will, I am persuaded, find you, and I hope safely, arrived at Montpelier, from whence I trust that Mr. Harte's indisposition will, by being totally removed, allow you to get to Paris before Christmas. You will there find two people who, though both English, I recommend in the strongest manner possible to your attention, and advise you to form the most intimate connections with them both, in their different ways. The one is a man whom you already know something of, but not near enough; it is the Earl of Huntingdon, who, next to you, is the truest object of my affection and esteem, and who, I am proud to say it, calls me, and considers me as his adopted father. His parts are as quick as his knowledge is extensive; and if quality were worth putting into an account, where every other item is so much more valuable, he is the first almost in this country. The figure he will make in it, soon after he returns to it, will, if I am not much more mistaken than I ever was in my life, equal his birth and my hopes. Such a connection will be of infinite advantage to you; and I can assure you that he is extremely disposed to form it upon my account, and will, I hope and believe, desire to improve and cement it upon your own. In our parliamentary government, connections are absolutely necessary; and if prudentially formed and ably maintained, the success of them is infallible. There are two sorts of connections which I would always advise you to have in view. The first I will call equal ones; by which I mean those, where the two connecting parties reciprocally find their account, from pretty near an equal degree of parts and abilities. In those there must be a freer communication; each must see that the other is able, and be convinced that he is willing to be of use to him. Honor must be the principal of such connections; and there must be a mutual dependence, that present and separate interests shall not be able to break them. There must be a joint system of action; and in case of different opinions, each must recede a little, in order at last to form an unanimous one. Such, I hope, will be your connection with Lord Huntingdon. You will both come into Parliament at the same time; and if you have an equal share of abilities and application, you and he, with other young people, with whom you will naturally associate, may form a band which will be respected by any administration, and make a figure in the public. The other sort of connections I call unequal ones; that is, where the parts are all on one side, and the rank and fortune on the other. Here the advantage is all on one side; but that advantage must be ably and artfully concealed. Complaisance, an engaging manner, and a patient toleration of certain airs of superiority, must cement them. The weaker party must be taken by the heart, his head giving no hold; and he must be governed by being made to believe that he governs. These people, skillfully led, give great weight to their leader. I have formerly pointed out to you a couple that I take to be proper objects for your skill, and you will meet with 20 more, for they are very rife. The other person whom I recommend to you is a woman; not as a woman, for that is not immediately my business; besides, I fear that she is turned of 50. It is Lady Hervey, whom I directed you to call upon at Dijon, but who, to my great joy, because to your great advantage, passes all this winter at Paris. She has been bred all her life at courts, of which she has acquired all the easy good breeding and politeness, without the frivolousness. She has all the reading that a woman should have, and more than any woman need have, for she understands Latin perfectly well, though she wisely conceals it. As she will look upon you as her son, I desire that you will look upon her as my delegate; trust, consult, and apply to her without reserve. No woman ever had more than she has, 'le ton de la parfaitement bonne compagnie, les manieres engageantes, et le je ne sais quoi qui plaît. Desire her to reprove and correct any and every the least error and inaccuracy in your manners, air, address, etc. No woman in Europe can do it so well; none will do it more willingly, or in a more proper and obliging manner. In such a case, she will not put you out of countenance, by telling you of it in company; but either intimate it by some sign, or wait for an opportunity when you are alone together. She is also in the best French company, where she will not only introduce but puff you, if I may use so low a word. And I can assure you, that it is no little help, in the beau monde, to be puffed there by a fashionable woman. I send you the enclosed billet to carry her, only as a certificate of the identity of your person, which I take it for granted she could not know again. You would be so much surprised to receive a whole letter from me without any mention of the exterior ornaments necessary for a gentleman, as manners, elocution, air, address, graces, etc., that, to comply with your expectations, I will touch upon them, and tell you, that when you come to England, I will show you some people, whom I do not now care to name, raised to the highest station singly by those exterior and adventitious ornaments, whose parts would never have entitled them to the smallest office in the excise. Are they then necessary, and worth acquiring, or not? You will see many instances of this kind at Paris, particularly a glaring one, of a person, Monsieur le Marechal de Richelieu, raised to the highest posts and dignities in France, as well as to be absolute sovereign of the beau monde, simply by the graces of his person and address; by woman's chit chat, accompanied with important gestures; by an imposing air and pleasing abord. Nay, by these helps, he even passes for a wit, though he hath certainly no uncommon share of it. I will not name him, because it would be very imprudent in you to do it. A young fellow, at his first entrance into the beau monde, must not offend the king 'de facto' there. It is very often more necessary to conceal contempt than resentment; the former forgiven, but the latter sometimes forgot. There is a small quarto book entitled 'Histoire chronologique de la France', lately published by le President Henault, a man of parts and learning, with whom you will probably get acquainted at Paris. I desire that it may always lie upon your table, for your recourse as often as you read history. The chronology, though chiefly relative to the history of France, is not singly confined to it, but the most interesting events of all the rest of Europe are also inserted, and many of them adorned by short, pretty, and just reflections. The new edition of 'Les Memoires de Sully', in 3 quarto volumes, is also extremely well worth your reading, as it will give you a clearer and truer notion of one of the most interesting periods of French history, than you can yet have formed from all the other books you may have read upon the subject. That prince, I mean Henry IV., had all the accomplishments and virtues of a hero, and of a king, and almost of a man. The last are the most rarely seen. May you possess them all. Adieu. Pray make my compliments to Mr. Harte, and let him know that I have this moment received his letter of the 12th, New Style, from Antibes. It requires no immediate answer; I shall therefore delay mine till I have another from him. Give him the enclosed, which I have received from Mr. Eliot. End of Section 88, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 89 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 120. London, November 1st, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend: I hope that this letter will not find you still at Montpelier, but rather be sent after you from thence to Paris, where, I am persuaded, that Mr. Harte could find as good advice for his leg as at Montpelier, if not better; but if he is of a different opinion, I am sure you ought to stay there as long as he desires. While you are in France, I could wish that the hours you allot for historical amusements should be entirely devoted to the history of France. One always reads history to most advantage in that country to which it is relative, not only books, but persons being ever at hand to solve doubts and clear up difficulties. I do by no means advise you to throw away your time in ransacking, like a dull antiquarian, the minute and unimportant parts of remote and fabulous times. Let blockheads read what blockheads wrote. And a general notion of the history of France, from the conquest of that country by the Franks, to the reign of Louis XI. is, sufficient for use, consequently sufficient for you. There are, however, in those remote times, some remarkable eras that deserve more particular attention; I mean those in which some notable alterations happened in the constitution and form of government. As, for example, in the settlement of Clovis in Gaul, and the form of government which he then established; for, by the way, that form of government differed in this particular from all the other Gothic governments, that the people, neither collectively nor by representatives, had any share in it. It was a mixture of monarchy and aristocracy; and what were called the States General of France consisted only of the nobility and the clergy, till the time of Philip the Bel, in the very beginning of the 14th century, who first called the people to those assemblies, by no means for the good of the people, who were only amused by this pretended honor, but in truth to check the nobility and clergy, and induce them to grant the money he wanted for his profusion. This was a scheme of Enguerrand de Marigny, his minister, who governed both him and his kingdom to such a degree as to be called the coadjutor and governor of the kingdom. Charles Martel laid aside these assemblies, and governed by open force. Pepin restored them, and attached them to him, and with them the nation, by which means he deposed Childeric and mounted the throne. This is a second period worth your attention. The third race of kings, which begins with Hugh Capet, is the third period. A judicious reader of history will save himself a great deal of time and trouble by attending with care only to those interesting periods of history which furnish remarkable events, and make eras, and going slightly over the common run of events. Some people read history as others read the Pilgrim's Progress, giving equal attention to, and indiscriminately loading their memories with, every part alike. But I would have you read it in a different manner; take the shortest general history you can find of every country, and mark down in that history the most important periods, such as conquests, changes of kings, and alterations of the form of government, and then have recourse to more extensive histories or particular treatises, relative to those great points. Consider them well, trace up their causes, and follow their consequences. For instance, there is a most excellent, though very short history of France, by Legendre. Read that with attention, and you will know enough of the general history; but when you find there such remarkable periods as are above mentioned, consult Mezeray, and other of the best and minutest historians, as well as political treatises upon those subjects. In later times, memoirs, from those of Philippe de Commines down to the innumerable ones in the reign of Louis XIV., have been of great use, and thrown great light upon particular parts of history. Conversation in France, if you have the address and dexterity to turn it upon useful subjects, will exceedingly improve your historical knowledge; for people there, however classically ignorant they may be, think it a shame to be ignorant of the history of their own country. They read that, if they read nothing else, and having often read nothing else, are proud of having read that, and talk of it willingly. Even the women are well instructed in that sort of reading. I am far from meaning by this that you should always be talking wisely in company of books, history, and matters of knowledge. There are many companies which you will, and ought to keep, where such conversations would be misplaced and ill timed. Your own good sense must distinguish the company and the time. You must trifle only with triflers, and be serious only with the serious, but dance to those who pipe. Cur in theatrum caeto severs venistri. It was justly said to an old man; how much more so would it be to one of your age? From the moment that you are dressed and go out, pocket all your knowledge with your watch, and never pull it out in company unless desired. The producing of the one unasked, implies that you are weary of the company; and the producing of the other unrequited, will make the company weary of you. Company is a republic too jealous of its liberties, to suffer a dictator even for a quarter of an hour; and yet in that, as in republics, there are some few who really govern; but then it is by seeming to disclaim, instead of attempting to usurp the power. That is the occasion in which manners, dexterity, address, and the indefinable 'je ne sais quoi' triumph. If properly exerted, their conquest is sure, and the more lasting for not being perceived. Remember that this is not only your first and greatest, but ought to be almost your only object while you are in France. I know that many of your countrymen are apt to call the freedom and vivacity of the French petulancy and ill breeding; but should you think so, I desire upon many accounts that you will not say so. I admit that it may be in some instances of 'petit maitre étourdi', and in some young people unbroken to the world; but I can assure you, that you will find it much otherwise with people of a certain rank and age, upon whose model you will do very well to form yourself. We call their steady assurance, impudence. Why? Only because what we call modesty is awkward bashfulness and 'mauvais ton'. For my part, I see no impudence, but, on the contrary, infinite utility and advantage in presenting oneself with the same coolness and unconcern in any and every company. Till one can do that, I am very sure that one can never present oneself well. Whatever is done under concern and embarrassment must be ill done; and till a man is absolutely easy and unconcerned in every company, he will never be thought to have kept good company, nor be very welcome in it. A steady assurance, with seeming modesty, is possibly the most useful qualification that a man can have in every part of life. A man would certainly make a very considerable fortune and figure in the world, whose modesty and timidity should often, as bashfulness always does, put him in the deplorable and lamentable situation of the pious Aeneas, when 'obstupuit steteruntque caume, et vox faucibus haesit'. Fortune, as well as women, born to be controlled, stoops to the forward and the bold. Assurance and intrepidity, under the white banner of seeming modesty, clear the way for merit, that would otherwise be discouraged by difficulties in its journey; whereas barefaced impudence is the noisy and blustering harbinger of a worthless and senseless usurper. You will think that I shall never have done recommending to you these exterior worldly accomplishments; and you will think right, for I never shall; they are of too great consequence to you for me to be indifferent or negligent about them. The shining part of your future figure and fortune depends now wholly upon them. These are the acquisitions which must give efficacy and success to those you have already made. To have it said and believed that you are the most learned man in England, would be no more than was said and believed of Dr. Bentley; but to have it said, at the same time, that you are also the best bred, most polite, and agreeable man in the kingdom, would be such a happy composition of a character as I never yet knew any one man deserve, and which I will endeavor, as well as ardently wish, that you may. Absolute perfection is, I well know, unattainable; but I know too, that a man of parts may be unweariedly aiming at it, and arrive pretty near it. Try, labor, persevere. Adieu. End of Section 89, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 90 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 121. London, November 8th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend, before you get to Paris, where you will soon be left to your own discretion, if you have any, it is necessary that we should understand one another thoroughly, which is the most probable way of preventing disputes. Money, the cause of much mischief in the world, is the cause of most quarrels between fathers and sons; the former commonly thinking that they cannot give too little, and the latter that they cannot have enough, both equally in the wrong. You must do me the justice to acknowledge that I have hitherto neither stinted nor grudged any expense that could be of real use or pleasure to you; and I can assure you, by the way, that you have travelled at a much more considerable expense than I did myself. But I never so much as thought of that, while Mr. Harte was at the head of your finances, being very sure that the sums granted were scrupulously applied to the uses for which they were intended. But the case will soon be altered, and you will be your own receiver and treasurer. However, I promise you, that we will not quarrel singly upon the quantum, which shall be cheerfully and freely granted. The application and approbation of it will be the material point, which I am now going to clear up and finally settle with you. I will fix, nor even name, no settled allowance, though I well know in my own mind what would be the proper one; but I will first try your drafts, by which I can in a good degree judge of your conduct. This only I tell you in general, that if the channels through which my money is to go are the proper ones, the source shall not be scanty; but should it deviate into dirty, muddy, and obscure ones, which, by the by, it cannot do for a week without my knowing it, I give you fair and timely notice, that the source will instantly be dry. Mr. Harte, in establishing you at Paris, will point out to you those proper channels; he will leave you there upon the foot of a man of fashion, and I will continue you upon the same; you will have your coach, your valet de chambre, your own footman, and a valet de place, which, by the way, is one servant more than I had. I would have you very well dressed, by which I mean dressed as the generality of people of fashion are; that is, not to be taken notice of, for being either more or less fine than other people. It is by being well dressed, not finely dressed, that a gentleman should be distinguished. You must frequent 'les spectacles', which expense I shall willingly supply. You must play 'a des petits jeux de commerce' in mixed companies; that article is trifling, I shall pay it cheerfully. All the other articles of pocket money are very inconsiderable at Paris, in comparison of what they are here; the silly custom of giving money wherever one dines or sups, and the expensive importunity of subscriptions, not being yet introduced there. Having thus reckoned up all the decent expenses of a gentleman, which I will most readily defray, I come now to those which I will neither bear nor supply. The first of these is gaming, of which, though I have not the least reason to suspect you, I think it necessary eventually to assure you, that no consideration in the world shall ever make me pay your play debts. Should you ever urge me, that your honor is pawned, I should most immovably answer you, that it was your honor, not mine, that was pawned; and that your creditor might e'en take the pawn for the debt. Low company and low pleasures are always much more costly than liberal and elegant ones. The disgraceful riots of a tavern are much more expensive, as well as dishonorable, than the sometimes pardonable excesses in good company. I must absolutely hear of no tavern scrapes and squabbles. I come now to another very material point, I mean women; and I will not address myself to you upon this subject, either in a religious, a moral, or a parental style. I will even lay aside my age, remember yours, and speak to you as one man of pleasure, if he had parts too, would speak to another. I will by no means pay for whores, and their never failing consequences, surgeons; nor will I, upon any account, keep singers, dancers, actresses, and id genus omne; and, independently of the expense, I must tell you, that such connections would give me, and all sensible people, the utmost contempt for your parts and address. A young fellow must have as little sense as to address, to venture, or more properly to sacrifice, his health and ruin his fortune, with such sort of creatures. In such a place as Paris especially, where gallantry is both the profession and the practice of every woman of fashion, To speak plainly, I will not forgive your understanding C's and P's, nor will your constitution forgive them you. These distempers, as well as their cures, fall 9 times in 10 upon the lungs. This argument, I am sure, ought to have weight with you; for I protest to you, that if you meet with any such accident, I would not give 1 year's purchase for your life. Lastly, there is another sort of expense that I will not allow, only because it is a silly one; I mean the fooling away your money in baubles at toy shops. Have one handsome snuff box, if you take snuff, and one handsome sword, but then no more pretty and very useless things. By what goes before, you will easily perceive that I mean to allow you whatever is necessary, not only for the figure, but for the pleasures of a gentleman, and not to supply the profusion of a rake. This, you must confess, does not savor of either the severity or parsimony of old age. I consider this agreement between us as a subsidiary treaty on my part, for services to be performed on yours. I promise you, that I will be as punctual in the payment of the subsidies, as England has been during the last war; but then I give you notice at the same time that I require a much more scrupulous execution of the treaty on your part, than we met with on that of our allies, or else that payment will be stopped. I hope all that I have said now was absolutely unnecessary, and that sentiments more worthy and more noble than pecuniary ones would of themselves have pointed out to you the conduct I recommended; but, at all events, I resolve to be once for all explicit with you, that in the worst that can happen, you may not plead ignorance, and complain that I had not sufficiently explained to you my intentions. Having mentioned the word rake, I must say a word or two more upon that subject, because young people too frequently, and always fatally, are apt to mistake that character for a man of pleasure, whereas there are not in the world 2 characters more different. A rake is a composition of all the lowest, most ignoble, degrading, and shameful vices; they all conspire to disgrace his character, and to ruin his fortune; while wine and the P's contend which shall soonest and most effectually destroy his constitution. A dissolute, flagitious footman, or porter, makes full as good a rake as the man of the first quality. By the by, let me tell you, that in the wildest part of my youth I never was a rake; but, on the contrary, always detested and despised that character. A man of pleasure, though not always so scrupulous as he should be, and as one day he will wish he had been, refines at least his pleasures by taste, accompanies them with decency, and enjoys them with dignity. Few men can be men of pleasure; every man may be a rake. Remember that I shall know everything you say or do at Paris, exactly as if, by the force of magic, I could follow you everywhere, like a sylph or a gnome, invisible myself. Seneca says, very prettily, that one should ask nothing of God, but what one should be willing that men should know; nor of men, that one should ask nothing of God, but what one should be willing that men should know; nor of men, but what one should be willing that God should know. I advise you to say and do nothing at Paris, but what you would be willing that I should know. I hope, nay, I believe, that will be the case. Sense, I dare say, you do not want; instruction, I am sure, you have never wanted; experience you are daily gaining; all which together must inevitably, I should think, make you both 'respectable et aimable', the perfection of a human character. In that case nothing shall be wanting on my part, and you shall solidly experience all the extent and tenderness of my affection for you; but dread the reverse of both. Adieu. P. S. When you get to Paris, after you have been to wait on Lord Albemarle, go to see Mr. Yorke, whom I have particular reasons for desiring that you should be well with, as I shall hereafter explain to you. Let him know that my orders, and your own inclinations, conspired to make you desire his friendship and protection. End of Section 90, read by Professor Heatherm By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 91 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 122. My dear Friend: I have sent you so many preparatory letters for Paris, that this, which will meet you there, shall only be a summary of them all. You have hitherto had more liberty than anybody of your age ever had; and I must do you the justice to own, that you have made a better use of it than most people of your age would have done; but then, though you had not a jailer, you had a friend with you. At Paris you will not only be unconfined, but unassisted. Your own good sense must be your only guide. I have great confidence in it, and I am convinced that I shall receive just such accounts of your conduct at Paris as I could wish; for I tell you beforehand, that I shall be most minutely informed of all that you do, and of almost all that you say there. Enjoy the pleasures of youth, you cannot do better; but refine and dignify them like a man of parts; let them raise and not sink, let them adorn and not vilify your character; let them, in short, be the pleasures of a gentleman, and taken with your equals at least, but rather with your superiors, and those chiefly French. Inquire into the characters of the several academicians, before you form a connection with any of them, and be most upon your guard against those who make the most court to you. You cannot study much in the Academy, but you may study usefully there, if you are an economist of your time, and bestow only upon good books those quarters and halves of hours, which occur to everybody in the course of almost every day, and which, at the year's end, amount to a very considerable sum of time. Let Greek, without fail, share some part of every day. I do not mean the Greek poets, the catches of Anacreon, or the tender complaints of Theocritus, or even the porter like language of Homer's heroes, of whom all smatterers in Greek know a little, quote often, and talk of always; but I mean Plato, Aristoteles, Demosthenes, and Thucydides, whom none but adepts know. It is Greek that must distinguish you in the learned world; Latin alone will not; and Greek must be sought to be retained, for it never occurs like Latin. When you read history or other books of amusement, let every language you are master of have its turn, so that you may not only retain, but improve in every one. I also desire that you will converse in German and Italian, with all the Germans and Italians with whom you converse at all. This will be a very agreeable and flattering thing to them, and a very useful one to you. Pray apply yourself diligently to your exercises; for though the doing them well is not supremely meritorious, the doing them ill is illiberal, vulgar, and ridiculous. I recommend theatrical representations to you, which are excellent at Paris. The tragedies of Corneille and Racine, and the comedies of Moliere, well attended to, are admirable lessons, both for the heart and the head. There is not, nor ever was, any theatre comparable to the French. If the music of the French operas does not please your Italian ear, the words of them, at least, are sense and poetry, which is much more than I can say of any Italian opera that I ever read or heard in my life. I sent you the enclosed letter of recommendation to Marquis Matignon, which I would have you deliver to him as soon as you can. You will, I am sure, feel the good effects of his warm friendship for me and Lord Bolingbroke, who has also wrote to him upon your subject. By that, and by the other letters which I have sent you, you will be at once so thoroughly introduced into the best French company, that you must take some pains if you will keep bad; but that is what I do not suspect you of. You have, I am sure, too much right ambition to prefer low and disgraceful company to that of your superiors, both in rank and age. Your character, and consequently your fortune, absolutely depends upon the company you keep, and the turn you take at Paris. I do not in the least mean a grave turn; on the contrary, a gay, a sprightly, but at the same time an elegant and liberal one. Keep carefully out of all scrapes and quarrels; they lower a character extremely, and are particularly dangerous in France, where a man is dishonored by not resenting an affront, and utterly ruined by resenting it. The young Frenchmen are hasty, giddy, and petulant, extremely national, and 'avantageux'. Forbear from any national jokes or reflections, which are always improper, and commonly unjust. The colder northern nations generally look upon France as a whistling, singing, dancing, frivolous nation. This notion is very far from being a true one, though many 'petits maitres' by their behavior seem to justify it; but those very 'petits maitres', when mellowed by age and experience, very often turn out to be very able men. The number of great generals and statesmen, as well as excellent authors, that France has produced, is an undeniable proof that it is not that frivolous, unthinking, empty nation that northern prejudices suppose it. Seem to like and approve of everything at first, and I promise you that you will like and approve of many things afterward. I expect that you will write to me constantly, once every week, which I desire may be every Thursday, and that your letters may inform me of your personal transactions, not of what you see, but of whom you see, and what you do. Be your own monitor, now that you will have no other. As to enunciation, I must repeat it to you again and again, that there is no one thing so necessary; all other talents without that are absolutely useless, except in your own closet. It sounds ridiculously to bid you study with your dancing matter, and yet I do. The bodily carriage and graces are of infinite consequence to everybody, and more particularly to you. Adieu for this time, my dear child. Yours tenderly. End of Section 91. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 92 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. London, November 11th, Old Style, 1750. My dear friend, you will possibly think that this letter turns upon strange, little, trifling objects, and you will think right, if you consider them separately; but if you take them aggregately, you will be convinced that as parts, which conspire to form that whole, called the exterior of a man of fashion, they are of importance. I shall not dwell now upon these personal graces, that liberal air, and that engaging address, which I have so often recommended to you, but descend still lower, to your dress, cleanliness, and care of your person. When you come to Paris, you must take care to be extremely well dressed; that is, as the fashionable people are. This does by no means consist in the finery, but in the taste, fitness, and manner of wearing your clothes. A fine suit ill made, and slatternly or stiffly worn, far from adorning, only exposes the awkwardness of the wearer. Get the best French tailor to make your clothes, whatever they are, in the fashion, and to fit you; and then wear them, button them or unbutton them, as the genteelest people you see do. Let your man learn of the best friseur to do your hair well, for that is a very material part of your dress. Take care to have your stockings well gartered up, and your shoes well buckled; for nothing gives a more slovenly air to a man than ill dressed legs. In your person you must be accurately clean, and your teeth, hands, and nails should be superlatively so. A dirty mouth has real ill consequences to the owner, for it infallibly causes the decay, as well as the intolerable pain of the teeth; and it is very offensive to his acquaintances, for it will most inevitably stink. I insist, therefore, that you wash your teeth the first thing you do every morning, with a soft sponge and warm water, for 4 or 5 minutes, and then wash your mouth 5 or 6 times. Mouton, whom I desire you will send for upon your arrival at Paris, will give you an opiate, and a liquor to be used sometimes. Nothing looks more ordinary, vulgar, and illiberal, than dirty hands, and ugly, uneven, and ragged nails. I do not suspect you of that shocking, awkward trick of biting yours; but that is not enough; you must keep the ends of them smooth and clean, not tipped with black, as the ordinary people's always are. The ends of your nails should be small segments of circles, which, by a very little care in the cutting, they are very easily brought to. Every time that you wipe your hands, rub the skin around your nails backward, that it may not grow up, and shorten your nails too much. The cleanliness of the rest of your person, which, by the way, will conduce greatly to your health, I refer from time to time to the bagnio. My mentioning these particulars arises, I freely own, from some suspicion that the hints are not unnecessary; for when you were a schoolboy, you were slovenly and dirty above your fellows. I must add another caution, which is that upon no count whatsoever, you put your fingers, as too many people are apt to do, in your nose or ears. It is the most shocking, nasty, vulgar rudeness, that can be offered to company; it disgusts one, it turns one's stomach; and, for my own part, I would much rather know that a man's fingers were actually in his breech, than see them in his nose. Wash your ears well every morning, and blow your nose in your handkerchief whenever you have occasion, but by the way, without looking at it afterward. There should be in the least, as well as in the greatest parts of a gentleman, 'les manieres nobles'. Sense will teach you some, observation others; attend carefully to the manners, the diction, the motions of people of the first fashion, and form your own upon them. On the other hand, observe a little of those of the vulgar, in order to avoid them, for though the things which they say or do may be the same, the manner is always totally different; and in that, and nothing else, consists the characteristic of a man of fashion. The lowest peasant speaks, moves, dresses, eats, and drinks, as much as a man of the first fashion, but does them all quite differently; so that by the doing and saying most things in a manner opposite to that of the vulgar, you have a great chance of doing and saying them right. There are gradations in awkwardness and vulgarism, as there are in everything else. 'Les manieres de robe', though not quite right, are still better than 'les manieres bourgeoises'; and those, though bad, are still better than 'les manieres de campagne'. But the language, the air, the dress, and the manners of the court, are the only true standard: 'des manieres nobles et d'un honnête homme, expede Herculem', is an old and true saying, and very applicable to our present subject; for a man of parts, who has been bred at courts, and used to keep the best company, will distinguish himself, and is to be known from the vulgar by every word, attitude, gesture, and even look. I cannot leave these seeming minutiae without repeating to you the necessity of your carving well, which is an article, little as it is, that is useful twice every day of one's life; and the doing it ill is very troublesome to one's self, and very disagreeable, often ridiculous to others. Having said all this, I cannot help reflecting what a formal, dull fellow, or a cloistered pedant would say, if they were to see this letter; they would look upon it with the utmost contempt, and say that surely a father might find much better topics for advice to a son. I would admit it, if I had given you, or that you were capable of receiving, no better; but if sufficient pains have been taken to form your heart and improve your mind, and, as I hope, not without success, I will tell those solid gentlemen, that all these trifling things, as they think them, collectively, form that pleasing 'je ne sais quoi', that ensemble, which they are utter strangers to both in themselves and others. The word amiable is not known in their language, or the thing in their manners. Great usage of the word, great attention, and a great desire of pleasing, can alone give it, and it is no trifle. It is from old people's thinking upon these things as trifles, or not thinking of them at all, that so many young people are so awkward and so ill bred. Their parents, often careless and unmindful of them, give them only the common run of education, as school, university, and then traveling, without examining, and very often without being able to judge, if they did examine, what progress they make in any one of these stages. Then they carelessly comfort themselves, and say, that their sons will do like other people's sons; and so they do, that is, commonly very ill. They correct none of the childish, nasty tricks which they get at school, nor the illiberal manners which they contract at the university, nor the frivolous and superficial pertness, which is commonly all they acquire by their travels. As they do not tell them of these things, nobody else can; so they go on in the practice of them, without ever hearing or knowing that they are unbecoming, indecent, and shocking. For, as I have often formerly observed to you, nobody but a father can take the liberty to reprove a young fellow, grown up, for those kinds of inaccuracies and improprieties of behavior. The most intimate friendship, unassisted by the paternal superiority, will not authorize it. I may truly say, therefore, that you are happy in having me for a sinecure, friendly, and quick sighted monitor. Nothing will escape me; I shall pry for your defects, in order to correct them, as curiously as I shall seek for your perfections, in order to applaud and reward them; and with this difference only, that I shall publicly mention the latter, and never hint at the former, but in a letter to, or a tete de tete with you. I will never put you out of countenance before company; and I hope you will never give me reason to be out of countenance for you, as any one of the above mentioned defects would make me. Praeter non, curat de minimis, was a maxim in the Roman law; for causes only of a certain value were tried by him, but there were inferior jurisdictions, that took cognizance of the smallest. Now I shall try you, not only as praetor in the greatest, but as censor in lesser, and as the lowest magistrate in the least cause. I have this moment received Mr. Harte's letter of the 1st November, N. S., by which I am very glad to find that he thinks of moving toward Paris the end of this month, which looks as if his leg were better; besides, in my opinion, you both of you only lose time at Montpelier. He would find better advice, and you better company, at Paris. In the meantime, I hope you go into the best company there is at Montpelier, and there is always some at the Intendant or the Commandant's. You will have had full time to learn 'les petites chansons de Languedocienne', which are exceedingly pretty ones, both words and tunes. I remember, when I was in those parts, I was surprised at the difference which I found between the people on one side, and those on the other side of the Rhone. The Provençaux were, in general, surly, ill bred, ugly, and swarthy; the Languedocians the very reverse, a cheerful, well bred, handsome people. Adieu. Yours most affectionately. P. S. Upon reflection, I direct this letter to Paris. I think you must have left Montpelier before it could arrive there. End of Section 92. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 93 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 124. London, November 19th, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend: I was very glad to find by your letter of the 12th, New Style, that you had informed yourself so well of the state of the French marine at Toulon, and of the commerce at Marseilles. They are objects that deserve the inquiry and attention of every man who intends to be concerned in public affairs. The French are now wisely attentive to both. Their commerce is incredibly blessed within these last 30 years. They have beaten us out of a great part of our Levant trade. Their East India trade has greatly affected ours; and in the West Indies, their Martinico establishment supplies, not only France itself, but the greatest part of Europe, with sugars, whereas our islands, as Jamaica, Barbados, and the Leeward, have now no other market for theirs but England. New France, or Canada, has also greatly lessened our fur and skin trade. It is true, as you say, that we have no treaty of commerce subsisting, I do not say with Marseilles, but with France. There was a treaty of commerce made between England and France immediately after the Treaty of Utrecht, but the whole treaty was conditional, and to depend upon the Parliament's enacting certain things which were stipulated in 2 of the articles. The Parliament, after a very famous debate, would not do it, so the treaty fell to the ground. However, the outlines of that treaty are, by mutual and tacit consent, the general rules of our present commerce with France. It is true, too, that our commodities which go to France must go in our bottoms, the French having imitated in many respects our famous Act of Navigation, as it is commonly called. This act was made in the year 1652, in the Parliament held by Oliver Cromwell. It forbids all foreign ships to bring into England any merchandise or commodities whatsoever, that were not of the growth and produce of that country to which those ships belonged, under penalty of the forfeiture of such ships. This act was particularly levelled at the Dutch, who were at that time the carriers of almost all Europe, and got immensely rich by freight. Upon this principle, of the advantages arising from freight, there is a provision in the same act, that even the growth and produce of our own colonies in America shall not be carried from thence to any other country in Europe, without first touching in England; but this clause has lately been repealed, in the instances of some perishable commodities, such as rice, etc., which are allowed to be carried directly from our American colonies to other countries. The act also provides, that 2/3, I think, of those who navigate the said ships shall be British subjects. There is an excellent and little book written by the famous Monsieur Huet Evêque de Branche, sur le commerce des Anciens, which is very well worth your reading, and very soon read. It will give you a clear notion of the rise and progress of commerce. There are many other books which take up the history of commerce where Monsieur d'Avranches leaves it, and bring it down to these times. I advise you to read some of them with care, commerce being a very essential part of political knowledge in every country, but more particularly in that which owes all its riches and power to it. I come now to another part of your letter, which is the orthography, if I may call bad spelling orthography. You spell induce ENDUCE, and grandeur you spell GRANDURE, 2 faults of which very few of my housemaids would have been guilty. I must tell you that orthography, in the true sense of the word, is so absolutely necessary for a man of letters, or a gentleman, that one false spelling may fix ridicule upon him for the rest of his life; and I know a man of quality, who never recovered the ridicule of having spelled wholesome without the W. Reading with care will secure everybody from false spelling, for books are always well spelled, according to the orthography of the times. Some words are indeed doubtful, being spelled differently by different authors of equal authority, but those are few; and in those cases every man has his option, because he may plead his authority either way. But where there is but one right way, as in the two words above mentioned, it is unpardonable and ridiculous for a gentleman to miss it; even a woman of a tolerable education would despise and laugh at a lover, who should send her an ill spelled billet doux. I fear and suspect that you have taken it into your head in most cases, that the matter is all, and the manner little or nothing. If you have, undeceive yourself, and be convinced that, in everything, the manner is full as important as the matter. If you speak the sense of an angel, in bad words and with a disagreeable utterance, nobody will hear you twice. Who can help it? If you write epistles as well as Cicero, but in a very bad hand, and very ill spelled, whoever receives will laugh at them; and if you had the figure of Adonis, with an awkward air and motions, it will disgust instead of pleasing. Study manner, therefore, in everything, if you would be anything. My principal inquiries of my friends at Paris concerning you, will be relative to the manner of your doing whatever you do. I shall not inquire whether you understand Demosthenes, Tacitus, or the Jus Publicum Imperii; but I shall inquire, whether your utterance is pleasing, your style not only pure but elegant, your manners noble and easy, your air and address engaging; in short, whether you are a gentleman, a man of fashion, and fit to keep good company, or not; for till I am satisfied in these particulars, you and I must by no means meet. I could not possibly stand it. It is in your power to become all this at Paris, if you please. Consult with Lady Hervey, and Madame Monconseil upon all these matters, and they will speak to you, and advise you freely. Tell them that 'bisogna compatire ancora', that you are utterly new in the world, that you are desirous to form yourself; that you beg they will reprove, advise, and correct you; that you know that none can do it so well, and that you will implicitly follow their orders. This, together with your careful observation of the manners of the best company, will really form you. Abbe Guasco, a friend of mine, will come to you as soon as he knows of your arrival at Paris; he is well received in the best companies there, and will introduce you to them. He will be desirous to do you any service he can. He is active and curious, and can give you information upon most things. He is a sort of 'complaisant' of the President Montesquieu, to whom you have a letter. I imagine that this letter will not wait very long for you at Paris, where I reckon you will be in about a fortnight. Adieu. End of Section 93. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audio books, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 94 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 125. London, December 24th, Old Style, 1750. Dear Friend: At length you are become a Parisian, and consequently must be addressed in French. You will also answer me in the same language, that I may be able to judge of the degree in which you possess the elegance, the delicacy, and the orthography of that language which is, in a manner, become the universal one of Europe. I am assured that you speak it well, but in that well there are gradations. He who in the provinces might be reckoned to speak correctly, would at Paris be looked upon as an ancient Gaul. In that country of mode, even language is subservient to fashion, which varies almost as often as their clothes. The affected, the refined, and the neological or new fashionable style are at present too much at vogue at Paris. Know, observe, and occasionally converse, if you please, according to those different styles; but do not let your taste be infected by them. Wit too is there subservient to fashion; and actually, at Paris, one must have wit, even in despite of Minerva. Everybody runs after it, although if it does not come naturally and of itself, it can never be overtaken. But unfortunately for those who pursue, they seize upon what they take for wit, and endeavor to pass it for such upon others. This is, at best, the lot of Ixion, who embraced a cloud instead of the goddess he pursued. Fine sentiments, which never existed, false and unnatural thoughts, obscure and far sought expressions, not only unintelligible, but which it is even impossible to decipher, or to guess at, are all the consequences of this error; and two thirds of the new French books which now appear are made up of those ingredients. It is the new cookery of Parnassus, in which the still is employed instead of the pot and the spit, and where quintessences and extracts are chiefly used. N.B. The Attic salt is now prescribed. You will now and then be obliged to eat of this new cookery, but do not suffer your taste to be corrupted by it. And when you, in your turn, are desirous of treating others, take the good old cookery of Louis XIV's reign for your rule. There were at that time admirable head cooks, such as Corneille, Boileau, Racine, and La Fontaine. Whatever they prepared was simple, wholesome, and solid. By laying aside all metaphors, do not suffer yourself to be dazzled by false brilliancy, by unnatural expressions, nor by those antitheses so much in fashion. As a protection against such innovations, have a recourse to your own good sense, and to the ancient authors. On the other hand, do not laugh at those who give into such errors; you are as yet too young to act the critic, or to stand forth the severe avenger of the violated rights of good sense. Content yourself with not being perverted, but do not think of converting others. Let them quietly enjoy their errors in taste, as well as in religion. Within the course of the last century and a half, taste in France has, as well as that kingdom itself, undergone many vicissitudes. Under the reign of I do not say Louis XIII., but of Cardinal de Richelieu, good taste first began to make its way. It was refined under that of Louis XIV., a great king, at least, if not a great man. Corneille was the restorer of true taste, and the founder of the French theatre, although rather inclined to the Italian concetti and the Spanish agudeze. Witness those epigrams which he makes Ximenes utter in the greatest excess of grief. Before his time, those kind of itinerant authors, called troubadours or romanciers, were a species of madmen who attracted the admiration of fools. Toward the end of Cardinal de Richelieu's reign, and the beginning of Louis XIV's, the temple of taste was established at the Hotel of Rambouillet; but that taste was not judiciously refined. This temple of taste might more properly have been named a laboratory of wit, where good sense was put to the torture, in order to extract from it the most subtle essence. There it was that Voltaire labored hard and incessantly to create wit. At length Boileau and Moliere fixed the standard of true taste. In spite of the Scuderies, the Calpurnides, etc., they defeated and put to flight Artamenes, Juba, Orondates, and all those heroes of romance, who were, notwithstanding each of them, as good as a whole army. Those madmen then endeavored to obtain an asylum in libraries; this they could not accomplish, but were under a necessity of taking shelter in the chambers of some few ladies. I would have you read one volume of Cleopatra, and one of Clelia; it would otherwise be impossible to you to form any idea of the extravagances they contain; but God keep you from ever persevering to the 12th. During almost the whole reign of Louis XIV., true taste remained in its purity, until it received some hurt, although undesignedly, from a very fine genius. I mean Monsieur de Fontenelle, who, with the greatest sense and the most solid learning, sacrificed rather too much to the Graces, whose most favorite child and pupil he was. Admired with reason, others tried to imitate him; but, unfortunately for us, the author of the Pastorals, of the History of Oracles, and of the French Theatre, found fewer imitators than the Chevalier d'Air did mimics. He has since been taken off by 1,000 authors, but never really imitated by any one that I know of. At this time, the seat of true taste in France seems to me not well established; it exists, but torn by factions. There is one party of petites maitres, one of half learned women, another of insipid authors whose works are 'verba et voces, et praeterea nihil', and, in short, a numerous and very fashionable party of writers, who, in a metaphysical jumble, introduce their false and subtle reasonings upon the movements and the sentiments of the soul, the heart, and the mind. Do not let yourself be overpowered by fashion, nor by particular sets of people with whom you may be connected. but try all the different coins before you receive any in payment. Let your own good sense and reason be judge of the value of each, and be persuaded that nothing can be beautiful unless true; whatever brilliancy is not the result of the solidity and justness of a thought, it is but a false glare. The Italian saying upon a diamond is equally just with regard to thoughts: Quanto più sodezza, tanto più splendore. All this ought not to hinder you from conforming externally to the modes and tones of the different companies in which you may chance to be. With the 'petits maitres' speak epigrams, false sentiments, with frivolous women; and a mixture of all these together, with professed beaux esprits. I would have you do so; for at your age you ought not to aim at changing the tone of the company, but conform to it. Examine well, however, weigh all maturely within yourself, and do not mistake the tinsel of Tasso for the gold of Virgil. You will find at Paris good authors, and circles distinguished by the solidity of their reasoning. You will never hear trifling, affected, and far sought conversations, at Madame Monconseil's, nor at the hotels of Matignon and Coigny, where she will introduce you. The President Montesquieu will not speak to you in the epigrammatic style. His book, The Spirit of the Laws, written in the vulgar tongue, will equally please and instruct you. Frequent the theatre whenever Corneille, Racine, and Moliere's pieces are played. They are according to nature and to truth. I do not mean by this to give an exclusion to several admirable modern plays, particularly Cenie, imitated in English by Mr. Francis, in a play called Eugenia, replete with sentiments that are true, natural, and applicable to one's self. If you choose to know the characters of people now in fashion, read Crebillon the younger, and Marivaux's works. The former is a most excellent painter; the latter has studied, and knows the human heart, perhaps too well. Crebillon's 'Agrèmens du Coeur et de l'Esprit' is an excellent work in its kind; it will be of infinite amusement to you, and not totally useless. The Japanese history of Tanzar and Neadarne, by the same author, is an amiable extravagancy, interspersed with the most just reflections. In short, provided you do not mistake the objects of your attention, you will find matter at Paris to form a good and true taste. I shall let you remain at Paris without any person to direct your conduct. As I shall let you remain at Paris without any person to direct your conduct, I flatter myself that you will not make a bad use of the confidence I repose in you. I do not require that you should lead the life of a Capuchin friar; quite the contrary, I recommend pleasures to you, but I expect that they shall be the pleasures of a gentleman. Those add brilliancy to a young man's character, but debauchery vilifies and degrades it. I shall have very true and exact accounts of your conduct, and, according to the informations I receive, shall be more or less, or not at all, yours. Adieu. P. S. Do not omit writing to me once a week, and let your answer to this letter be in French. Conduct yourself as much as possible with the foreign ministers, which is properly traveling into different countries, without going from one place. Speak Italian to all the Italians, and German to all the Germans you meet, in order not to forget those two languages. I wish you, my dear friend, as many happy years as you deserve, and not one more. May you deserve a great number! End of Section 94. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 95 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 126. London, January 8th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: By your letter of the 5th, New Style, I find that your debut at Paris has been a good one; you are entered into good company, and I dare say you will not sink into bad. Frequent the houses where you have been once invited, and have none of that shyness which makes most of your countrymen strangers, where they might be intimate and domestic if they pleased. Wherever you have a general invitation to sup when you please, profit of it, with decency, and go every now and then. Lord Albemarle will, I am sure, be extremely kind to you, but his house is only a dinner house, and, as I am informed, frequented by no French people. Should he happen to employ you in his bureau, which I much doubt, you must write a better hand than your common one, or you will get no credit by your manuscripts, for your hand is at present an illiberal one, and it is neither a hand of business nor of a gentleman, but the hand of a schoolboy writing his exercises, which he hopes will never be read. Madame de Montconseil gives me a favorable account of you, and so do Marquis de Matignon and Madame de Bocage. They all say that you desire to please, and consequently promise me that you will; and they judge right, for whoever really desires to please, and has, as you now have, the means of learning how, certainly will please, and that is the great point of life; it makes all other things easy. Whenever you are with Madame de Montconseil, Madame de Bocage, or other women of fashion, with whom you are tolerably free, say frankly and naturally, I know little of the world, I am quite a novice in it, and although very desirous of pleasing, I am at a loss for the means. Be so good, madam, as to let me into your secret of pleasing everybody. I shall owe my success to it, and you will always have more than falls to your share. When, in consequence of this request, they shall tell you of any little error, awkwardness, or impropriety, you should not only feel, but express the warmest acknowledgment. Though nature should suffer, and she will at first hearing them, tell them that you will look upon the most severe criticisms as the greatest proof of their friendship. Madame de Bocage tells me particularly, to inform you, I shall always receive the honor of his visits with pleasure. It is true that at his age the pleasures of conversation are cold, but I will endeavor to make him acquainted with young people, etc. Make use of this invitation, and as you live, in a manner, next door to her, step in and out there frequently. Monsieur du Boccage will go with you, he tells me, with great pleasure, to the plays, and point out to you whatever deserves your knowing there. This is worth your acceptance too; he has a very good taste. I have not yet heard from Lady Hervey upon your subject; but as you inform me that you have already supped with her once, I look upon you as adopted by her; consult her in all your little matters, tell her any difficulties that may occur to you, ask her what you should do or say in such or such cases. She has l'usage du mot d'imperfection, and will help you to acquire it. Madame de Berkenrode est patrie de grace, and your quotation is very applicable to her. You may be there, I dare say, as often as you please, and I would advise you to sup there once a week. You say very justly, that as Mr. Harte is leaving you, you shall want advice more than ever; you shall never want mine; and as you have already had so much of it, I must rather repeat than add to what I have already given you; but that I will do, and add to it occasionally, as circumstances may require. At present I shall only remind you of your two great objects, which you should always attend to; they are, Parliament and foreign affairs. With regard to the former, you can do nothing while abroad but attend carefully to the purity, correctness, and elegance of your diction, the clearness and gracefulness of your utterance, in whatever language you speak. As for the parliamentary knowledge, I will take care of that when you come home. With regard to foreign affairs, everything you do abroad may and ought to tend that way. Your reading should be chiefly historical; I do not mean of remote, dark, and fabulous history, still less of gimcrack natural history of fossils, minerals, plants, etc., but I mean the useful, political, and constitutional history of Europe, for these last 3 centuries and a half. The other necessary thing for your foreign object, and not less necessary than either ancient or modern knowledge, is a great knowledge of the world, manners, politeness, address, and 'le ton de la bonne compagnie'. In that view, keeping a great deal of good company is the principal point to which you are now to attend. It seems ridiculous to tell you, but it is most certainly true, that your dancing master is at this time the man in all Europe of the greatest importance to you. You must dance well, in order to sit, stand, and walk well; and you must do all these well in order to please. What with your exercises, some reading, and a great deal of company, your day is, I confess, extremely taken up; but the day, if well employed, is long enough for everything, and I am sure you will not slattern away one moment of it in inaction. At your age, people have strong and active spirits, alacrity and vivacity in all they do, are 'imprigui', indefatigable, and quick. The difference is, that a young fellow of parts exerts all those happy dispositions in the pursuit of proper objects, endeavors to excel in the solid, and in the showish parts of life; whereas a silly puppy, or a dull rogue, throws away all his youth and spirit upon trifles, where he is serious, or upon disgraceful vices, while he aims at pleasures. This, I am sure, will not be your case. Your good sense and your good conduct hitherto, are your guarantees with me for the future. Continue only at Paris as you have begun, and your stay there will make you, what I have always wished you to be, as near perfection as our nature permits. Adieu, my dear; remember to write to me once a week, not as to a father, but without reserve as to a friend. End of Section 95, read by Professor Heatherm By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 96 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 127. London, January 14th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend, among the many good things Mr. Harte has told me of you, two in particular gave me great pleasure. The first, that you are exceedingly careful and jealous of the dignity of your character; that is the sure and solid foundation upon which you must both stand and rise. A man's moral character is a more delicate thing than a woman's reputation of chastity. A slip or two may possibly be forgiven her, and her character may be clarified by subsequent and continued good conduct; but a man's moral character once tainted is irreparably destroyed. The second was, that you had acquired a most correct and extensive knowledge of foreign affairs, such as the history, the treaties, and the forms of government of the several countries of Europe. This sort of knowledge, little attended to here, will make you not only useful, but necessary in your future destination, to carry you very far. He added that you wanted from hence some books relative to our laws and constitution, our colonies, and our commerce, of which you know less than those of any other part of Europe. I will send you what short books I can find of that sort, to give you a general notion of those things; but you cannot have time to go into their depths at present. You cannot now engage with new folios; you and I will refer the constitutional part of this country to our meeting here, when we will enter seriously into it, and read the necessary books together. In the meantime, go on in the course you are in, of foreign matters; converse with ministers and others of every country; watch the transactions of every court, and endeavor to trace them up to their source. This, with your physics, your geometry, and your exercises, will be all that you can possibly have time for at Paris; for you must allow a great deal for company and pleasures. It is they that must give you those manners, that address, that tournure of the beau monde, which will qualify you for your future destination. You must first please, in order to get the confidence, and consequently the secrets, of the courts and ministers for whom and with whom you negotiate. I will send you by the first opportunity a short book written by Lord Bolingbroke, under the name of Sir John Oldcastle, containing remarks upon the history of England, which will give you a clear general notion of our constitution, and which will serve you, at the same time, like all Lord Bolingbroke's works, for a model of eloquence and style. I will also send you Sir Josiah Child's little book upon trade, which may be properly called the Commercial Grammar. He lays down the true principles of commerce, and his conclusions from them are generally very just. Since you turn your thoughts a little toward trade and commerce, which I am very glad you do, I will recommend a French book to you, which you will easily get at Paris, and which I take to be the best book in the world of that kind. I mean the Dictionnaire de Commerce de Savoie, in 3 volumes in folio, where you will find every one thing that relates to trade, commerce, specie, exchange, etc., most clearly stated, and not only relative to France, but to the whole world. You will easily suppose that I do not advise you to read such a book 'tout de suite', but I only mean that you should have it at hand, to have recourse to occasionally. With this great stock of both useful and ornamental knowledge, which you have already acquired, and which, by your application and industry, you are daily increasing, you will lay a solid foundation of future figure and fortune, that if you complete it by the accomplishments of manners, graces, etc., I know nothing which you may not aim at, and in time hope for. Your great point, at present, at Paris, to which all other considerations must give way, is to become entirely a man of fashion; to be well bred without ceremony, easy without negligence, steady and intrepid with modesty, genteel without affectation, insinuating without meanness, cheerful without being noisy, frank without indiscretion, and secret without mysteriousness. To know the proper time and place for whatever you say or do, and to do it with an air of condition, all this is not so soon nor so easily learned as people imagine, but requires observation and time. The world is an immense folio, which demands a great deal of time and attention to be read and understood as it ought to be. You have not yet read above 4 or 5 pages of it, and you will have but barely time to dip now and then in other less important books. Lord Albemarle has, I know, wrote to a friend of his here, that you do not frequent him so much as he expected and desired; that he fears somebody or other has given you wrong impressions of him; and that I may possibly think, from your being so seldom at his house, that he has been wanting in his attentions to you. I told the person who told me this, that, on the contrary, you seemed by your letters to me, to be extremely pleased with Lord Albemarle's behavior to you, but that you were obliged to give up dining abroad during your course of experimental philosophy. I guessed the true reason, which I believe was, that as no French people frequent his house, you rather choose to dine at other places, where you were likely to meet with better company than your countrymen, and you were in the right of it. However, I would have you show no shyness to Lord Albemarle, but go to him, and dine with him oftener than it may be you would wish, for the sake of having him speak well of you here when he returns. He is a good deal in fashion here, and his puffing you, to use an awkward expression, before you return here, will be of great use to you afterward. People in general take characters, as they do most things, upon trust, rather than be at the trouble of examining them themselves; and the decisions of 4 or 5 fashionable people, in every place, are final, more particularly with regard to characters, which all can hear but few can judge of. Do not mention the least of this to any mortal, and take care that Lord Albemarle do not suspect that you know anything of the matter. Lord Huntingdon and Lord Stormont are, I hear, arrived at Paris. You have doubtless seen them. Lord Stormont is well spoken of here. However, in your connections, if you form any with them, show rather a preference to Lord Huntingdon, for reasons which you will easily guess. Mr. Harte goes this week to Cornwall, to take possession of his living. He has been installed at Windsor. He will return here in about a month, when your literary correspondence with him will be regularly carried on. Your mutual concern at parting was a good sign for both. I have this moment received good accounts of you from Paris. Go on, vous êtes en bon train. Adieu. End of Section 96. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 97 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 128. London, January 21st, Old Style, 1750. My dear Friend, in all my letters from Paris, I have the pleasure of finding, among many other good things, your docility mentioned with emphasis. This is the sure way of improving in those things which you only want. It is true they are little, but it is as true too that they are necessary things. As they are mere matters of usage and mode, it is no disgrace for anybody of your age to be ignorant of them; and the most compendious way of learning them is, fairly to avow your ignorance, and to consult those who, from long usage and experience, know them best. Good sense and good nature suggest civility in general; but in good breeding there are 1,000 little delicacies, which are established only by custom; and it is these little elegances of manners which distinguish a courtier and a man of fashion from the vulgar. I am assured by different people that your air is already much improved; and one of my correspondents makes you the true French compliment of saying, 'Faut vous promettre qu'il sera bientôt comme un de nos autres'. However unbecoming this speech may be in the mouth of a Frenchman, I am very glad that they think it applicable to you; for I would have you not only adopt, but rival, the best manners and usages of the place you are at, be they what they will. That is the versatility of manners which is so useful in the course of the world. Choose your models at Paris, and then rival them in their own way. There are fashionable words, phrases, and even gestures at Paris, which are called du bon ton; not to mention certaines petites politesses d'attention, qui ne sont rien en elles-mêmes, which fashion has rendered necessary. Make yourself master of all these things, and to such a degree, as to make the French say, 'qu'on dira que c'est une Francoise'. And when hereafter you shall be at other courts, do the same thing there, and conform to the fashionable manners and usages of the place; that is what the French themselves are not apt to do: wherever they go, they retain their own manners, as thinking them the best; but, granting them to be so, they are still in the wrong not to conform to those of the place. One would desire to please wherever one is; and nothing is more innocently flattering than an approbation, and an imitation of the people one converses with. I hope your colleges with Marcel go on prosperously. In these ridiculous, though at the same time really important lectures, pray attend, and desire your professor to attend, more particularly to the chapter of the arms. It is they that decide of a man's being genteel or otherwise, more than any other part of the body. A twist or stiffness in the wrist, will make any man in Europe look awkward. The next thing to be attended to, is your coming into a room, and presenting yourself to company. This gives the first impression, and the first impression is often a lasting one. Therefore, pray desire Professor Marcel to make you come in and go out of his room frequently, and in the supposition of different companies being there, such as ministers, women, mixed companies, etc. Those who present themselves well, have a certain dignity in their air, which, without the least seeming mixture of pride, at once engages and is respected. I should not so often repeat, nor so long dwell upon such trifles, with anybody that has had less solid and valuable knowledge than you have. Frivolous people attend to those things, 'par preference'; they know nothing else. My fear with you is, that from knowing better things, you should despise these too much, and think them of much less consequence than they really are; for they are of a great deal, and more especially to you. Pleasing and governing women may, in time, be of great service to you; they often please and govern others. A propos, are you in love with Madame de Berkenrode still, or has some other taken her place in your affections? I take it for granted that 'qua tecumque domat Venus, non erubescendis aduret ignibus; un arrangement honnête sied bien à un galant homme'. In that case I recommend to you the utmost discretion, and the profoundest silence. Bragging of, hinting at, intimating, or even affectedly disclaiming and denying such an arrangement will equally discredit you among men and women; an unaffected silence upon that subject is the only true medium. In your commerce with women, and indeed with men too, 'une certaine douceur' is particularly engaging; it is what constitutes that character which the French talk of so much, and so justly value; I mean 'l'aimable'. This 'douceur' is not so easily described as felt. It is the compound result of different things: a complaisance, a flexibility, but not a servility of manners; an air of softness in the countenance, gesture, and expression, equally whether you concur or differ with the person you converse with. Observe those carefully who have that 'douceur' that charms you and others, and your own good sense will soon enable you to discover the different ingredients of which it is composed. You must be more particularly attentive to this 'douceur' whenever you are obliged to refuse what is asked of you, or to say what in itself cannot be very agreeable to those to whom you say it. It is then the necessary gilding of a disagreeable pill. 'L'aimable' consists in 1,000 of these little things aggregately. It is the 'suavitur in modo', which I have so often recommended to you. The respectable, Mr. Harte assures me, you do not want, and I believe him. Study then carefully, and acquire perfectly, the 'aimable', and you will have everything. Abbe Guasco, who is another of your panegyrists, writes me word that he has taken you to dinner at Marquis de St. Germain, where you will be welcome as often as you please, and the oftener the better. Profit of that, upon the principle of traveling in different countries, without changing places. He says too that he will take you to the Parliament, when any remarkable cause is to be tried. That is very well; go through the several chambers of the Parliament, and see and hear what they are doing; join practice and observation to your theoretical knowledge of their rights and privileges. No Englishman has the least notion of them. I need not recommend to you to go to the bottom of the constitutional and political knowledge of countries; for Mr. Harte tells me that you have a peculiar turn that way, and have informed yourself most correctly of them. I must now put some queries to you as to a juris publici peritus, which I am sure you can answer me, and which I own I cannot answer myself, if they are upon a subject now much talked of. First, are there any particular forms requisite for the election of a king of the Romans, different from those which are necessary for the election of an emperor? Second, is not a king of the Romans as legally elected by the votes of a majority of the electors as by two-thirds, or by the unanimity of the electors? Third, is there any particular law or constitution of the empire that distinguishes, either in matter or in form, the election of a king of the Romans from that of an emperor? And is not the golden bull of Charles IV. Equally the rule for both? Fourth, were there not, at a meeting of a certain number of the electors, I have forgotten when, some rules and limitations agreed upon concerning the election of a king of the Romans, and were those restrictions legal, and did they obtain the force of law? How happy I am, my dear child, that I can apply to you for knowledge, and with a certainty of being rightly informed! It is knowledge, more than quick, flashy parts, that makes a man of business. A man who is master of his matter, twill, with inferior parts, be too hard in parliament, and indeed anywhere else, for a man of better parts, who knows his subject but superficially; and if to his knowledge he joins eloquence and elocution, he must necessarily soon be at the head of that assembly; but without those two, no knowledge is sufficient. Lord Huntingdon writes me word that he has seen you, and that you have renewed your old school acquaintance. Tell me fairly your opinion of him, and of his friend Lord Stormont, and also of the other English people of fashion you meet with. I promise you inviolable secrecy on my part. You and I must now write to each other as friends, without the least reserve. There will for the future be 1,000 things in my letters, which I would not have any mortal living but yourself see or know. Those you will easily distinguish, and neither show nor repeat, and I will do the same by you. To come to another subject, for I have a pleasure in talking over every subject with you, how deep are you in Italian? Do you understand Ariosto, Tasso, Boccaccio, and Machiavelli? If you do, you know enough of it, and may know all the rest, by reading, when you have time. Little or no business is written in Italian, except in Italy; and if you know enough of it to understand the few Italian letters that may in time come in your way, and speak Italian tolerably to those very few Italians who speak no French, give yourself no further trouble about that language till you happen to have full leisure to perfect yourself in it. It is not the same with regard to German. Your speaking and writing it well, will particularly distinguish you from every other man in England, and is, moreover, of great use to any one who is, as probably as you will be, employed in the empire. Therefore, pray cultivate them sedulously, by writing 4 or 5 lines of German every day, and by speaking it to every German you meet with. You have now got a footing in a great many good houses at Paris, in which I advise you to make yourself domestic. This is to be done by a certain easiness of carriage, and a decent familiarity; not by way of putting yourself upon the frivolous footing of being sans consequence, but by doing in some degree the honors of the house and table, calling yourself 'un badinot le galopin d'ici', saying to the masters or mistress, 'Ceci est mon departement, je me charge à veiller que je m'en acquitte à ma ville'. This sort of badinage has something engaging and liant in it, and begets that decent familiarity, which it is both agreeable and useful to establish in good houses and with people of fashion. Mere formal visits, dinners, and suppers, upon formal invitations, are not the thing; they add no connection nor information; but it is the easy, careless ingress and egress at all hours, that forms the pleasing and profitable commerce of life. The post is so negligent, that I lose some letters from Paris entirely, and receive others much later than I should. To this I ascribe my having received no letter from you for above a fortnight, which to my impatience seems a long time. I expect to hear from you once a week. Mr. Harte is gone to Cornwall, and will be back in about 3 weeks. I have a packet of books to send you by the first opportunity, which I believe will be Mr. Yorke's return to Paris. The Greek books come from Mr. Harte, and the English ones from your humble servant. Read Lord Bolingbroke's with great attention, as well to the style as to the matter. I wish you could form yourself such a style in every language. Style is the dress of thoughts; and a well dressed thought, like a well dressed man, appears to great advantage. Yours, Adieu. End of Section 97. Read by Professor Heather and Bye. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 98 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 129. London, August 28th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: A bill for £90 sterling was brought me the other day, said to be drawn upon me by you. I scrupled paying it at first, not upon account of the sum, but because you had sent me no letter of advice, which is always done in those transactions, and still more, because I did not perceive that you had signed it. The person who presented it desired me to look again, and that I should discover your name at the bottom. Accordingly I looked again, and with the help of my magnifying glass, did perceive that what I had first taken only for somebody's mark, was in truth your name, written in the worst and smallest hand I ever saw in my life. However, I paid it at a venture, though I would almost rather lose the money, than that such a signature should be yours. All gentlemen, and all men of business, write their names always in the same way, that their signatures may be so well known as not to be easily counterfeited, and they generally sign in rather larger character than their common hand, whereas your name was in a less and a worse than your common writing. This suggested to me the various accidents which may very probably happen to you, while you write so ill. For instance, if you were to write in such a character to the secretary's office, your letter would immediately be sent to the decipherer, as containing matters of the utmost secrecy, not fit to be trusted to the common character. If you were to write so to an antiquarian, he, knowing you to be a man of learning, would certainly try it by the Runic, Celtic, or Sclavonian alphabet, never suspecting it to be a modern character. And if you were to send a poulet to a fine woman, in such a hand, she would think that it really came from the poulailler, which, by the by, is the etymology of the word poulet; for Henry IV. of France used to send billets doux to his mistresses by his poulailler, under pretence of sending them chickens, which gave the name of poulet to those short but expressive manuscripts. I have often told you that every man who has the use of his eyes and of his hand can write whatever hand he pleases, and it is plain that you can, since you write both the Greek and German characters, which you never learned of a writing master, extremely well, though your common hand, which you learned of a master, is an exceedingly bad and illiberal one, equally unfit for business or common use. I do not desire that you should write the labored, stiff character of a writing master. A man of business must write quick and well, and that depends simply upon use. I would therefore advise you to get some very good writing master at Paris, and apply to it for a month only, which will be sufficient; for, upon my word, the writing of a genteel, plain hand of business is of much more importance than you think. You will say, it may be, that when you write so very ill, it is because you are in a hurry; to which I answer, why are you ever in a hurry? A man of sense may be in haste, but can never be in a hurry, because he knows that whatever he does in a hurry, he must necessarily do very ill. He may be in haste to dispatch an affair, but he will care not to let that haste hinder his doing it well. Little minds are in a hurry, when the object proves, as it commonly does, too big for them; they run, they hare, they puzzle, confound, and perplex themselves; they want to do everything at once, and never do it at all. But a man of sense takes the time necessary for doing the thing he is about well, and his haste to dispatch a business only appears by the continuity of his application to it. He pursues it with a cool steadiness, and finishes it before he begins any other. I own your time is much taken up, and you have a great many different things to do; but remember that you had much better do half of them well and leave the other half undone, than do them all indifferently. Moreover, the few seconds that are saved in the course of the day, by writing ill instead of well, do not amount to an object of time by any means equivalent to the disgrace or ridicule of writing the scrawl of a common whore. Consider that if your very bad writing could furnish me with a matter of ridicule, What will it not do to others who do not view you in that partial light that I do? There was a pope, I think it was Cardinal Chigi, who was justly ridiculed for his attention to little things, and his inability in great ones, and therefore called Maximus in minimis and minimus in maximus. Why? Because he attended to little things when he had great ones to do. At this particular period of your life, and at the place you are now in, you have only little things to do, and you should make it habitual to you to do them well, that they may require no attention from you when you have, as I hope you will have, greater things to mind. Make a good handwriting familiar to you now, that you may hereafter have nothing but your matter to think of, when you have occasion to write to kings and ministers. Dance, dress, present yourself habitually well now, that you may have none of those little things to think of hereafter, and which will all be necessary to be done well occasionally, when you will have far greater things to do. As I am eternally thinking of everything that can be relative to you, one thing has occurred to me which I think necessary to mention to you, in order to prevent the difficulties which it might otherwise lay you under. It is this: as you get more acquaintances at Paris, it will be impossible for you to frequent your first acquaintances so much as you did, while you had no others. As, for example, at your first debut, I suppose you were chiefly at Madame Monconseil's, Lady Hervey's, and Madame du Boccage's. Now that you have got so many other houses, you cannot be at theirs so often as you used; but pray take care not to give them the least reason to think that you neglect or despise them, for the sake of new and more dignified and shining acquaintances, which would be ungrateful and imprudent on your part, and never forgiven on theirs. Call upon them often, though you do not stay with them so long as formerly. Tell them that you are sorry you are obliged to go away, but that you have such and such engagements, with which good breeding obliges you to comply, and insinuate that you would rather stay with them. In short, take care to make as many personal friends, and as few personal enemies as possible. I do not mean, by personal friends, intimate and confidential friends, of which no man can hope to have above half a dozen in the whole course of his life; but I mean friends in the common acceptation of the word, that is, people who speak well of you, and who would rather do you good than harm, consistently with their own interest and no further. Upon the whole, I recommend to you again and again 'les graces'. Adorned by them, you may in a manner do what you please; it will be approved of; without them, your best qualities will lose half their efficacy. Endeavor to be fashionable among the French, which will soon make you fashionable here. Monsieur de Matignon already calls you 'le petit Francois'. If you can get that name generally at Paris, it will put you a la mode. Adieu, my dear child. End of Section 98, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 99 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 130. London, February 4th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: The accounts which I receive of you from Paris grow every day more and more satisfactory. Lord Albemarle has written a sort of panegyric of you, which has been seen by many people here, and which will be a very useful forerunner for you. Being in fashion is an important point for anybody anywhere, but it would be a very great one for you to be established in the fashion here before you return. Your business will be half done by it, as I am sure you would not give people reason to change their favorable presentiments of you. The good that is said of you will not, I am convinced, make you a coxcomb; and, on the other hand, the being thought still to want some little accomplishments, will, I am persuaded, not mortify you, but only animate you to acquire them. I will, therefore, give you both fairly, in the following extract of a letter which I lately received from an impartial and discerning friend. Permit me to assure you, Sir, that Mr. Stanhope will succeed. He has a great fund of knowledge, and an uncommonly good memory, although he does not make any parade of either the one or the other. He is desirous of pleasing, and he will please. He has an expressive countenance; his figure is elegant, though little. He has not the least awkwardness, though he has not as yet acquired all the graces requisite, which Marcel and the ladies will soon give him. In short, he wants nothing but those things which, at his age, must unavoidably be wanting; I mean a certain turn and delicacy of manners, which are to be acquired only by time, and in good company. Ready as he is, he will soon learn them, particularly as he frequents such companies as are the most proper to give them. By this extract, which I can assure you is a faithful one, you and I have both of us the satisfaction of knowing how much you have, and how little you want. Let what you have give you, if possible, rather more seeming modesty, but at the same time more interior firmness and assurance; and let what you want, which you see is very attainable, redouble your attention and endeavors to acquire it. You have, in truth, but that one thing to apply to, and a very pleasing application it is, since it is through pleasures you must arrive at it: company, suppers, balls, spectacles, which show you the models upon which you should form yourself, and all the little usages, customs, and delicacies, which you must adopt and make habitual to you, are now your only schools and universities, in which young fellows and fine women will give you the best lectures. Monsieur de Bocage is another of your panegyrists, and he tells me that Madame Bocage a pris avec vous le ton de mis et de bon, and that you like it very well. You are in the right of it; it is the way of improving; endeavor to be upon that footing with every woman you converse with, excepting where there may be a tender point of connection, a point which I have nothing to do with; but if such a one there is, I hope she has not 'du mauvais nid de vilain bras', which I agree with you in thinking a very disagreeable thing. I have sent you, by the opportunity of Pollock the courier, who was once my servant, 2 little parcels of Greek and English books, and shall send you 2 more by Mr. Yorke; but I accompany them with this caution, that as you have not much time to read, you should employ it in reading what is the most necessary, and that is indisputably modern historical, geographical, chronological, and political knowledge; the present constitution, maxims, force, riches, trade, commerce, characters, parties, and cabals of the several courts of Europe. Many who are reckoned good scholars, although they know pretty accurately the governments of Athens and Rome, are totally ignorant of the constitution of any one country now in Europe, even of their own. Read just Latin and Greek enough to keep up your classical learning, which will be an ornament to you while young, and a comfort to you when old. But the true useful knowledge, and especially for you, is the modern knowledge above mentioned. It is that which must qualify you for both domestic and foreign business; and it is to that, therefore, that you should principally direct your attention; and I know with great pleasure that you do so. I would not thus commend you to yourself, if I thought commendations would have upon you those ill effects which they frequently have upon weak minds. I think you are much above being a vain coxcomb, overrating your own merit, and insulting others with the superabundance of it. On the contrary, I am convinced that the consciousness of merit makes a man of sense more modest, though more firm. A man who displays his own merit is a coxcomb, and a man who does not know it is a fool. A man of sense knows it, exerts it, avails himself of it, but never boasts of it, and always seems rather to under than overvalue it, though in truth he sets the right value upon it. It is a very true maxim of La Bruyere's, an author well worth your studying, 'Qu'on ne vaut dans ce monde que ce que l'on veut valoir'. A man who is really diffident, timid, and bashful, be his merit what it will, never can push himself in the world; his despondency throws him into inaction, and the forward, the bustling, and the petulant, will always get the better of him. The manner makes the whole difference. What would be impudence in one manner, is only a proper and a decent assurance in another. A man of sense, and of knowledge in the world, will assert his own rights, and pursue his own objects, as steadily and intrepidly as the most impudent man living, and commonly more so; but then he has art enough to give an outward air of modesty to all he does. This engages and prevails, while the very same things shock and fail, from the overbearing or impudent manner only of doing them. I repeat my maxim, 'Suaviter in modo, sed fortiter in re'. Would you know the characters, modes, and manners of the latter end of the last age, which are very like those of the present, read La Bruyere; but would you know man, independently of modes, read La Rochefoucault, who, I am afraid, paints him very exactly. Give the enclosed to Abbe Guasco, of whom you make good use, to go about with you, and see things. Between you and me, he has more knowledge than parts. Mais un habile homme sait tirer parti de tout, and everybody is good for something. President Montesquieu is, in every sense, a most useful acquaintance. He has parts, joined to great reading and knowledge of the world. Puisez dans cette sauce tant que vous pourrez. Adieu. May the Graces attend you, for without them 'ogni fatica è vana'. If they do not come to you willingly, ravish them, and force them to accompany you in all you think, all you say, and all you do. End of Section 99. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 100 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 131. London, February 11th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend, when you go to the play, which I hope you do often, for it is a very instructive amusement, you must certainly have observed the very different effects which the several parts have upon you, according as they are well or ill acted. The very best tragedy of Corneille's, if well spoken and acted, interests, engages, agitates, and affects your passions. Love, terror, and pity alternately possess you. But if ill spoken and acted, it would only excite your indignation or your laughter. Why? It is still Corneille's; it is the same sense, the same matter, whether well or ill acted. It is, then, merely the manner of speaking and acting that makes this great difference in the effects. Apply this to yourself, and conclude from it, that if you would either please in a private company, or persuade in a public assembly, air, looks, gestures, graces, enunciation, proper accents, just emphasis, and tuneful cadences, are full as necessary as the matter itself. Let awkward, ungraceful, inelegant, and dull fellows say what they will in behalf of their solid matter and strong reasonings, and let them despise all those graces and ornaments which engage the senses and captivate the heart. They will find, though they will possibly wonder why, that their rough, unpolished matter, and their unadorned, coarse, but strong arguments, will neither please nor persuade, but, on the contrary, will tire out attention and excite disgust. We are so made, we love to be pleased better than to be informed. Information is, in a certain degree, mortifying, as it implies our previous ignorance; it must be sweetened to be palatable. To bring this directly to you, know that no man can make a figure in this country but by Parliament. Your fate depends upon your success there as a speaker; and take my word for it, that success turns much more upon manner than matter. Mr. Pitt and Mr. Murray, the Solicitor General, uncle to Lord Stormont, are, beyond comparison, the best speakers. Why? Only because they are the best orators. They alone can inflame or quiet the House. They alone are so attended to, in that numerous and noisy assembly, that you might hear a pin fall while either of them is speaking. Is it that their matter is better, or their arguments stronger than other people's? Does the House expect extraordinary informations from them? Not in the least; but the House expects pleasure from them, and therefore attends; finds it, and therefore approves. Mr. Pitt, particularly, has very little parliamentary knowledge; his matter is generally flimsy, and his arguments often weak; but his eloquence is superior, his action graceful, his enunciation just and harmonious; his periods are well turned, and every word he makes use of is the very best, and the most expressive, that can be used in that place. This, and not his matter, made him pay Minister, in spite of both King and Ministers. From this draw the obvious conclusion. The same thing holds fullest true in conversation, where even trifles, elegantly expressed, well looked, and accompanied with graceful action, will ever please, beyond all the homespun, unadorned sense in the world. Reflect on one side how you feel within yourself, while you are forced to suffer the tedious, muddy, and ill-turned narration of some awkward fellow, even though the fact may be interesting; and, on the other hand, with what pleasure you attend to the relation of a much less interesting matter, when elegantly expressed, genteelly turned, and gracefully delivered. By attending carefully to all these agremens in your daily conversation, they will become habitual to you, before you come into Parliament, and you will have nothing then to do but to raise them a little when you come there. I would wish you to be so attentive to this object, that I would not have you speak to your footman but in the very best words that the subject admits of, be the language what it will. Think of your words, and of their arrangement, before you speak; choose the most elegant, and place them in the best order. Consult your own ear, to avoid cacophony, and, what is very near as bad, monotony. Think also of your gestures and looks, when you are speaking even upon the most trifling subjects. The same things, differently expressed, looked, and delivered, cease to be the same things. The most passionate lover in the world cannot make a stronger declaration of love than the bourgeois gentilhomme does in this happy form of words: Mourir d'amour me font belle marquise vos beaux yeux. I defy anybody to say more, and yet I would advise nobody to say that; and I would recommend to you rather to smother and conceal your passion entirely than to reveal it in these words. Seriously, this holds in everything, as well as in that ludicrous instance. The French, to do them justice, attend very minutely to the purity, the correctness, and the elegance of their style in conversation and in their letters. Bien narrer is an object of their study; and though they sometimes carry it to affectation, they never sink into inelegance, which is much the worse extreme of the two. Observe them, and form your French style upon theirs; for elegance in one language will reproduce itself in all. I knew a young man, who, being just elected a member of Parliament, was laughed at for being discovered, through the keyhole of his chamber door, speaking to himself in the glass, and forming his looks and gestures. I could not join in that laugh, but, on the contrary, thought him much wiser than those who laughed at him; for he knew the importance of those little graces in a public assembly, and they did not. Your little person, which, I am told, by the way, is not ill turned, whether in a laced coat or a blanket, is specifically the same; but yet I believe you choose to wear the former, and you are in the right, for the sake of pleasing more. The worst bred man in Europe, if a lady let fall her fan, would certainly take it up and give it her; the best bred man in Europe could do no more. The difference, however, would be considerable; the latter would please by doing it gracefully, the former would be laughed at for doing it awkwardly. I repeat it, and repeat it again, and shall never cease repeating it to you: air, manners, graces, style, elegance, and all those ornaments, must now be the only objects of your attention; it is now or never that you must acquire them. Postpone, therefore, all other considerations; make them now your serious study; you have not one moment to lose. The solid and the ornamental united are undoubtedly best; but were I reduced to make an option, I should without hesitation choose the latter. I hope you assiduously frequent Marcel, the most celebrated dancing master at Paris, and carry graces from him; nobody had more to spare than he had formerly. Have you learned to carve? For it is ridiculous not to carve well. A man who tells you gravely that he cannot carve, may as well tell you that he cannot blow his nose; it is both as necessary and as easy. Make my compliments to Lord Huntingdon, whom I love and honor extremely, as I dare say you do. I will write to him soon, though I believe he has hardly time to read a letter; and my letters to those I love are, as you know by experience, not very short ones. This is one proof of it, and this would have been longer, if the paper had been so. Good night, then, my dear child. End of Section 100, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 101 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 132. London, February 28th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: This epigram in Martial, Non amo te, sabidi, nec possum dicere quare, hac tantum possum dicere, non amo te; or, I do not love thee, Dr. Fell, the reason why I cannot tell; but this I know and know full well, I do not love thee, Dr. Fell, has puzzled a great many people, who cannot conceive how it is possible not to love anybody, and yet not to know the reason why. I think I conceive Martial's meaning very clearly, though the nature of the epigram, which is to be short, would not allow him to explain it more fully; and I take it to be this: O Sabidis, you are a very worthy, deserving man; you have 1,000 good qualities; you have a great deal of learning; I esteem, I respect, but for the soul of me I cannot love you, though I cannot particularly say why. You are not amiable; you have not those engaging manners, those pleasing attentions, those graces, and that address, which are absolutely necessary to please, though impossible to define. I cannot say it is this or that particular thing that hinders me from loving you; it is the whole together, and upon the whole you are not agreeable. How often have I, in the course of my life, found myself in this situation, with regard to many of my acquaintance, whom I have honored and respected, without being able to love. I did not know why, because when one is young, one does not take the trouble, nor allow one's self the time, to analyze one's sentiments, and to trace them up to their source. But subsequent observation and reflection have taught me why. There is a man whose moral character, deep learning, and superior parts, I acknowledge, admire, and respect, but whom it is so impossible for me to love, that I am almost in a fever whenever I am in his company. His figure, without being deformed, seems made to disgrace or ridicule the common structure of the human body; his legs and arms are never in the position which, according to the situation of his body, they ought to be in, but constantly employed in committing acts of hostility upon the Graces. He throws anywhere but down his throat, whatever he means to drink, and only mangles what he means to carve. Inattentive to all the regards of social life, he mistimes or misplaces everything. He disputes with heat, indiscriminately, mindless of the rank, character, and situation of those with whom he disputes; absolutely ignorant of the several gradations of familiarity or respect; he is exactly the same to his superiors, his equals, and his inferiors, and therefore, by a necessary consequence, absurd to 2 of the 3. Is it possible to love such a man? No. The utmost I can do for him, is to consider him as a respectable Hottentot. This mot was exclaimed at Dr. Johnson in retaliation for his famous letter. Remember that when I came from Cambridge, I had acquired, among the pedants of that illiberal seminary, a sauciness of literature, a turn to satire and contempt, and a strong tendency to argumentation and contradiction. But I had been but a very little while in the world, before I found that this would by no means do, and I immediately adopted the opposite character. I concealed what learning I had, I applauded often without approving, and I yielded commonly without conviction. 'Suaviter in modo' was my law and my prophet; and if I pleased, between you and me, it was much more owing to that, than to any superior knowledge or merit of my own. A propos, the word pleasing puts one always in mind of Lady Hervey; pray tell her that I declare her responsible to me for your pleasing; that I consider her as a pleasing Falstaff, who not only pleases herself, but is the cause of pleasing in others; that I know she can make anything of anybody; and that, as your governess, if she does not make you please, it must only be because she will not, and not because she cannot. I hope you are 'du bois dont on en fait'; and if so, she is so good a sculptor, that I am sure she can give you whatever form she pleases. A versatility of manners is as necessary in social, as a versatility of parts is in political life. One must often yield, in order to prevail; one must humble one's self to be exalted; one must, like St. Paul, become all things to all men, to gain some; and, by the way, men are taken by the same means, 'mutatis mutandis', that women are gained, by gentleness, insinuation, and submission; and these lines of Mr. Dryden will hold to a minister as well as to a mistress: The prostrate lover, when he lowest lies, But stoops to conquer, and but kneels to rise. In the course of the world, the qualifications of the chameleon are often necessary; nay, they must be carried a little further, and exerted a little sooner; for you should, to a certain degree, take the hue of either the man or the woman that you want, and wish to be upon terms with. A propos, have you yet found out at Paris any friendly and hospitable Madame de Lursay, qui veut bien se charger du soin de vous eduquer? And have you had any occasion of representing to her 'qu'elle fait donc les nœuds'? But I ask your pardon, Sir, for the abruptness of the question, and acknowledge that I am meddling with matters that are out of my department. However, in matters of less importance, I desire to be de vos secrets le fidèle dispositeur. Trust me with the general turn and colour of your amusements at Paris. Is it le fracas du grand monde, comédie, bal, opéra, cour, etc., or is it des petites sociétés, moins bouillants, mais pas pour cela moins agréables? Where are you the most établi? Where are you le petit stanhope? Voyez-vous encore jour à quelque arrangement honnête? Have you made any acquaintances among the young Frenchmen who ride at your academy, and who are they? Send to me this sort of chit-chat in your letters, which, by the by, I wish you would honour me with somewhat oftener. If you frequent any of the myriads of polite Englishmen who infest Paris, who are they? Have you finished with Abbe Nollet, and are you au fait of all the properties and effects of air? Were I inclined to quibble, I would say that the effects of air, at least, are to be best learned of Marcel. If you have quite done with l'Abbe Nollet, I ask my friend l'Abbe Salier to recommend to you some maigre philomath, to teach you a little geometry and astronomy, not enough to absorb your attention and puzzle your intellects, but only enough not to be grossly ignorant of either. I have of late been a sort of astronomie malgré moi, by bringing in last Monday into the House of Lords a bill for reforming our present calendar and taking the new style. Upon which occasion I was obliged to talk some astronomical jargon, of which I did not understand one word, but got it by heart, and spoke it by rote from a master. I wished that I had known a little more of it myself, and so much would I have you know. But the great and necessary knowledge of all is, to know yourself and others. This knowledge requires great attention and long experience. Exert the former, and may you have the latter. Adieu. P.S. I have this moment received your letters of the 27th February and the 2nd March, New Style. The seals shall be done as soon as possible. I am glad that you are employed in Lord Albemarle's bureau. It will teach you at least the mechanical part of that business, such as folding, entering, and docketing letters; for you must not imagine that you are let into the fin of the correspondence; nor, indeed, is it fit that you should, at your age. However, use yourself to secrecy as to the letters you either read or write, that in time you may be trusted with secret, very secret, separate, apart, etc. I am sorry that this business interferes with your writing; I hope it is seldom, but I insist upon its not interfering with your dancing master, who is at this time the most useful and necessary of all the masters you have or can have. End of Section 101. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 102 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 133. My dear Friend, I mentioned to you, some time ago, a sentence which I would most earnestly wish you would always to retain in your thoughts, and observe in your conduct. It is suaviter in modo, fortiter in re, gentleness of manners with firmness of mind. I do not know any one rule so unexceptionably useful and necessary in every part of life. I shall therefore take it for my text today, and as old men love preaching, and I have some right to preach to you, I here present you with my sermon upon these words. To proceed, then, regularly and pulpitically, I will first show you, my beloved, the necessary connection of the two members of my text, suaviter in modo, fortiter in re. In the next place, I shall set forth the advantages and utility resulting from a strict observance of the precept contained in my text, and conclude with an application of the whole. The suaviter in modo alone would degenerate and sink into a mean, timid complaisance and passiveness, if not supported and dignified by the fortiter in re, which would also run into impetuosity and brutality, if not tempered and softened by the suaviter in modo. However, they are seldom united. The warm, choleric man, with strong animal spirits, despises the suaviter in modo, and thinks to carry all before him by the fortiter in re. He may possibly, by great accident, now and then succeed, when he has only weak and timid people to deal with; but his general fate will be to shock and offend, to be hated, and fail. On the other hand, the cunning, crafty man thinks to gain all his ends by the suaviter in modo only; he becomes all things to all men; he seems to have no opinion of his own, and servilely adopts the present opinion of the present person; he insinuates himself only into the esteem of fools, but is soon detected, and surely despised by everybody else. The wise man, who differs as much from the cunning as from the choleric man, alone joins the suaviter in modo with the fortiter in re. Now to the advantages arising from the strict observance of this precept. If you are in authority, and have a right to command, your commands delivered suaviter in modo will be willingly, cheerfully, and consequently well obeyed; whereas, if given only fortiter, that is, brutally, they will rather, as Tacitus says, be interrupted than executed. For my own part, if I bid my footman bring me a glass of wine, in a rough, insulting manner, I should expect that, in obeying me, he would contrive to spill some of it upon me; and I am sure I should deserve it. A cool, steady resolution should show that where you have a right to command you will be obeyed; but, at the same time, a gentleness in the manner of enforcing that obedience should make it a cheerful one, and soften as much as possible the mortifying consciousness of inferiority. If you are to ask a favor, or even to solicit your due, you must do it suaviter in modo, or you will give those who have a mind to refuse you, either a pretense to do it, by resenting the manner; but on the other hand you must, by a steady perseverance and decent tenaciousness, show the fortiter in re. The right motives are seldom the true ones of men's actions, especially of kings, ministers, and people in high stations, who often give to importunity and fear what they would refuse to justice or merit. By the suaviter in modo, engage their hearts, if you can; at least prevent the pretense of offense, but take care to show enough of the fortiter in re to extort from their love of ease, or their fear, what you might in vain hope for from their justice or good nature. People in high life are hardened to the wants and distresses of mankind, as surgeons are to their bodily pains; they see and hear of them all day long, and even of so many simulated ones, that they do not know which are real, and which are not. Other sentiments are therefore to be applied to, than those of mere justice and humanity; their favor must be captivated by the suaviter in modo, their love of ease disturbed by unwearied importunity, or their fears wrought upon by a decent imitation of implacable, cool resentment. This is the true fortiter in re. This precept is the only way I know in the world of being loved without being despised, and feared without being hated. It constitutes the dignity of character which every wise man must endeavor to establish. Now to apply what has been said, and so conclude. If you find that you have a hastiness in your temper, which unguardedly breaks out into indiscreet sallies, or rough expressions, to either your superiors, your equals, or your inferiors, watch it narrowly, check it carefully, and call the suaviter in modo to your assistance. At the first impulse of passion, be silent till you can be soft. Labor even to get the command of your countenance so well, that those emotions may not be read in it; a most unspeakable advantage in business. On the other hand, let no complaisance, no gentleness of temper, no weak desire of pleasing on your part, no wheedling, coaxing, nor flattery on other people's, make you recede one jot from any point that reason and prudence have bid you pursue; but return to the charge, persist, persevere, and you will find most things attainable that are possible. A yielding, timid meekness is always abused and insulted by the unjust and the unfeeling; but when sustained by the fortiter in re, is always respected, commonly successful. In your friendships and connections, as well as your enmities, this rule is particularly useful. Let your firmness and vigor preserve and invite attachments to you; but at the same time let your manner hinder the enemies of your friends and dependents from becoming yours; let your enemies be disarmed by the gentleness of your manner, but let them feel, at the same time, the steadiness of your resentment; for there is a great difference between bearing malice, which is always ungenerous, and a resolute self defense, which is always prudent and justifiable. In negotiations with foreign ministers, remember the fortiter in re; give up no point, accept of no expedient, till the utmost necessity reduces you to it; and even then, dispute the ground inch by inch, But then, when you are contending with the minister fortiter in re, remember to gain the man by the suaviter in modo. If you engage his heart, you have a fair chance for imposing upon his understanding, and determining his will. Tell him, in a frank, gallant manner, that your ministerial wrangles do not lessen your personal regard for his merit, but, on the contrary, his zeal and ability in the service of his master increase it, and that of all things you desire to make a good friend of so good a servant. By these means you may, and will very often be, a gainer; you can never be a loser. Some people cannot gain upon themselves to be easy and civil to those who are either their rivals, competitors, or opposers, though, independently of those accidental circumstances, they would like and esteem them. They betray a shyness and an awkwardness in company with them, and catch at any little thing to expose them; and so, from temporary and only occasional opponents, make them their personal enemies. This is exceedingly weak and detrimental, as indeed is all humor in business, which can only be carried on successfully by unadulterated good policy and right reasoning. In such situations I would be more particularly and noblement civil, easy, and frank with the man whose designs I traversed. This is commonly called generosity and magnanimity, but is in truth good sense and policy. The manner is often as important as the matter, sometimes more so. A favor may make an enemy, and an injury may make a friend, according to the different manner in which they are severally done. The countenance, the address, the words, the enunciation, the graces, add great efficacy to the suaviter in modo, and great dignity to the fortiter in re, and consequently they deserve the utmost attention. From what has been said, I conclude with this observation, that gentleness of manners, with firmness of mind, is a short but full description of human perfection on this side of religious and moral duties. That you may be seriously convinced of this truth, and show it in your life and conversation, is the most sincere and ardent wish of yours. Section 102. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 103 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 134. London, March 11th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend, I received by the last post a letter from Abbe Guasco, in which he joins his representations to those of Lord Albemarle, against your remaining any longer in your very bad lodgings at the Academy; and as I do not find that any advantage can arise to you from being interne in an Academy which is full as far from the writing house and from all your other masters as your lodgings will probably be, I agree to your removing to an Hotel Garni. The Abbe will help you to find one, as I desire him by the inclosed, which you will give him. I must, however, annex one condition to your going into private lodgings, which is an absolute exclusion of English breakfasts and suppers at them. The former consume the whole morning, and the latter employ the evenings very ill, in senseless toasting a l'Angloise in their infernal claret. You will be sure to go to the writing house as often as possible, that is, whenever your new business at Lord Albemarle's does not hinder you. But at all events, I insist upon your never missing Marcel, who is at present of more consequence to you than all the bureaux in Europe; for this is the time for you to acquire 'tous ces petits riens', which, though in an arithmetical account, added to one another ad infinitum, they would amount to nothing, in the account of the world amount to a great deal and important sum. Les agremens et les graces, without which you will never be anything, are absolutely made up of all those riens, which are more easily felt than described. By the way, you may take your lodgings for 1 whole year certain, by which means you may get them much cheaper; for though I intend to see you here in less than a year, it will be but for a little time, and you will return to Paris again, where I intend you shall stay till the end of April 12th, 1752, at which time, provided you have got all la politesse, les manieres, les attentions, et les graces du beau monde, I shall place you in some business suitable to your destination. I have received at last your present of the cartoon, from Domenichino, by Planchet. It is very finely done; it is a pity he did not take in all the figures of the original. I will hang it up, where it shall be your own again some time or other. Mr. Harte is returned in perfect health from Cornwall, and has taken possession of his prebendal house at Windsor, which is a very pretty one. As I dare say you will always feel, I hope you will always express, the strongest sentiments of gratitude and friendship for him. Write to him frequently, and attend to the letters you receive from him. He shall be with us at Blackheath, alias Babiole, all the time that I propose you shall be there, which I believe will be the month of August next. Having thus mentioned to you the probable time of our meeting, I will prepare you a little for it. Hatred, jealousy, or envy, make most people attentive to discover the least defects of those they do not love. They rejoice at every new discovery they make of that kind, and take care to publish it. I thank God I do not know what those three ungenerous passions are, having never felt them in my own breast; but love has just the same effect upon me, except that I conceal, instead of publishing, the defects which my attention makes me discover in those I love. I curiously pry into them, I analyze them, and wishing either to find them perfect, or to make them so, nothing escapes me, and I soon discover every the least gradation toward or from that perfection. You must therefore expect the most critical examen that ever anybody underwent. I shall discover your least, as well as your greatest defects, and I shall very freely tell you of them. Non quod odio habeam sed quod emen; but I shall tell you them tete a tete, and as missio, not as demia, and I will tell them to nobody else. I think it but fair to inform you beforehand, where I suspect that my criticisms are likely to fall; and that is more upon the outward than upon the inward man. I neither suspect your heart nor your head; but, to be plain with you, I have a strange distrust of your air, your address, your manners, your 'tournure', and particularly of your enunciation and elegance of style. These will all be put to the trial; for while you are with me, you must do the honors of my house and table; the least inaccuracy or inelegance will not escape me, as you will find by a look at the time, and by a remonstrance afterward when we are alone. You will see a great deal of company of all sorts at Babiole, and particularly foreigners. Make, therefore, in the meantime, all these exterior and ornamental qualifications your peculiar care, and disappoint all my imaginary schemes of criticism. Some authors have criticised their own works first, in hopes of hindering others from doing it afterward; but then they do it themselves with so much tenderness and partiality for their own production, that not only the production itself, but the preventive criticism, is criticized. I am not one of those authors; but, on the contrary, my severity increases with my fondness for my work; and if you will but effectually correct all the faults I shall find, I will insure you from all subsequent criticisms from other quarters. Have you got a little into the interior, into the constitution of things at Paris? Have you seen what you have seen thoroughly? For, by the way, few people see what they see, or hear what they hear. For example, if you go to Les Invalides, do you content yourself with seeing the building, the hall where 300 or 400 cripples dine, and the galleries where they lie? Or do you inform yourself of the numbers, the conditions of their admission, their allowance, the value and nature of the fund by which the whole is supported? This latter I call seeing; the former is only starting. Many people take the opportunity of 'les vacances' to go and see the empty rooms where the several chambers of the parliament did sit, which rooms are exceedingly like all other large rooms. When you go there, let it be when they are full; see and hear what is doing in them; learn their respective constitutions, jurisdictions, objects, and methods of proceeding; hear some cases tried in every one of the different chambers; 'approfondissez les choses'. I am glad to hear that you are so well at Marquis de St. Germain, the ambassador from the King of Sardinia at the court of France, of whom I hear a very good character. How are you with the other foreign ministers at Paris? Do you frequent the Dutch ambassador or ambassadress? Have you any footing at the nuncios, or at the imperial and Spanish ambassadors? It is useful. Be more particular in your letters to me, as to your manner of passing your time, and the company you keep. Where do you dine and sup oftenest? Whose house is most your home? Adieu. Les graces, les graces. End of Section 103. Read by Professor Heather and Bye. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 104 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 135. London, March 18th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend, I acquainted you in a former letter that I had brought a bill into the House of Lords for correcting and reforming our present calendar, which is the Julian, and for adopting the Gregorian. I will now give you a more particular account of that affair, from which reflections will naturally occur to you that I hope may be useful, and which I fear you have not made. It was notorious that the Julian calendar was erroneous, and had overcharged the solar year with 11 days. Pope Gregory XIII corrected this error. His reformed calendar was immediately received by all the Catholic powers of Europe, and afterward adopted by all the Protestant ones except Russia, Sweden, and England. It was not, in my opinion, very honorable for England to remain in a gross and avowed error, especially in such company. The inconveniency of it was likewise felt by all those who had foreign correspondences, whether political or mercantile. I determined, therefore, to attempt the reformation. I consulted the best lawyers and the most skillful astronomers, and we cooked up a bill for that purpose. But then my difficulty began. I was to bring in this bill, which was necessarily composed of law jargon and astronomical calculations, to both which I am an utter stranger. However, it was absolutely necessary to make the House of Lords think that I knew something of the matter, and also to make them believe that they knew something of it themselves, which they do not. For my own part, I could just as soon have talked Celtic or Slavonian to them as astronomy, and they would have understood me full as well. So I resolved to do better than speak to the purpose, and to please instead of informing them. I gave them, therefore, only an historical account of calendars, from the Egyptian down to the Gregorian, amusing them now and then with little episodes; but I was particularly attentive to the choice of my words, to the harmony and roundness of my periods, to my elocution, to my action. This succeeded, and will ever succeed. They thought I informed, because I pleased them; and many of them said that I had made the whole very clear to them, when, God knows, I had not even attempted it. Lord Macclesfield, who had the greatest share in forming the bill, and who is one of the greatest mathematicians and astronomers in Europe, spoke afterward with infinite knowledge, and all the clearness that so intricate a matter would admit of; but as his words, his periods, and his utterance were not near so good as mine, the preference was most unanimously, though most unjustly, given to me. This will ever be the case. Every numerous assembly is mob, let the individuals who compose it be what they will. Mere reason and good sense is never to be talked to a mob. Their passions, their sentiments, their senses, and their seeming interests are alone to be applied to. Understanding they have collectively none, but they have ears and eyes, which must be flattered and seduced; and this can only be done by eloquence, tuneful periods, graceful action, and all the various parts of oratory. When you come into the House of Commons, if you imagine that speaking plain and unadorned sense and reason will do your business, you will find yourself most grossly mistaken. As a speaker, you will be ranked only according to your eloquence, and by no means according to your matter. Everybody knows the matter almost alike, but few can adorn it. I was early convinced of the importance and powers of eloquence, and from that moment I applied myself to it. I resolved not to utter one word, even in common conversation, that should not be the most expressive and the most elegant that the language could supply me with for that purpose; by which means I have acquired such a certain degree of habitual eloquence, that I must now really take some pains, if I would express myself very inelegantly. I want to inculcate this known truth into you, which you seem by no means to be convinced of yet, that ornaments are at present your only objects. Your sole business now is to shine, not to weigh. Weight without lustre is lead. You had better talk trifles elegantly to the most trifling women, than coarse and elegant sense to the most solid man. You had better return a dropped fan genteelly, than give £1,000 awkwardly; and you had better refuse a favor gracefully, than to grant it clumsily. Manner is all in everything. It is by manner only that you can please, and consequently rise. All your Greek will never advance you from secretary to envoy, or from envoy to ambassador, but your address, your manner, your air, if good, very probably may. Marcel can be of much more use to you than Aristotle. I would, upon my word, much rather that you had Lord Bolingbroke's style and eloquence in speaking and writing, than all the learning of the Academy of Sciences, the Royal Society, and the two Universities united. Having mentioned Lord Bolingbroke's style, which is undoubtedly infinitely superior to anybody's, I would have you read his works, which you have, over and over again, with particular attention to his style. Transcribe, imitate, emulate it, if possible; that would be of real use to you in the House of Commons, in negotiations, in conversation; with that you may justly hope to please, to persuade, to seduce, to impose; and you will fail in those articles, in proportion as you fall short of it. Upon the whole, lay aside, during your year's residence at Paris, all thoughts of all that dull fellows call solid, and exert your utmost care to acquire what people of fashion call shining. Prenez l'éclat et le brillant d'un galant homme. Among the commonly called little things, to which you do not attend, your handwriting is one, which is indeed shamefully bad and illiberal. It is neither the hand of a man of business, nor of a gentleman, but of a truant schoolboy. As soon, therefore, as you have done with Abbe Nollet, pray get an excellent writing master, since you think that you cannot teach yourself to write what hand you please; and let him teach you to write a genteel, legible, liberal hand, and quick; not the hand of a procureur or a writing master, but that sort of hand in which the first commis in foreign bureaus commonly write; for I tell you truly, that were I Lord Albemarle, nothing should remain in my bureau written in your present hand. From hand to arms the transition is natural; is the carriage and motion of your arms so too? The motion of the arms is the most material part of a man's air, especially in dancing; the feet are not near so material. If a man dances well from the waist upward, wears his hat well, and moves his head properly, he dances well. Do the women say that you dress well? For that is necessary too for a young fellow. Have you un gout vif, or passion for anybody? I do not ask for whom; and Iphigenia would both give you the desire, and teach you the means to please. In a fortnight or 3 weeks you will see Sir Charles Hotham at Paris, in his way to Toulouse, where he is to stay a year or two. Pray be very civil to him, but do not carry him into company, except presenting him to Lord Albemarle; for as he is not to stay at Paris above a week, we do not desire that he should taste of that dissipation. You may show him a play and an opera. Adieu, my dear child. End of Section 104, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 105 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 136. London, March 25th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: What a happy period of your life is this! Pleasure is now, and ought to be, your business. While you were younger, dry rules and unconnected words were the unpleasant objects of your labors. When you grow older, the anxiety, the vexations, the disappointments inseparable from public business, will require the greatest share of your time and attention. Your pleasures may, indeed, conduce to your business, and your business will quicken your pleasures; but still your time must, at least, be divided, whereas now it is wholly your own, and cannot be so well employed as in the pleasures of a gentleman. The world is now the only book you want, and almost the only one you ought to read. That necessary book can only be read in company, in public places, at meals, and in ruelles. You must be in the pleasures, in order to learn the manners of good company. In premeditated or informal business, people conceal, or at least endeavor to conceal, their characters, whereas pleasures discover them, and the heart breaks out through the guard of the understanding. Those are often propitious moments for skillful negotiators to improve. In your destination particularly, the able conduct of pleasures is of infinite use; to keep a good table, and to do the honors of it gracefully, and 'sur le ton de la bonne compagnie', is absolutely necessary for a foreign minister. There is a certain light table chit-chat, useful to keep off improper and too serious subjects, which is only to be learned in the pleasures of good company. In truth it may be trifling, but trifling as it is, a man of parts and experience of the world will give an agreeable turn to it. L'art de badiner agréablement is by no means to be despised. An engaging address, and turn to gallantry, is often of very great service to foreign ministers. Women have, directly or indirectly, a good deal to say in most courts. The late Lord Strafford governed, for a considerable time, the court of Berlin, and made his own fortune, by being well with Madame de Württemberg, the first King of Prussia's mistress. I could name many other instances of that kind. That sort of agreeable caquet de femme, the necessary forerunner of closer conferences, is only to be got by frequenting women of the first fashion, et qui donnent le ton. Let every other book give way to this great and necessary book, the world, of which there are so many various readings, that it requires a great deal of time and attention to understand it well. Contrary to all other books, you must not stay at home, but go abroad to read it; and when you seek it abroad, you will not find it in booksellers' shops and stalls, but in courts, in hotels, at entertainments, balls, assemblies, spectacles, etc. Put yourself upon the footing of an easy, domestic, but polite familiarity and intimacy in the several French houses to which you have been introduced. Cultivate them, frequent them, and show a desire of becoming enfant de la maison. Get acquainted as much as you can with les gens de coeur, and observe carefully how politely they can differ, and how civilly they can hate; how easy and idle they seem in the multiplicity of their business, and how they can lay hold of the proper moments to carry it on, in the midst of their pleasures. Courts alone teach versatility and politeness, for there is no living there without them. Lord Albemarle has, I hear, and I am very glad of it, put you into the hands of Messieurs de Bissy. Profit of that, and I beg of them to let you attend them in all the companies of Versailles and Paris. One of them, at least, will naturally carry you to Madame de la Valliore, unless he is discarded by this time, and Gelliot retaken. Tell them frankly, que vous cherchez à vous former, que vous êtes en main de maîtrise, si vous voulez bien s'en donner la peine. Your profession has this agreeable peculiarity in it, which is, that it is connected with and promoted by pleasures; and it is the only one in which a thorough knowledge of the world, polite manners, and an engaging address are absolutely necessary. If a lawyer knows his law, a parson his divinity, and a financier his calculations, each may make a figure and a fortune in his profession, without great knowledge of the world, and without the manners of a gentleman. But your profession throws you into all the intrigues and cabals, as well as pleasures, of courts. In those windings and labyrinths, a knowledge of the world, a discernment of characters, a suppleness and versatility of mind, and an elegance of manners, must be your clue. You must know how to soothe and lull the monsters that guard, and how to address and gain the fair that keep the golden fleece. These are the arts and accomplishments necessary for a foreign minister, in which it must be owned, to our shame, that most other nations outdo the English; and, ceteris paribus, a French minister will get the better of an English one at any third court in Europe. The French have something more liant, more insinuating and engaging in their manner than we have. An English minister shall have resided 7 years at a court without having made any one personal connection there, or without being intimate and domestic in any one house. He is always the English minister, and never naturalized. He receives his orders, demands an audience, writes an account of it to his court, and his business is done. A French minister, on the contrary, has not been 6 weeks at a court without having, by 1,000 little attentions, insinuated himself into some degree of favor with the prince, his wife, his mistress, his favorite, and his minister. He has established himself upon a familiar and domestic footing in a dozen of the best houses of the place, where he has accustomed the people to be not only easy but unguarded before him. He makes himself at home there, and they think him so. By these means he knows the interior of those courts, and can almost write prophecies to his own, from the knowledge he has of the characters, the humors, the abilities, or the weaknesses of the actors. The Cardinal d'Ossat was looked upon at Rome as an Italian, and not as a French cardinal; and Monsieur d'Avaux, wherever he went, was never considered as foreign minister, but as a native and a personal friend. Mere plain truth, sense, and knowledge will by no means do alone in courts; art and ornaments must come to their assistance. Humors must be flattered; the mollia tempora must be studied and known; confidence acquired by seeming frankness, and profited of by skill; and, above all, you must gain and engage the heart, to betray the understanding to you. Ha tibi erunt artes. The death of the Prince of Wales, who was more beloved for his affability and good nature than esteemed for his steadiness and conduct, has given concern to many and apprehensions to all. The great difference of the ages of King and Prince George presents the prospect of a minority, a disagreeable prospect for any nation. But it is to be hoped, and is most probable, that the King, who is now perfectly recovered of his late indisposition, may live to see his grandson of age. He is, seriously, a most hopeful boy, gentle and good natured, with good sound sense. This event has made all sorts of people here historians, as well as politicians. Our histories are rummaged for all the particular circumstances of the 6 minorities we have had since the Conquest, viz., those of Henry III., Edward III., Richard II., Henry VI., Edward V., and Edward VI., and the reasonings, the speculations, the conjectures, and the predictions, you will easily imagine, must be innumerable and endless in this nation, where every porter is a consummate politician. Dr. Swift says, very humorously, that every man knows he understands religion and politics, though he never learned them, but that many people are conscious that they do not understand many other sciences, from never having learned them. Adieu. End of Section 105. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 106 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 137. London, April 7th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend, here you have, all together, the pocket books, the compasses, and the patterns. When your 3 Graces have made their option, you need only send me, in a letter, small pieces of the 3 mohairs they fix upon. If I can find no way of sending them safely and directly to Paris, I will contrive to have them left with Madame Morel, at Calais, who, being Madame Montconseil's agent there, may find means of furthering them to your 3 ladies, who all belong to your friend Madame Montconseil. 2 of the 3, I am told, are handsome. Madame Polignac, I can swear, is not so; but, however, as the world goes, 2 out of 3 is a very good composition. You will also find in the packet a compass ring set round with little diamonds, which I advise you to make a present of to Abbe Guasco, who has been useful to you, and will continue to be so. As it is a mere bauble, you must add to the value of it by your manner of giving it him. Show it him first, and when he commends it, as he probably will, tell him that it is at his service, et que comme il est toujours brave et parchemin, il est absolument necessaire qu'il ait une boussole. All these little gallantries depend entirely upon the manner of doing them; as, in truth, what does not? The greatest favors may be done so awkwardly and bunglingly as to offend, and disagreeable things may be done so agreeably as almost to oblige. Endeavor to acquire this great secret; it exists, it is to be found, and is worth a great deal more than the grand secret of the alchemists would be if it were, as it is not, to be found. This is only to be learned in courts, where clashing views, jarring opinions, and cordial hatreds are softened and kept within decent bounds by politeness and manners. Frequent, observe, and learn courts. Are you free of that of St. Cloud? Are you often at Versailles? Insinuate and wriggle yourself into favor at those places. L'Abbe de la Ville, my old friend, will help you at the latter; your 3 ladies may establish you in the former. The good breeding 'de la ville et de la cour', of the city and of the court, are different; but, without deciding which is intrinsically the best, that of the court is, without doubt, the most necessary for you, who are to live, to grow, and to rise in courts. In 2 years' time, which will be as soon as you are fit for it, I hope to be able to plant you in the soil of a young court here, where if you have all the address, the suppleness, and versatility of a good courtier, you will have a great chance of thriving and flourishing. Young favor is easily acquired if the proper means are employed, and when acquired, it is warm if not durable, and the warm moments must be snatched and improved. Quitte pour ce qui en peut arriver après. Do not mention this view of mine for you to any one mortal, but learn to keep your own secrets, which, by the way, very few people can do. If your course of experimental philosophy with Abbe Nolot is over, I would have you apply to Abbe Salier for a master to give you a general notion of astronomy and geometry, of both of which you may know as much as I desire you should in 6 months' time. I only desire that you should have a clear notion of the present planetary system, and the history of all the former systems. Fontenelle's Pluralité des Mondes will almost teach you all you need to know upon that subject. As for geometry, the first 7 books of Euclid will be a sufficient portion of it for you. It is right to have a general notion of those abstruse sciences, so as not to appear quite ignorant of them, when they happen, as sometimes they do, to be the topics of conversation; but a deep knowledge of them requires too much time, and engrosses the mind too much. I repeat it again and again to you, let the great book of the world be your principal study. Nocturna versate manu, versate diurna, which may be rendered thus in English: turn over men by day and women by night. I mean only the best editions. Whatever may be said at Paris of my speech upon the bill for the reformation of the present calendar, or whatever applause it may have met with here, the whole, I can assure you, is owing to the words and to the delivery, but by no means to the matter, which, as I told you in a former letter, I was not master of. I mention this again to show you the importance of well chosen words, harmonious periods, and good delivery; for, between you and me, Lord Macclesfield's speech was, in truth, worth 1,000 of mine. It will soon be printed, and I will send it you. It is very instructive. You say that you wish to speak but half as well as I did; you may easily speak full as well as ever I did, if you will but give the same attention to the same objects that I did at your age, and for many years afterward. I mean correctness, purity, and elegance of style, harmony of periods, and gracefulness of delivery. Read over and over again the 3rd book of Cicero de Oratore, in which he particularly treats of the ornamental parts of oratory. They are indeed properly oratory, for all the rest depends only upon common sense, and some knowledge of the subject you speak upon. But if you would please, persuade, and prevail in speaking, it must be by the ornamental parts of oratory. Make them therefore habitual to you, and resolve never to say the most common things, even to your footman, but in the best words you can find, and with the best utterance. This, with 'les manières, la tournure, et les usages du beau monde', are the only 2 things you want. Fortunately, they are both in your power; may you have them both! Adieu. End of Section 106. Read by Professor Heatherm By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 107 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 138. London, April 15th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: What success with the graces, and in the accomplishments, elegancies, and all those little nothings so indispensably necessary to constitute an amiable man! Do you take them? Do you make a progress in them? The great secret is the art of pleasing, and that art is to be attained by every man who has a good fund of common sense. If you are pleased with any person, examine why; do as he does, and you will charm others by the same things which please you in him. To be liked by women, you must be esteemed by men; and to please men, you must be agreeable to women. Vanity is unquestionably the ruling passion in women, and it is much flattered by the attentions of a man who is generally esteemed by men. When his merit has received the stamp of their approbation, women make it current, that is to say, put him in fashion. On the other hand, if a man has not received the last polish from women, he may be estimable among men, but will never be amiable. The concurrence of the two sexes is as necessary to the perfection of our being as to the formation of it. Go among women with the good qualities of your sex, and you will acquire from them the softness and the graces of theirs. Men will then add affection to the esteem which they before had for you. Women are the only refiners of the merit of men. It is true they cannot add weight, but they polish and give lustre to it. A propos, I am assured that Madame de Blot, although she has no great regularity of features, is notwithstanding excessively pretty, and that, for all that, she has as yet been scrupulously constant to her husband, though she has now been married above a year. Surely she does not reflect; that woman wants polishing. I would have you polish another reciprocally. Force, assiduities, attentions, tender looks, and passionate declarations, on your side will produce some irresolute wishes, at least, on hers; and when even the slightest wishes arise, the rest will soon follow. As I take you to be the greatest juris Perutus and politician of the whole Germanic body, I suppose you will have read the King of Prussia's letter to the Elector of Mayence, upon the election of a King of the Romans; and on the other side, a memorial entitled, "Impartial Representation of what is just with regard to the election of a King of the Romans, etc." The first is extremely well written, but not grounded upon the laws and customs of the empire. The second is very ill written, at least in French, but well grounded. I fancy the author is some German, who has taken it into his head that he understands French. I am, however, persuaded that the elegance and delicacy of the King of Prussia's letter will prevail with two-thirds of the public, in spite of the solidity and truth contained in the other piece. Such is the force of an elegant and delicate style. I wish you would be so good as to give me a more particular and circumstantial account of the method of passing your time at Paris. For instance, where is it that you dine every Friday, in company with that amiable and respectable old man, Fontenelle? Which is the house where you think yourself at home? For one always has such a one, where one is better established, and more at ease than anywhere else. Who are the young Frenchmen with whom you are most intimately connected? Do you frequent the Dutch ambassadors? Have you penetrated yet into Count Kaunutz's house? Has Monsieur de Pignatelli the honor of being one of your humble servants? And has the Pope's Nuncio included you in the Jubilee? Tell me also how freely you are with Lord Huntingdon. Do you see him often? Do you connect yourself with him? Answer all these questions circumstantially in your first letter. I am told that Duclos's book is not in vogue at Paris, and that it is violently criticized. I suppose that is because one understands it, and being intelligible is now no longer the fashion. I have a very great respect for fashion, but a much greater respect for this book, which is, all at once, true, solid, and bright. It contains even epigrams. What can one wish for more? Mr. will, I suppose, have left Paris by this time for his residence at Toulouse. I hope he will acquire manners there; I am sure he wants them. He is awkward, he is silent, and has nothing agreeable in his address; most necessary qualifications to distinguish one's self in business, as well as in the polite world. In truth, these two things are so connected, that a man cannot make a figure in business, who is not qualified to shine in the great world; and to succeed perfectly in either the one or the other, one must be in utrumque paratus. May you be that, my dear friend, and so we wish you a good night. P.S. Lord and Lady Blessington, with their son Lord Mountjoy, will be at Paris next week, in their way to the south of France. I send you a little packet of books by them. Pray go wait upon them, as soon as you hear of their arrival, and show them all the attentions you can. End of Section 107. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 108 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 139. London, April 22d, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend, I apply to you now, as to the greatest virtuoso of this, or perhaps any other age; one whose superior judgment and distinguishing eye hindered the King of Poland from buying a bad picture at Venice, and whose decisions in the realms of 'virtu' are final, and without appeal. Now to the point. I have had a catalogue sent me, d'une traite à l'amiable des tableaux des plus grands maîtres, appartenant au sieur régnant à Perrin, valet de chambre de la reine, sur la quai de la Mégisserie, au coin des Arches Marion. There I observed two large pictures of Titian, as described in the enclosed page of the catalogue, No. 18, which I should be glad to purchase upon two conditions. The first is, that they be undoubted originals of Titian, in good preservation; and the other that they come cheap. To ascertain the first, but without disparaging your skill, I wish you would get some undoubted connoisseurs to examine them carefully; and if, upon such critical examination, they should be unanimously allowed to be undisputed originals of Titian, and well preserved, then comes the second point, the price. I will not go above £200 sterling for the two together, but as much less as you can get them for. I acknowledge that £200 seems to be a very small sum for two undoubted Titians of that size; but, on the other hand, as large Italian pictures are now out of fashion at Paris, where fashion decides of everything, and as these pictures are too large for common rooms, they may possibly come within the price above limited. I leave the whole of this transaction, the price excepted which I will not exceed, to your consummate skill and prudence, with proper advice joined to them. Should you happen to buy them for that price, carry them to your own lodgings, and get a frame made to the second, which I observe has none, exactly the same with the other frame, and have the old one new gilt; and then get them carefully packed up, and sent me by Rouen. I hear much of your conversing with 'les beaux esprits' at Paris. I am very glad of it; it gives a degree of reputation, especially at Paris, and their conversation is generally instructive, though sometimes affected. It must be owned, that the polite conversation of the men and women of fashion at Paris, though not always very deep, is much less futile and frivolous than ours here. It turns at least upon some subject, something of taste, some point of history, criticism, and even philosophy; which, though probably not quite so solid as Mr. Locke's, is however better and more becoming rational beings, than our frivolous dissertations upon the weather, or upon whist. Monsieur Duclos observes, and I think very justly, 'qu'il y a à présent en France une fermentation universelle de la raison qui tend à se développer'; whereas, I am sorry to say, that here that fermentation seems to have been over some years ago; the spirit evaporated, and only the dregs left. Moreover, 'les beaux esprits' at Paris are commonly well bred, which ours very frequently are not; with the former your manners will be formed; with the latter, wit must generally be compounded for at the expense of manners. Are you acquainted with Marivaux, who has certainly studied, and is well acquainted with the heart, but who refines so much upon its 'plis et replis', and describes them so affectedly, that he often is unintelligible to his readers, and sometimes so, I dare say, to himself? Do you know Crebillon le Fils? He is a fine painter and a pleasing writer; his characters are admirable and his reflections just. Frequent these people, and be glad, but not proud of frequenting them. Never boast of it, as a proof of your own merit; nor insult, in a manner, other companies by telling them affectedly what you, Montesquieu, and Fontenelle were talking of the other day, as I have known many people do here, with regard to Pope and Swift, who had never been twice in company with either, nor carry into other companies the ton of those meetings of beaux esprits. Talk literature, taste, philosophy, etc., with them, 'a la bonne heure'; but then, with the same ease, and more 'enjouement', talk 'pompons, morts', etc., with Madame de Blot, if she requires it. Almost every subject in the world has its proper time and place, in which no one is above or below discussion. The point is, to talk well upon the subject you talk upon; and the most trifling, frivolous subjects will still give a man of parts an opportunity of showing them. 'L'usage du grand mot' can alone teach that. That was the distinguishing characteristic of Alcibiades; and a happy one it was, that he could occasionally, and with so much ease, adopt the most different, and even the most opposite habits and manners, that each seemed natural to him. Prepare yourself for the great world, as the athletes used to for their exercises; oil, if I may use that expression, your mind and your manners, to give them the necessary suppleness and flexibility; Strength alone will not do, as young people are too apt to think. How do your exercises go on? Can you manage a pretty vigorous sauteur between the pillars? Are you got into stirrups yet? Faites-vous un saut aux armes? But above all, what does Marcel say of you? Is he satisfied? Pray be more particular in your accounts of yourself; for though I have frequent accounts of you from others, I desire to have your own too. Adieu. Yours truly and friendly. End of Section 108. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 109 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 140. London, May 2nd, Old Style, 1751. Dear Friend, Two accounts, which I have very lately received of you from two good judges, have put me into great spirits, as they have given me reasonable hopes that you will soon acquire all that I believe you want. I mean the air, the address, the graces, and the manners of a man of fashion. As these two pictures of you are very unlike that which I received, and sent you some months ago, I will name the two painters. The first is an old friend and acquaintance of mine, Monsieur Daillon. His picture is, I hope, like you, for it is a very good one. Monsieur Talot's is still a better, and so advantageous a one, that I will not send you a copy of it, for fear of making you too vain. So far only I will tell you, that there was but one but in either of their accounts, and it was this: I gave Daillon the question ordinary and extraordinary upon the important article of manners, and extorted this from him. But, since you will know it, he still wants that last beautiful varnish, which raises the colors, and gives brilliancy to the piece. Be persuaded that he will acquire it. He has too much sense not to know its value, and if I am not greatly mistaken, more persons than one are now endeavoring to give it him. Monsieur Talot says, in order to be exactly all that you wish him, he only wants those little nothings, those graces in detail, and that amiable ease, which can only be acquired by usage of the great world. I am assured that he is, in that respect, in good hands. I do not know whether that does not rather imply in fine arms. Without entering into a nice discussion of the last question, I congratulate you and myself upon your being so near that point, at which I so anxiously wish you to arrive. I am sure that all your attention and endeavors will be exerted, and if exerted they will succeed. Mr. Talot says, that you are inclined to be fat, but I hope you will decline it as much as you can, by not taking anything corrosive to make you lean, but by taking as little as you can of those things that would make you fat. Drink no chocolate, take your coffee without cream. You cannot possibly avoid suppers at Paris unless you avoid company too, which I would by no means have you do, but eat as little at supper as you can, and make even an allowance for that little at your dinners. Take occasionally a double dose of riding and fencing, and now that summer is come, walk a good deal in the Tuileries. It is a real inconvenience to anybody to be fat, and besides it is ungraceful for a young fellow. A propos, I had like to have forgot to tell you, that I charged Talot to attend particularly to your utterance and diction, two points of the utmost importance. To the first he says, his enunciation is not bad, but it is to be wished that it were still better, and he expresses himself with more fire than elegance. Usage of good company will instruct him likewise in that. These, I allow, are all little things, separately, but aggregately they make a most important and great article in the account of a gentleman. In the House of Commons you can never make a figure without elegance of style, and gracefulness of utterance, and you can never succeed as a courtier at your own court, or as a minister at any other, without those innumerable petits riens dans les manières et dans les attentions. Mr. Yorke is by this time at Paris. Make your court to him, but not so as to disgust, in the least, Lord Albemarle, who may possibly dislike your considering Mr. Yorke as the man of business, and him only as pour orner la scène. Whatever your opinion may be upon that point, take care not to let it appear, but be well with them both by showing no public preference to either. Though I must necessarily fall into repetitions by treating the same subject so often, I cannot help recommending to you again the utmost attention to your air and address. Apply yourself now to Marcel's lectures, as diligently as you formerly did to Professor Mascow's. Desire him to teach you every genteel attitude that the human body can be put into. Let him make you go in and out of his room frequently, and present yourself to him, as if he were by turns different persons, such as a minister, a lady, a superior, an equal, an inferior, etc. Learn to seat genteelly in different companies, to loll genteelly, and with good manners, in those companies where you are authorized to be free, and even sit up respectfully where the same freedom is not allowable. Learn even to compose your countenance occasionally to the respectful, the cheerful, and the insinuating. Take particular care that the motions of your hands and arms be easy and graceful, for the genteelness of a man consists more in them than in anything else, especially in his dancing. Desire some women to tell you of any little awkwardnesses that they observe in your carriage; they are the best judges of those things, and if they are satisfied, the men will be so too. Think now only of the decorations. Are you acquainted with Madame Geoffrin, who has a great deal of wit, and who, I am informed, receives only the best company in her house? Do you know Madame Dupin, who, I remember, had beauty, and I hear has wit and reading? I could wish you to converse only with those who, either from their rank, their merit, or their beauty, require constant attention; for a young man can never improve in company where he thinks he may neglect himself. A new bow must be constantly kept bent; when it grows older, and has taken the right turn, it may now and then be relaxed. I have this moment paid your draught of £89 75s. It was signed in a very good hand, which proves that a good hand may be written without the assistance of magic. Nothing provokes me much more than to hear people indolently say that they cannot do what is in everybody's power to do, if it be but in their will. Adieu. End of Section 109, read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 110 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 141. London, May 6th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: The best authors are always the severest critics of their own works. They revise, correct, file, and polish them, till they think they have brought them to perfection. Considering you as my work, I do not look upon myself as a bad author, and am therefore a severe critic. I examine narrowly into the least inaccuracy or inelegance, in order to correct, not to expose them, and that the work may be perfect at last. You are, I know, exceedingly improved in your air, address, and manners, since you have been at Paris; but still there is, I believe, room for further improvement, before you come to that perfection which I have set my heart upon seeing you arrive at; and till that moment I must continue filing and polishing. In a letter that I received by last post, from a friend of yours at Paris, there was this paragraph: "I have the honor to assure you, without flattery, that Mr. Stanhope succeeds beyond what might be expected from a person of his age. He goes into very good company; and that kind of manner, which was at first thought to be too decisive and peremptory, is now judged otherwise, because it is acknowledged to be the effect of an ingenious frankness, accompanied by politeness, and by a proper deference. He studies to please, and succeeds. Madame de Puisieux was the other day speaking of him with complacency and friendship. You will be satisfied with him in all respects. This is extremely well, and I rejoice at it. One little circumstance only may, and I hope will, be altered for the better. Take pains to undeceive those who thought that 'petit ton un peu d'ici et un peu brusque'; as it is not meant so, let it not appear so. Compose your countenance to an air of gentleness and 'douceur'; use some expressions of diffidence of your own opinion, and deference to other people's; such as, if I might be permitted to say, I should think, Is it not rather so? At least I have the greatest reason to be diffident of myself. Such mitigating, engaging words do by no means weaken your argument, but, on the contrary, make it more powerful by making it more pleasing. If it is a quick and hasty manner of speaking that people mistake 'pour décider et brusque', prevent their mistakes for the future by speaking more deliberately, and taking a softer tone of voice; as in this case you are free from the guilt, be free from the suspicion too. Mankind, as I have often told you, are more governed by appearances than by realities; and with regard to opinion, one had better be really rough and hard, with the appearance of gentleness and softness, than just the reverse. Few people have penetration enough to discover, attention enough to observe, or even concern enough to examine beyond the exterior; they take their notions from the surface, and go no deeper; they commend, as the gentlest and best natured man in the world, that man who has the most engaging exterior manner, though possibly they have been but once in his company. An air, a tone of voice, a composure of countenance to mildness and softness, which are all easily acquired, do the business; and without further examination, and possibly with the contrary qualities, that man is reckoned the gentlest, the modestest, and the best natured man alive. Happy the man who, with a certain fund of parts and knowledge, gets acquainted with the world early enough to make it his bubble, at an age when most people are the bubbles of the world; for that is the common case of youth. They grow wiser when it is too late; and, ashamed and vexed at having been bubbles so long, too often turn knaves at last. Do not therefore trust to appearances, and outside yourself, but pay other people with them; because you may be sure that 9 in 10 of mankind do, and ever will trust to them. This is by no means a criminal or blamable simulation, if not used with an ill intention. I am by no means blamable in desiring to have other people's good word, good will, and affection, if I do not mean to abuse them. Your heart, I know, is good, your senses sound, and your knowledge extensive. What then remains for you to do? Nothing but to adorn those fundamental qualifications with such engaging and captivating manners, softness, and gentleness, as will endear you to those who are able to judge of your real merit, and which always stand in the stead of merit with those who are not. I do not mean by this to recommend to you 'la fade douceur', the insipid softness of a gentle fool. No; assert your own opinion, oppose other people's when wrong, but let your manner, your air, your terms, and your tone of voice, be soft and gentle, and that easily and naturally, not affectedly. Use palliatives when you contradict, such as, I may be mistaken, I am not sure, but I believe, I should rather think, etc. Finish any argument or dispute with some little good humored pleasantry, to show that you are neither hurt yourself, nor meant to hurt your antagonist; for an argument, kept up a good while, often occasions a temporary alienation on each side. Pray observe particularly, in those French people who are distinguished by that character, 'cette douceur de moeurs et de manieres', which they talk of so much, and value so justly. See in what it consists, in mere trifles, and most easy to be acquired, where the heart is really good. Imitate, copy it, till it becomes habitual and easy to you. Without a compliment to you, I take it to be the only thing you now want; nothing will sooner give it to you than a real passion, or at least 'un gout vif', for some woman of fashion; and as I suppose that you have either the one or the other by this time, you are consequently in the best school. Besides this, if you were to say to Lady Hervey, Madame Monconseil, or such others as you look upon to be your friends, it is said that I have a kind of manner which is rather too decisive and too peremptory; it is not, however, my intention that it should be so. I entreat you to correct, and even publicly to punish me whenever I am guilty. Do not treat me with the least indulgence, but criticise to the utmost. So clear sighted a judge as you has a right to be severe, and I promise you that the criminal will endeavor to correct himself. Yesterday I had 2 of your acquaintances to dine with me, Baron B and his companion Monsieur S. I cannot say of the former 'qu'il est pétri de grace', and I would rather advise him to go and settle quietly at home, than to think of improving himself by further travels. 'Ce n'est pas le bruit d'un homme fait'. His companion is much better, though he has a strong 'tocco di tedesco'. They both spoke well of you, and so far I like them both. How go you on with the amiable little Blot? Does she listen to your battering tale? Are you numbered among the list of her admirers? Is Madame your Madame de Lursay? Does she sometimes not, and are you her Meilcour? They say she has softness, and engaging manners; in such an apprenticeship much may be learned. [Footnote: This whole passage, and several others, allude to Crebillon's 'Agremens du Coeur et de l'Esprit', a sentimental novel written about that time, and then much in vogue at Paris.] A woman like her, who has always pleased, and often been pleased, can best teach the art of pleasing; that art without which 'ogni fatica vana'. Marcel's lectures are no small part of that art; they are the engaging forerunner of all other accomplishments. Dress is also an article not to be neglected, and I hope you do not neglect it; it helps in the 'premier abord', which is often decisive. By dress I mean your clothes being well made, fitting you, in the fashion and not above it; your hair well done, and a general cleanliness and spruceness in your person. I hope you take infinite care of your teeth; the consequences of neglecting the mouth are serious, not only to one's self but to others. In short, my dear child, neglect nothing; a little more will complete the whole. Adieu. I have not heard from you these 3 weeks, which I think a great while. End of Project Gutenberg read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 111 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. LETTER CXLII. London, May 10th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: I received yesterday, at the same time, your letters of the 4th and 11th, New Style; and being much more careful of my commissions than you are of yours, I do not delay one moment sending you my final instructions concerning the pictures. The man you allow to be a Titian, and in good preservation; the woman is an indifferent and a damaged picture; but as I want them for furniture for a particular room, companions are necessary, and therefore I am willing to take the woman for better for worse, upon account of the man; and if she is not too much damaged, I can have her tolerably repaired, as many a fine woman is, by a skillful hand here; but then I expect that the lady should be, in a manner, thrown into the bargain with the man; and, in this state of affairs, the woman being worth little or nothing, I will not go above 80 louis for the two together. As for the Rembrandt you mention, though it is very cheap, if good, I do not care for it. I love 'la belle nature'; Rembrandt paints caricatures. Now for your own commissions, which you seem to have forgotten. You mention nothing of the patterns which you received by Monsieur Tollot, though I told you in a former letter, which you must have had before the date of your last, that I should stay till I received the patterns pitched upon you by your ladies; for as to the instructions which you sent me in Madame Montconseil's hand, I could find no mohairs in London that exactly answered that description. I shall therefore wait till you send me, which you may easily do in a letter, the patterns chosen by your 3 Graces. I would, by all means, have you go now and then, for 2 or 3 days, to Marechal Coigny's at Orli; it is but a proper civility to that family, which has been particularly civil to you; and, moreover, I would have you familiarize yourself with, and learn the interior and domestic manners of, people of that rank and fashion. I also desire that you will frequent Versailles and St. Cloud, at both of which courts you have been received with distinction. Profit of that distinction, and familiarize yourself at both. Great courts are the seats of true good breeding; you are to live at courts, lose no time in learning them. Go and stay sometimes at Versailles for 3 or 4 days, where you will be domestic in the best families, by means of your friend Madame de Puisieux, and mine, l'Abbe de la Ville. Go to the King's and the Dauphin's levees, and distinguish yourself from the rest of your countrymen, who do, I dare say, never go there when they can help it. Though the young Frenchmen of fashion may not be worth forming intimate connections with, they are well worth making acquaintance of; and I do not see how you can avoid it, frequenting so many good French houses as you do, where, to be sure, many of them come. Be cautious how you contract friendships; but be desirous, and even industrious, to obtain a universal acquaintance. Be easy, and even forward, in making new acquaintances; that is the only way of knowing manners and characters in general, which is at present your great object. You are 'enfant de famille' in 3 ministers' houses; but I wish you had a footing, at least, in 13; and that, I should think, you might easily bring about, by that common chain, which to a certain degree connects those you do not with those you do know. For instance, I suppose that neither Lord Albemarle nor Marquis de Saint Germain would make the least difficulty to present you to Comte Canutz, the Nuncio, etc. Il faut être rompu du monde, which can only be done by an extensive, various, and almost universal acquaintance. When you have got your emaciated Philomath, I desire that his triangles, rhomboids, etc., may not keep you one moment out of the good company you would otherwise be in. Swallow all your learning in the morning, but digest it in company in the evenings. The reading of 10 new characters is more your business now, than the reading of 20 old books. Showish and shining people always get the better of all others, though ever so solid. If you would be a great man in the world when you are old, shine and be showish in it while you are young; know everybody, and endeavor to please everybody; I mean exteriorly, for fundamentally it is impossible. Try to engage the heart of every woman, and the affections of almost every man you meet with. Madame Monconseil assures me that you are most surprisingly improved in your air, manners, and address. Go on, my dear child, and never think that you are come to a sufficient degree of perfection. Nil actum reputans, sid quid suppresset agendum; and in those shining parts of the character of a gentleman, there is always something remaining to be acquired. Modes and manners vary in different places, and at different times. You must keep pace with them, know them, and adopt them, wherever you find them. The great usage of the world, the knowledge of characters, the brillant d'un galant homme, is all that you now want. Study Marcel and the beau monde with great application, but read Homer and Horace only when you have nothing else to do. Pray, who is la belle Madame de Caisse, whom I know you frequent? I like the epithet given her very well; if she deserves it, she deserves your attention too. A man of fashion should be gallant to a fine woman, though he does not make love to her, or may be otherwise engaged. On lui doit des politesses, on fait l'éloge de ses charmes, et il n'en est ni plus ni moins pour cela. It pleases, it flatters, you get their good word, and you lose nothing by it. These 'gentillesses' should be accompanied, as indeed everything else should, with an air, un ton de douceur et de politesse. Les graces must be of the party, or it will never do; and they are so easily had that it is astonishing to me that everybody has them not; they are sooner gained than any woman of common reputation and decency. Pursue them but with care and attention, and you are sure to enjoy them at last; without them, I am sure, you will never enjoy anybody else. You observe truly that Mr. is gauche; it is to be hoped that will mend with keeping company, and is yet pardonable in him, as just come from school. But reflect what you would think of a man, who had been any time in the world, and yet should be so awkward. For God's sake, therefore, now think of nothing but shining, and even distinguishing yourself in the most polite courts, by your air, your address, your manners, your politeness, your douceur, your graces. With those advantages, and not without them, take my word for it, you will get the better of all rivals, in business as well as in ruelle. Adieu. Send me your patterns by the next post, and also your instructions to Grevenkop about the seal, which you seem to have forgotten. End of Section 111. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 112 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 143. London, May 16th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: In about 3 months from this day, we shall probably meet. I look upon that moment as a young woman does upon her bridal night. I expect the greatest pleasure, and yet cannot help fearing some little mixture of pain. My reason bids me doubt a little of what my imagination makes me expect. In some articles I am very sure that my most sanguine wishes will not be disappointed, and those are the most material ones. In others I fear something or other, which I can better feel than describe. However, I will attempt it. I fear the want of that amiable and engaging 'je ne sais quoi', which, as some philosophers have, unintelligibly enough, said of the soul, is all in all, and all in every part. it should shed its influence over every word and action. I fear the want of that air and first abord, which suddenly lays hold of the heart, one does not know distinctly how or why. I fear an inaccuracy, or at least inelegance of diction, which will wrong and lower the best and justest matter. And lastly, I fear an ungraceful, if not unpleasant utterance, which would disgrace and vilify the whole. Should those fears be at present founded, yet the objects of them are, thank God, of such a nature, that you may, if you please, between this and our meeting, remove every one of them. All these engaging and endearing accomplishments are mechanical, and to be acquired by care and observation, as easily as turning, or any mechanical trade. A common country fellow, taken from the plough, and enlisted in an old corps, soon lays aside his shambling gait, his slouching air, his clumsy and awkward motions, and acquires the martial air, the regular motions, and whole exercise of the corps, and particularly of his right and left hand man. How so? Not from his parts, which were just the same before as after he was enlisted, but either from a commendable ambition of being like, and equal to those he is to live with, or else from the fear of being punished for not being so. If then both or either of these motives change such a fellow, in about 6 months' time, to such a degree, as that he is not to be known again, how much stronger should both these motives be with you, to acquire in the utmost perfection the whole exercise of the people of fashion, with whom you are to live all your life. Ambition should make you resolve to be at least their equal in that exercise, as well as the fear of punishment, which most inevitably will attend the want of it. By that exercise, I mean the air, the manners, the graces, and the style of people of fashion. A friend of yours, in a letter I received from him by the last post, after some other commendations of you, says, "It is surprising that, thinking with so much solidity as he does, and having so true and refined a taste, he should express himself with so little elegance and delicacy. He even totally neglects the choice of words and turn of phrases." This I should not be much surprised or concerned at, if it related only to the English language, which hitherto you have had no opportunity of studying, and but few of speaking, at least to those who could correct your inaccuracies. But if you do not express yourself elegantly and delicately in French and German, both languages I know you possess perfectly and speak eternally, it can only be from an unpardonable inattention to what you most erroneously think a little object, though, in truth, it is one of the most important of your life. Solidity and delicacy of thought must be given us; it cannot be acquired, though it may be improved; but elegance and delicacy of expression may be acquired by whoever will take the necessary care and pains. I am sure you love me so well, that you would be very sorry, when we meet, that I should be either disappointed or mortified; and I love you so well, that I assure you I should be both, if I should find you want any of those exterior accomplishments which are so indispensably necessary steps to that figure in fortune which I so earnestly wish you may one day make in the world. I hope you do not neglect your exercises of riding, fencing, and dancing, but particularly the latter, for they all concur to 'degourdir', and give a certain air. To ride well is not only a proper and graceful accomplishment for a gentleman, but may also save you many a fall hereafter. To fence well may possibly save your life; and to dance well is absolutely necessary in order to sit, stand, and walk well. To tell you the truth, my friend, I have some little suspicion that you now and then neglect or omit your exercises, for more serious studies. But now 'non est his locus', everything has its time, and this is yours for exercises; for when you return to Paris I only propose your continuing your dancing, which you shall 2 years longer, if you happen to be where there is a good dancing master. Here I will see you take some lessons with your old master Desnoyers, who is our Marcel. What says Madame Dupin to you? I am told she is very handsome still; I know she was some few years ago. She has good parts, reading, manners, and delicacy; such an arrangement would be both creditable and advantageous to you. You will expect to meet with all the good breeding and delicacy that she brings; and as she is past the glare and eclat of youth, may be the more willing to listen to your story, if you tell it well. For an attachment, I should prefer her to 'la Petite Blot', and for a mere gallantry, I should prefer 'la Petite Blot' to her; so that they are consistent, et l'une n'empêche pas l'autre. Remember la douceur et les grâces. End of Section 112. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 113 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 144. London, May 23rd, Old Style, 1751. My dear friend, I have this moment received your letter of the 25th, New Style, and being rather something more attentive to my commissions than you are to yours, return you this immediate answer to the question you asked me about the 2 pictures. I will not give 1 livre more than what I told you in my last, having no sort of occasion for them, and not knowing very well where to put them if I had them. I wait with impatience for your final orders about the mohairs, the mercer persecuting me every day for 3 pieces which I thought pretty, and which I have kept by me eventually, to secure them in case your ladies should pitch upon them. If I durst, what should hinder you from daring? One always dares if there are hopes of success, and even if there are none, one is no loser by daring. A man of fashion knows how and when to dare. He begins his approaches by distant attacks, by assiduities, and by attentions. If he is not immediately and totally repulsed, he continues to advance. After certain steps success is infallible, and none but very silly fellows can then either doubt or not attempt it. Is it the respectable character of Madame de la Valliere which prevents your daring, or are you intimidated at the fierce virtue of Madame du Pin? Does the invincible modesty of the handsome Madame Case discourage, more than her beauty invites you? Fie, for shame! Be convinced that the most virtuous woman, far from being offended at a declaration of love, is flattered by it, if it is made in a polite and agreeable manner. It is possible that she may not be propitious to your vows; that is to say, if she has a liking or a passion for another person. But at all events she will not be displeased with you for it, so that, as there is no danger, this cannot even be called daring. But if she attends, if she listens, and allows you to repeat your declaration, be persuaded that if you do not dare all the rest, she will laugh at you. I advise you to begin rather by Madame du Pin, who has still more than beauty enough for such a youngster as you. She has, besides, knowledge of the world, sense, and delicacy. As she is not so extremely young, the choice of her lovers cannot be entirely at her option. I promise you, she will not refuse the tender of your most humble services. Distinguish her, then, by attentions and by tender looks. Take favorable opportunities of whispering that you wish esteem and friendship were the only motives of your regard for her, but that it derives from sentiments of a much more tender nature; that you made not this declaration without pain, but that the concealing your passion was a still greater torment. I am sensible, that, in saying this for the first time, you will look silly, abashed, and even express yourself very ill. So much the better; for instead of attributing your confusion to the little usage you have of the world, particularly in these sorts of subjects, she will think that excess of love is the occasion of it. In such a case the lover's best friend is self-love. Do not then be afraid; behave gallantly. Speak well, and you will be heard. If you are not listened to the first time, try a second, a third, and a fourth. If the place is not already taken, depend upon it, it may be conquered. I am very glad you are going to Orly, and from thence to St. Cloud. Go to both, and to Versailles also, often. It is that interior domestic familiarity with people of fashion, that alone can give you 'l'usage du monde, et les manieres aisées'. It is only with women one loves, or men one respects, that the desire of pleasing exerts itself; and without the desire of pleasing no man living can please. Let that desire be the spring of all your words and actions. That happy talent, the art of pleasing, which so few do, though almost all might possess, is worth all your learning and knowledge put together. The latter can never raise you high without the former; but the former may carry you, as it has carried thousands, a great way without the latter. I am glad that you dance so well, as to be reckoned by Marcel among his best scholars. Go on, and dance better still. Dancing well is pleasing pro tanto, and makes a part of that necessary whole, which is composed of 1,000 parts, many of them of 'les infiniment petits croix qu'infiniment necessaires'. I shall never have done upon this subject which is indispensably necessary toward your making any figure or fortune in the world, both which I have set my heart upon, and for both which you now absolutely want no one thing but the art of pleasing; and I must not conceal from you that you have still a good way to go before you arrive at it. You still want 1,000 of those little attentions that imply a desire of pleasing; you want a 'douceur' of air and expression that engages; you want an elegance and delicacy of expression, necessary to adorn the best sense and most solid matter; in short, you still want a great deal of the 'brilliant' and the 'poli'. Get them at any rate; sacrifice hecatombs of books to them; seek for them in company, and renounce your closet till you have got them. I never received the letter you refer to, if ever you wrote it. Adieu, et bon soir, Monseigneur. End of Section 113. Read by Professor Heather and Bye. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 114 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 145. Greenwich, June 6th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: Solicitous and anxious as I have ever been to form your heart, your mind, and your manners, and to bring you as near perfection as the imperfection of our natures will allow, I have exhausted, in the course of our correspondence, all that my own mind could suggest, and have borrowed from others whatever I thought could be useful to you; but this has necessarily been interruptedly and by snatches. It is now time, and you are of an age to review and to weigh in your own mind all that you have heard, and all that you have read, upon these subjects, and to form your own character, your conduct, and your manners, for the rest of your life, allowing for such improvements as a further knowledge of the world will naturally give you. In this view I would recommend to you to read, with the greatest attention, such books as treat particularly of those subjects, reflecting seriously upon them, and then comparing the speculation with the practice. For example, if you read in the morning some of La Rochefoucauld's maxims, consider them, examine them well, and compare them with the real characters you meet with in the evening. Read La Bruyere in the morning, and see in the evening whether his pictures are like. Study the heart and the mind of man, and begin with your own. Meditation and reflection must lay the foundation of that knowledge, but experience and practice must, and alone can, complete it. Books, it is true, point out the operations of the mind, the sentiments of the heart, the influence of the passions, and so far they are of previous use; but without subsequent practice, experience, and observation, they are as ineffectual, and would even lead you into as many errors in fact, as a map would do, if you were to take your notions of the towns and provinces from their delineations in it. A man would reap very little benefit by his travels, if he made them only in his closet upon the map of the whole world. Next to the two books that I have already mentioned, I do not know a better for you to read, and seriously reflect upon, than 'Avis d'une Mère d'un Fils', par la Marquise de Lambert. She was a woman of a superior understanding and knowledge of the world, had always kept the best company, was solicitous that her son should make a figure and a fortune in the world, and knew better than anybody how to point out the means. It is very short, and will take you much less time to read than you ought to employ in reflecting upon it, after you have read it. Her son was in the army; she wished he might rise there, but she well knew that, in order to rise, he must first please. She says to him, therefore, with regard to those upon whom you depend, the chief merit is to please. And in another place, in subaltern employments, the art of pleasing must be your support. Masters are like mistresses; whatever services they may be indebted to you for, they cease to love when you cease to be agreeable. This, I can assure you, is at least as true in courts as in camps, and possibly more so. If to your merit and knowledge you add the art of pleasing, you may very probably come in time to be Secretary of State; but take my word for it, twice your merit and knowledge, without the art of pleasing, would at most raise you to the important post of Resident at Hamburg or Ratisbon. I need not tell you now, for I have often, and your own discernment must have told you, of what numberless little ingredients that the art of pleasing is compounded, and how the want of the least of them lowers the whole; but the principal ingredient is, undoubtedly, la douceur dans les manieres. Nothing will give you this more than keeping company with your superiors. Madame Lambert tells her son, let your connections be with people above you. By that means you will acquire a habit of respect and politeness. With one's equals, one is apt to become negligent, and the mind grows torpid. She advises him, too, to frequent those people, and to see their inside. In order to judge of men, one must be intimately connected. Thus you see them without a veil, and with their mere everyday merit. A happy expression! It was for this reason that I have so often advised you to establish and domesticate yourself, wherever you can, in good houses of people above you, that you may see their everyday character, manners, habits, etc. One must see people undressed to judge truly of their shape. When they are dressed to go abroad, their clothes are contrived to conceal, or at least palliate the defects of it, as full-bottomed wigs were contrived for the Duke of Burgundy to conceal his hump back. Happy those who have no faults to disguise, nor weaknesses to conceal. There are few, if any, such, but unhappy those who know little enough of the world to judge by outward appearances. Courts are the best keys to characters. There every passion is busy, every art exerted, every character analyzed, jealousy, ever watchful, not only discovers but exposes the mysteries of the trade, so that even bystanders y apprennent à deviner. There too the great art of pleasing is practised, taught, and learned with all its graces and delicacies. It is the first thing needful there. It is the absolutely necessary harbinger of merit and talents, let them be ever so great. There is no advancing a step without it. Let misanthropes and would-be philosophers declaim as much as they please against the vices, the simulation, and dissimulation of courts. Those invectives are always the result of ignorance, ill humor, or envy. Let them show me a cottage where there are not the same vices of which they accuse courts, with this difference only, that in a cottage they appear in their native deformity, and that in courts, manners and good breeding make them less shocking, and blunt their edge. No, be convinced that the good breeding, the tournure, la douceur dans les manières, which alone are to be acquired at courts, are not the showish trifles only which some people call or think them. They are a solid good. They prevent a great deal of real mischief. They create, adorn, and strengthen friendships. They keep hatred within bounds. They promote good humor and goodwill in families, where the want of good breeding and gentleness of manners is commonly the original cause of discord. Get, then, before it is too late, a habit of these mitiores virtutes. Practice them upon every the least occasion, that they may be easy and familiar to you upon the greatest, for they lose a great degree of their merit if they seem labored, and only called in upon extraordinary occasions. I tell you truly, this is now the only doubtful part of your character with me, and it is for that reason that I dwell upon it so much, and inculcate it so often. I shall soon see whether this doubt of mine is founded, or rather, I hope I shall soon see that it is not. This moment I received your letter of the 9th, New Style. I am sorry to find that you have had, though ever so slight a return of your Carniolan disorder, and I hope that your conclusion will prove a true one, and that this will be the last. I will send the mohairs by the first opportunity. As for the pictures, I am already so full, that I am resolved not to buy one more, unless by great accident I should meet with something surprisingly good, and as surprisingly cheap. I should have thought that Lord, at his age, and with his parts and address, need not have been reduced to keep an opera whore in such a place as Paris, where so many women of fashion generously serve as volunteers. I am still more sorry that he is in love with her, for that will take him out of good company, and sink him into bad, such as fiddlers, pipers, and id genus omne, most unedifying and unbecoming company for a man of fashion. Lady Chesterfield makes you 1,000 compliments. Adieu, my dear child. End of section 114. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 115 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 146. Greenwich, June 10th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend, your ladies were so slow in giving their specific orders, that the mohairs, of which you at last sent me the patterns, were all sold. However, to prevent further delays, for ladies are apt to be very impatient when they at last know their minds, I have taken the quantities desired of 3 mohairs which come nearest to the description you sent me some time ago in Madame Montconseil's own hand, and I will send them to Calais by the first opportunity. In giving La Petite Blot her piece, you have a fine occasion of saying fine things, if so inclined. Lady Hervey, who is your puff and panegyrist, writes me word that she saw you lately dance at a ball, and that you dance very genteelly. I am extremely glad to hear it; for, by the maxim that omni majus contenit in seminis, if you dance genteelly, I presume you walk, sit, and stand genteelly too; things which are much more easy, though much more necessary, than dancing well. I have known many very genteel people, who could not dance well; but I never knew anybody dance very well, who was not genteel in other things. You will probably often have occasion to stand in circles, at the levees of princes and ministers, when it is very necessary 'de payer de sa personne, et d'etre bien pliant', with your feet not too near nor too distant from each other. More people stand and walk than sit genteelly. Awkward, ill bred people, being ashamed, commonly sit bolt upright and stiff; others, too negligent and easy, 'se vautrent dans leur fatugue', which is ungraceful and ill bred, unless where the familiarity is extreme; but a man of fashion makes himself easy, and appears so by leaning gracefully instead of lolling supinely, and by varying those attitudes instead of that stiff immobility of a bashful booby. You cannot conceive, nor can I express, how advantageous a good air, genteel motions, and engaging address are, not only among women, but among men, and even in the course of business. They fascinate the affections, they steal a preference, they play about the heart till they engage it. I know a man, and so do you, who, without a grain of merit, knowledge, or talents, has raised himself millions of degrees above his level, simply by a good air and engaging manners; insomuch that the very prince who raised him so high, calls him 'mon aimable Vaurien', the Marechal de Richelieu. But of this do not open your lips, 'pour cause'. I give you this secret as the strongest proof imaginable of the efficiency of air, address, tournure, et tous ces petits riens. Your other puff and panegyrist, Mr. Harte, is gone to Windsor in his way to Cornwall, in order to be back soon enough to meet you here. I really believe he is as impatient for that moment as I am, et c'est tout dire; but, however, notwithstanding my impatience, if by chance you should then be in a situation, that leaving Paris would cost your heart too many pangs, I allow you to put off your journey, and to tell me, as Festus did Paul, 'At a more convenient season I will speak to thee.' You see by this that I eventually sacrifice my sentiments to yours, and this in a very uncommon object of paternal complaisance. Provided always, and be it understood, as they say in Acts of Parliament, that 'quae tecumque domat Venus, non erubescendis adurit ignibus'. If your heart will let you come, bring with you only your valet de chambre, Christian, and your own footman. Let not your valet de place, whom you may dismiss for the time, as also your coach; but you had best keep on your lodgings, the intermediate expense of which will be but inconsiderable, and you will want them to leave your books and baggage in. Bring only the clothes you travel in, one suit of black, for the mourning for the prince will not be quite out by that time, and one suit of your fine clothes, 2 or 3 of your laced shirts, and the rest plain ones; of other things, as bags, feathers, etc., as you think proper. Bring no books, unless 2 or 3 for your amusement upon the road; for we must apply simply to English, in which you are certainly no puriste, and I will supply you sufficiently with the proper English authors. I shall probably keep you here till about the middle of October, and certainly not longer, it being absolutely necessary for you to pass the next winter at Paris; so that, should any fine eyes shed tears for your departure, you may dry them by the promise of your return in 2 months. Have you got a master for geometry? If the weather is very hot, you may leave your writing at the Manege till you return to Paris, unless you think the exercise does you more good than the heat can do you harm. But I desire you will not leave off Marcel for one moment. Your fencing, likewise, if you have a mind, may subside for the summer; but you will do well to resume it in the winter, and to be adroit at it; but by no means for offense, only for defense in case of necessity. Good night. Yours. P.S. I forgot to give you one commission, when you come here, which is, not fail to bringing the Graces along with you. End of Section 115. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 116 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 147. Greenwich, June 13th, Old Style, 1751. My dear friend, Les bienséances, this single word implies decorum, good breeding, and propriety, are a most necessary part of the knowledge of the world. They consist in the relations of persons, things, time, and place. Good sense points them out, good company perfects them, supposing always an attention and a desire to please, and good policy recommends them. Were you to converse with a king, you ought to be as easy and unembarrassed as with your own valet de chambre; but yet every look, word, and action should imply the utmost respect. What would be proper and well bred with others, much your superiors, would be absurd and ill bred with one so very much so. You must wait till you are spoken to; you must receive, not give, the subject of conversation; and you must even take care that the given subject of conversation do not lead you into any impropriety. The art would be to carry it, if possible, to some indirect flattery, such as commending those virtues in some other person, in which that prince either thinks he does, or at least would be thought by others to excel. Almost the same precautions are necessary to be used with ministers, generals, etc., who expect to be treated with very near the same respect as their masters, and commonly deserve it better. There is, however, this difference, that one may begin the conversation with them, if on their side it should happen to drop, provided one does not carry it to any subject upon which it is improper either for them to speak or to be spoken to. In these two cases, certain attitudes and actions would be extremely absurd, because too easy, and consequently disrespectful. As, for instance, if you were to put your arms across your bosom, twirl your snuff box, trample with your feet, scratch your head, etc., it would be shockingly ill bred in that company, and indeed not extremely well bred in any other. The great difficulty in those cases, though a very surmountable one by attention and custom, is to join perfect inward ease with perfect outward respect. In mixed companies with your equals, for in mixed companies all people are to a certain degree equal, greater ease and liberty are allowed, but they too have their bounds within bienseance. There is a certain social respect necessary. You may start your own subject of conversation with modesty, taking great care, however, de ne jamais parler de corde dans la maison d'un pendu. Never mention a rope in the family of a man who has been hanged. Your words, gestures, and attitudes have a greater degree of latitude, though by no means an unbounded one. You may have your hands in your pockets, take snuff, sit, stand, or occasionally walk as you like; but I believe you would not think it very bienseant to whistle, put on your hat, loosen your garters or your buckles, lie down upon a couch, or go to bed, and welter in an easy chair. These are negligences and freedoms which one can only take when quite alone; they are injurious to superiors, shocking and offensive to equals, brutal and insulting to inferiors. That easiness of carriage and behavior, which is exceedingly engaging, widely differs from negligence and inattention, and by no means implies that one may do whatever one pleases. It only means that one is not to be stiff, formal, embarrassed, disconcerted, and ashamed, like country bumpkins, and people who have never been in good company; but it requires great attention to, and a scrupulous observation of 'les bienseances'. Whatever one ought to do, is to be done with ease and unconcern. Whatever is improper, must not be done at all. In mixed companies also, different ages and sexes are to be differently addressed. You would not talk of your pleasures to men of a certain age, gravity, and dignity; they justly expect from young people a degree of deference and regard. You should be full as easy with them as with people of your own years; but your manner must be different, more respect must be implied, and it is not amiss to insinuate that from them you expect to learn. It flatters and comforts age for not being able to take part in the joy and titter of youth. To women, you should always address yourself with great outward respect and attention, whatever you feel inwardly. Their sex is by long prescription entitled to it, and it is among the duties of bienseance. At the same time that respect is very properly and very agreeably mixed with a degree of enjouement, if you have it; but then that badinage must either directly or indirectly tend to their praise, and even not be liable to a malicious construction to their disadvantage. But here too great attention must be had to the difference of age, rank, and situation. A marechal of 50 must not be played with like a young coquette of 15; respect and serious enjouement, if I may couple those two words, must be used with the former; and mere badinage, zeste même d'un peu de polissonerie, is pardonable with the latter. Another important point of 'les bienseances', seldom enough attended to, is not to run your own present humor and disposition indiscriminately against everybody, but to observe, conform to, and adopt them. For example, if you happen to be in a high good humor and a flow of spirits, would you go and sing a Pont Neuf, or cut a caper, to la Marechale de Coigny, the Pope's Nuncio, or Abbe Salier, or to any person of natural gravity and melancholy, or who at that time should be in grief? I believe not; as, on the other hand, I suppose, that if you were in low spirits or real grief, you would not choose to bewail your situation with 'la petite Blot'. If you cannot command your present humor and disposition, single out those to converse with, who happen to be in the humor nearest to your own. Loud laughter is extremely inconsistent with 'les bienseances', as it is only the illiberal and noisy testimony of the joy of the mob at some very silly thing. A gentleman is often seen, but very seldom heard to laugh. Nothing is more contrary to 'les bienseances' than horseplay, or 'jeu de main' of any kind whatever, and has often very serious, sometimes very fatal consequences. Romping, struggling, throwing things at one another's head, are the becoming pleasantries of the mob, but degrade a gentleman. 'Guccio di mano, guccio di villano', is a very true saying, among the few true sayings of the Italians. Peremptoriness and decision in young people is 'contraire aux bienseances', and they should seldom seem to assert, and always use some softening, mitigating expressions, such as 's'il m'est permis de le dire, je croyais plutôt, si j'ose m'expliquer', which soften the manner, without giving up or even weakening the thing. People of more age and experience expect, and are entitled to, that degree of deference. There is a 'bienseance' also with regard to people of the lowest degree; a gentleman observes it with his footman, even with the beggar in the street. He considers them as objects of compassion, not of insult; he speaks to neither 'd'un ton brusque', but corrects the one coolly, and refuses the other with humanity. There is one occasion in the world in which 'le ton brusque' is becoming in a gentleman. In short, 'les bienseances' are another word for manners, and extend to every part of life. They are propriety; the Graces should attend, in order to complete them; the Graces enable us to do, genteelly and pleasingly, what 'les bienseances' require to be done at all. The latter are an obligation upon every man; the former are an infinite advantage and ornament to any man. May you unite both! Though you dance well, do not think that you dance well enough, and consequently not endeavor to dance still better. And though you should be told that you are genteel, still aim at being genteeler. If Marcel should, do not you be satisfied. Go on, court the Graces all your lifetime; you will find no better friends at court; they will speak in your favor, to the hearts of princes, ministers, and mistresses. Now that all tumultuous passions and quick sensations have subsided with me, and that I have no tormenting cares nor boisterous pleasures to agitate me, my greatest joy is to consider the fair prospect you have before you, and to hope and believe you will enjoy it. You are already in the world, at an age when others have hardly heard of it. Your character is hitherto not only unblemished in its mortal part, but even unsullied by any low, dirty, and ungentlemanlike vice, and will, I hope, continue so. Your knowledge is sound, extensive, and avowed, especially in everything relative to your destination. With such materials to begin with, what then is wanting? Not fortune, as you have found by experience. You have had, and shall have, fortune sufficient to assist your merit and your industry; and if I can help it, you shall never have enough to make you negligent of either. You have, too, 'mens sana in corpore sano', the greatest blessing of all. All, therefore, that you want is as much in your power to acquire, as to eat your breakfast when set before you; it is only that knowledge of the world, that elegance of manners, that universal politeness, and those graces which keeping good company, and seeing variety of places and characters, must inevitably, with the least attention on your part, give you. Your foreign destination leads you to the greatest things, and your parliamentary situation will facilitate your progress. Consider, then, this pleasing prospect as attentively for yourself as I consider it for you. Labor on your part to realize it, as I will on mine to assist, and enable you to do it. Nullum numen abest, si sit prudentia. Adieu, my dear child. I count the days till I have the pleasure of seeing you; I shall soon count the hours, and at last the minutes, with increasing impatience. P. S. The mohairs are this day gone from hence for Calais, recommended to the care of Madame Morel, and directed as desired to the Comptroller General. The 3 pieces come to 680 French livres. End of Section 116. Read by Professor Heather By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 117 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 148. Greenwich, June 20th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: So very few people, especially young travelers, see what they see, or hear what they hear, that though I really believe it may be unnecessary with you, yet there can be no harm in reminding you, from time to time, to see what you see, and to hear what you hear; that is, to see and hear as you should do. Frivolous, futile people, who make at least 3 parts in 4 of mankind, only desire to see and hear what their frivolous and futile precursors have seen and heard; as St. Peter's, the Pope, and High Mass, at Rome; Notre Dame, Versailles, the French King, and the French Comedy, in France. A man of parts sees and hears very differently from these gentlemen, and a great deal more. He examines and informs himself thoroughly of everything he sees or hears; and more particularly, as it is relative to his own profession or destination. Your destination is political; the object, therefore, of your inquiries and observations should be the political interior of things, the forms of government, laws, regulations, customs, trade, manufactures, etc., of the several nations of Europe. This knowledge is much better acquired by conversation with sensible and well informed people than by books, the best of which upon these subjects are always imperfect. For example, there are present states of France, as there are of England; but they are always defective, being published by people uninformed, who only copy one another. They are, however, worth looking into because they point out objects for inquiry, which otherwise might possibly never have occurred to one's mind; but an hour's conversation with a sensible president or conseiller will let you more into the true state of the Parliament of Paris than all the books in France. In the same manner, the Almanach Militaire is worth your having; but 2 or 3 conversations with officers will inform you much better of their military regulations. People have, commonly, a partiality for their own professions, love to talk of them, and are even flattered by being consulted upon the subject. When, therefore, you are with any of those military gentlemen, and you can hardly be in any company without some, ask them military questions, inquire into their methods of discipline, quartering, and clothing their men; inform yourself of their pay, their perquisites, leur montre, leur etape, etc. Do the same as to the marine, and make yourself particularly master of that detail, which has, and always will have, a great relation to the affairs of England; and, in proportion as you get good informations, take minutes of them in writing. The regulations of trade and commerce in France are excellent, as appears but too plainly for us, by the great increase of both, within these 30 years; for, not to mention their extensive commerce in both the East and West Indies, they have got the whole trade of the Levant from us, and now supply all the foreign markets with their sugars, to the ruin of almost all of our sugar colonies, as Jamaica, Barbados, and the Leeward Islands. Get, therefore, what informations you can of those matters also. Inquire, too, into their church matters, for which the present disputes between the court and the clergy give you fair and frequent opportunities. Know the particular rights of the Gallican Church, in opposition to the pretensions of the See of Rome. I do not recommend ecclesiastical history to you, since I hear that you study Dupin very assiduously. You cannot imagine how much this solid and useful knowledge of other countries will distinguish you in your own, where, to say the truth, it is very little known or cultivated; besides the great use it is of in all foreign negotiations, not to mention that it enables a man to shine in all companies. When kings and princes have any knowledge, it is of this sort, and more particularly; and therefore it is the usual topic of their levee conversations, in which it will qualify you to bear a considerable part. It brings you more acquainted with them, and they are pleased to have people talk to them on a subject in which they think to shine. There is a sort of chit chat, or small talk, which is the general run of conversation at courts, and in most mixed companies. It is a sort of middling conversation, neither silly nor edifying, but, however, very necessary for you to become master of. It turns upon the public events of Europe, and then it is at its best; very often upon the number, the goodness or badness, the discipline or the clothing of the troops of different princes; sometimes upon the families, the marriages, the relations of princes, and considerable people; and sometimes 'sur le bon cher', the magnificence of public entertainments, balls, masquerades, etc. I would wish you to be able to talk upon all these things better, and with more knowledge than other people; insomuch that upon those occasions you should be applied to, and that people should say, I dare say Mr. Stanhope can tell us. Second rate knowledge and middling talents carry a man further at courts, and in the busy part of the world, than superior knowledge and shining parts. Tacitus very justly accounts for a man's having always kept in favor and enjoyed the best employments under the tyrannical reigns of 3 or 4 of the very worst emperors, by saying that it was not 'propter aliquam eximiam artem, sed quia par negotiis neque supererit'. Discretion is the great article, and all these things are to be learned, and only learned by keeping a great deal of the best company. Frequent those good houses where you have already a footing, and wiggle yourself somehow or other into every other. Haunt the courts particularly in order to get that routine. This moment I received yours of the 18th New Style; you will have had some time ago my final answers concerning the pictures, and by my last, an account that the mohairs were gone to Madame Morel at Calais, with the proper directions. I am very sorry that your 2 sons in law, the Princes B., are such boobies; however, as they have the honor of being so nearly related to you, I will show them what civilities I can. I confess that you have not time for long absences from Paris, at present, because of your various masters, all of which I would have you apply to closely while you are now in that capital; but when you return thither, after the visit you intend me the honor of, I do not propose your having any master at all, except Marcel, once or twice a week. And then the courts will, I hope, be no longer strange countries to you; for I would have you run down frequently to Versailles and St. Cloud, for 3 or 4 days at a time. You know the Abbe de la Ville, who will present you to others; so that you will soon be 'facile' with the rest of the court. Court is the soil in which you are to grow and flourish; you ought to be well acquainted with the nature of it. Like all other soil, it is in some places deeper, in others lighter, but always capable of great improvement by cultivation and experience. You say that you want some hints for a letter to Lady Chesterfield. More use and knowledge of the world will teach you occasionally to write and talk genteelly, 'sup de rien', which I can tell you is a very useful part upon worldly knowledge; for in some companies, it would be imprudent to talk of anything else, and with very many people it is impossible to talk of anything else; they would not understand you. Adieu. End of Section 117. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 118 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 149. London, June 24th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: Air, address, manners, and graces are of such infinite advantage to whoever has them, and so peculiarly and essentially necessary for you, that now, as the time of our meeting draws near, I tremble for fear I should not find you possessed of them, and, to tell you the truth, I doubt you are not yet sufficiently convinced for their importance. There is, for instance, your intimate friend, Mr. H., who, with great merit, deep knowledge, and 1,000 good qualities, will never make a figure in the world while he lives. Why? Merely for want of those external and showish accomplishments, which he began the world too late to acquire, and which, with his studious and philosophical turn, I believe he thinks are not worth his attention. He may very probably make a figure in the Republic of Letters, but he had 10,000 times better make a figure as a man of the world and of business in the Republic of the United Provinces, which, take my word for it, he never will. As I open myself, without the least reserve, whenever I think that my doing so can be of any use to you, I will give you a short account of myself. When I first came into the world, which was at the age you are of now, so that, by the way, you have got the start of me in that important article by 2 or 3 years at least, at 19 I left the University of Cambridge, where I was an absolute pedant. When I talked my best, I quoted Horace; when I aimed at being facetious, I quoted Martial; and when I had a mind to be a fine gentleman, I talked Ovid. I was convinced that none but the ancients had common sense, that the classics contained everything that was either necessary, useful, or ornamental to men; and I was not without thoughts of wearing the toga virilis of the Romans, instead of the vulgar and illiberal dress of the moderns. With these excellent notions I went first to The Hague, where, by the help of several letters of recommendation, I was soon introduced into all the best company; and where I very soon discovered that I was totally mistaken in almost every one notion I had entertained. Fortunately, I had a strong desire to please, the mixed result of good nature and a vanity by no means blamable, and I was sensible that I had nothing but the desire. I therefore resolved, if possible, to acquire the means too. I studied attentively and minutely the dress, the air, the manners, the address, and the turn of conversation of all those whom I found to be the people in fashion, and most generally allowed to please. I imitated them as well as I could. If I heard that one man was reckoned remarkably genteel, I carefully watched his dress, motions, and attitudes, and formed my own upon them. When I heard of another, whose conversation was agreeable and engaging, I listened and attended to the turn of it. I addressed myself, through 'de tres mauvaise grace', to all the most fashionable fine ladies; confessed and laughed with them at my own awkwardness and rawness, recommending myself as an object for them to try their skill in forming. By these means, and with a passionate desire of pleasing everybody, I came by degrees to please some; and I can assure you, that what little figure I have made in the world has been much more owing to that passionate desire of pleasing universally, than to any intrinsic merit or sound knowledge I might ever have been master of. My passion for pleasing was so strong, and I am very glad it was so, that I own to you fairly, I wished to make every woman I saw in love with me, and every man I met with admire me. Without this passion for the object, I should never have been so attentive to the means; and I own I cannot conceive how it is possible for any man of good nature and good sense to be without this passion. Does not good nature incline us to please all those we converse with, of whatever rank or station they may be? And does not good sense and common observation show of what infinite use it is to please? Oh, but one may please by the good qualities of the heart, and the knowledge of the head, without that fashionable air, address, and manner, which is mere tinsel. I deny it. A man may be esteemed and respected, but I defy him to please without them. Moreover, at your age, I would not have contented myself with barely pleasing; I wanted to shine and to distinguish myself in the world as a man of fashion and gallantry, as well as business. And that ambition or vanity, call it what you please, was a right one; it hurt nobody, and made me exert whatever talents I had. It is the spring of 1,000 right and good things. I was talking you over the other day with one very much your friend, and who had often been with you, both at Paris and in Italy. Among the innumerable questions which you may be sure I asked him concerning you, I happened to mention your dress; for, to say the truth, it was the only thing of which I thought him a competent judge; upon which he said that you dressed tolerably well at Paris, but that in Italy you dressed so ill, that he used to joke with you upon it, and even to tear your clothes. Now, I must tell you, that at your age it is as ridiculous not to be very well dressed, as at my age it would be if I were to wear a white feather and red heeled shoes. Dress is one of various ingredients that contribute to the art of pleasing. It pleases the eyes at least, and more especially of women. Address yourself to the senses, if you would please. Dazzle the eyes, soothe and flatter the ears of mankind, engage their hearts, and let their reason do its worst against you. 'Suaviter in modo' is the great secret. Whenever you find yourself engaged insensibly, in favor of anybody of no superior merit nor distinguished talents, examine, and see what it is that has made those impressions upon you, and you will find it to be that 'douceur', that gentleness of manners, that air and address, which I have so often recommended to you; and from thence draw this obvious conclusion, that what pleases you in them, will please others in you; for we are all made of the same clay, though some of the lumps are a little finer, and some a little coarser. But, in general, the surest way to judge of others, is to examine and analyze one's self thoroughly. When we meet I will assist you in that analysis, in which every man wants some assistance against his own self love. Adieu. End of Section 118. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 119 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 150. Greenwich, June 30th, Old Style, 1751. My dear friend, pray give the enclosed to our friend the Abbe. It is to congratulate him upon his canonicat, which I am really very glad of, and I hope it will fatten him up to Boileau's Chanoine. At present he is as meagre as an apostle or a prophet. By the way, has he ever introduced you to la Duchesse d'Aiguillon? If he has not, make him present you; and if he has, frequent her, and make her many compliments from me. She has uncommon sense and knowledge for a woman, and her house is the resort of one set of 'les beaux esprits'. It is a satisfaction and a sort of credit to be acquainted with those gentlemen, and it puts a young fellow in fashion. 'A propos des beaux esprits', you have 'les entrees' at Lady Sandwich's, who, old as she was when I saw her last, had the strongest parts of any woman I ever knew in my life. If you are not acquainted with her, either the Duchesse d'Aiguillon or Lady Hervey can, and I dare say will, introduce you. I can assure you it is very well worth your while, both upon her own account, and for the sake of the people of wit and learning who frequent her. In such companies there is always something to be learned as well as manners; the conversation turns upon something above trifles; some point of literature, criticism, history, etc., is discussed with ingenuity and good manners; for I must do the French people of learning justice: they are not bears, as most of ours are; they are gentlemen. Our Abbe writes me word that you are gone to Compiegne. I am very glad of it. Other courts must form you for your own. He tells me, too, that you have left off riding at the Menage. I have no objection to that; it takes up a great deal of the morning, and if you have got a genteel and firm seat on horseback, it is enough for you, now that tilts and tournaments are laid aside. I suppose you have hunted at Compiegne. The king's hunting there, I am told, is a fine sight. The French manner of hunting is gentlemanlike; ours is only for bumpkins and boobies. The poor beasts are here pursued and run down by much greater beasts than themselves; and the true British fox hunter is most undoubtedly a species appropriate and peculiar to this country, which no other part of the globe produces. I hope you apply the time you have saved from the riding house to useful more than to learned purposes, for I can assure you that they are very different things. I would have you allow but 1 hour a day for Greek, and that more to keep what you have than to increase it. By Greek, I mean useful Greek books, such as Demosthenes, Thucydides, etc., and not the poets, with whom you are already enough acquainted. Your Latin will take care of itself. Whatever more time you may have for reading, pray bestow it upon those books which are immediately relative to your destination, such as modern history, in the modern languages, memoirs, anecdotes, letters, negotiations, etc. Collect also, if you can, authentically, the present states of all the courts and countries in Europe; the characters of the kings and princes, their wives, their ministers, and their whores; their several views, connections, and interests; the state of their finances, their military force, their trade, manufactures, and commerce. That is the useful, the necessary knowledge for you, and indeed for every gentleman. But with all this remember, that living books are much better than dead ones, and throw away no time, for it is thrown away, with the latter, which you can employ well with the former; for books must now be your only amusement, but by no means your business. I had much rather that you were passionately in love with some determined coquette of condition, who would lead you a dance, fashion, supple, and polish you, than that you knew all Plato and Aristotle by heart. An hour at Versailles, Compiegne, or St. Cloud, is now worth more to you than 3 hours in your closet with the best books that were ever written. I hear the dispute between the court and the clergy is made up amicably; both parties have yielded something, the king being afraid of losing more of his soul, and the clergy more of their revenue. Those gentlemen are very skillful in making the most of the vices and the weaknesses of the laity. I hope you have read and informed yourself fully of everything relative to that affair. It is a very important question, in which the priesthood of every country in Europe is highly concerned. If you would be thoroughly convinced that their tithes are of divine institution, and their property the property of God himself, not to be touched by any power on earth, read Fra Paolo de Beneficiis, an excellent and short book, for which, and some other treatises against the court of Rome, he was stilettoed; which made him say afterward, upon seeing an anonymous book written against him by order of the Pope, Conosco bene tu stile Romano. The Parliament of Paris, and the States of Languedoc, will, I believe, hardly scramble off, having only reason and justice, but no terrors on their side. Those are political and constitutional questions that well deserve your attention and inquiries. I hope you are thoroughly master of them. It is also worth your while to collect and keep all the pieces written upon those subjects. I hope you have been thanked by your ladies, at least, if not paid in money, for the mohairs, which I sent by a courier to Paris, some time ago, instead of sending them to Madame Morel at Calais, as I told you I should. Do they like them, and do they like you the better for getting them? Le petit bleu devrait au moins payer de sa personne. As for Madame de Polignac, I believe you will very willingly hold her excused from personal payment. Before you return to England, pray go again to Orly, for 2 or 3 days, and also to St. Cloud, in order to secure a good reception there at your return. Ask the Marquis de Matignon, too, if he has any orders for you in England, or any letters or packets for Lord Bolingbroke. Adieu. Go on and prosper. End of Section 119. Read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 120 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 151. Greenwich, July 8th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend, the last mail brought me your letter of the 3rd July, New Style. I am glad that you are so well with Colonel Yorke, as to be let into secret correspondences. Lord Albemarle's reserve to you is, I believe, more owing to his secretary than to himself; for you seem to be much in favor with him, and possibly, too, he has no very secret letters to communicate. However, take care not to discover the least satisfaction upon this score. Make the proper acknowledgments to Colonel Yorke, for what he does show you, but let neither Lord Albemarle nor his people perceive the least coldness on your part, upon account of what they do not show you. It is very often necessary not to manifest all one feels. Make your court to, and connect yourself as much as possible with Colonel Yorke. He may be of great use to you hereafter; and when you take leave, not only offer to bring over any letters or packets, by way of security, but even ask as a favor to be the carrier of a letter from him to his father, the Chancellor. A propos of your coming here, I confess that I am weakly impatient for it, and think a few days worth getting. I would, therefore, instead of the 25th of the next month, New Style, which was the day that I some time ago appointed for your leaving Paris, have you set out on Friday the 20th of August, New Style, in consequence of which you will be at Calais some time on the Sunday following, and probably at Dover within 24 hours afterward. If you land in the morning, you may in a post chaise get to Sittingbourne that day. If you come on shore in the evening, you can only get to Canterbury, where you will be better lodged than at Dover. I will not have you travel in the night, nor fatigue and overheat yourself by running on 80 miles the moment you land. You will come straight to Blackheath, where I shall be ready to meet you, and which is directly upon the Dover road to London; and we will go to town together, after you have rested yourself a day or two here. All the other directions, which I gave you in my former letter, hold still the same. But notwithstanding this regulation, should you have any particular reasons for leaving Paris 2 or 3 days sooner or later than the above mentioned, vous êtes maître. Make all your arrangements at Paris for about a 6 weeks' stay in England at farthest. I had a letter the other day from Lord Huntingdon, of which one half at least was your panegyric. It was extremely welcome to me from so good a hand. Cultivate that friendship; it will do you honor and give you strength. Connections in our mixed parliamentary government are of great use. I send you here enclosed the particular price of each of the mohairs, but I do not suppose that you will receive a shilling for any one of them. However, if any of your ladies should take an odd fancy to pay, the shortest way, in the course of business, is for you to keep the money, and to take so much less from Sir John Lambert in your next draught upon him. I am very sorry to hear that Lady Hervey is ill. Paris does not seem to agree with her; she used to have great health here. A propos of her, remember, when you are with me, not to mention her but when you and I are quite alone, for reasons which I will tell you when we meet; but this is only between you and me, and I desire that you will not so much as hint it to her, or to anybody else. If old Kersey goes to the Valley of Jehoshaphat, I cannot help it; it will be an ease to our friend Madame Montconseil, who I believe maintains her, and a little will not satisfy her in any way. Remember to bring your mother some little presents; they need not be of value, but only marks of your affection and duty for one who has always been tenderly fond of you. You may bring Lady Chesterfield a little Martin snuff box of about 5 louis, and you need bring over no other presents; you and I not wanting les petits présents pour entretenir l'amitié. Since I wrote what goes before, I have talked you over minutely with Lord Albemarle, who told me, that he could very sincerely commend you upon every article but one; upon that one you are often joked, both by him and others. I desired to know what that was; he laughed, and told me it was the article of dress, in which you were exceedingly negligent. Though he laughed, I can assure you that it is no laughing matter for you, and you will possibly be surprised when I assert, but upon my word it is literally true, that to be very well dressed is of much more importance to you, than all the Greek you know will, be of these 30 years. Remember that the world is now your only business, and that you must adopt its customs and manners, be they silly or be they not. To neglect your dress is an affront to all the women you keep company with, as it implies that you do not think them worth that attention which everybody else doth. They mind dress, and you will never please them if you neglect yours; and if you do not please the women, you will not please half the men you otherwise might. It is the women who put a young fellow in fashion even with the men. A young fellow ought to have a certain fund of coquetry, which should make him try all the means of pleasing, as much as any coquette in Europe can do. Old as I am, and little thinking of women, God knows, I am very far from being negligent of my dress; and why? From conformity to custom, and out of decency to men, who expect that degree of complaisance. I do not indeed wear feathers and red heels, which would ill suit my age; but I take care to have my clothes well made, my wig well combed and powdered, my linen and person extremely clean. I even allow my footmen 40 shillings a year extraordinary, that they may be spruce and neat. Your figure especially, which from its stature cannot be very majestic and interesting, should be the more attended to in point of dress, as it cannot be imposant. It should be genteel, aimable, bien mise. It will not admit of a negligence and carelessness. I believe Mr. Hayes thinks you have slighted him a little of late, since you have got into so much other company. I do not by any means blame you for not frequenting his house so much as you did at first, before you had got into so many other houses more entertaining and more instructing than his. On the contrary, you do very well; but, however, as he was extremely civil to you, take care to be so to him, and make up in manner what you omit in matter. See him, dine with him before you come away, and ask his commands for England. Your triangle seal is done, and I have given it to an English gentleman, who sets out in a week for Paris, and who will deliver it to Sir John Lambert for you. I cannot conclude this letter without returning again to the showish, the ornamental, the shining parts of your character, which if you neglect, upon my word you will render the solid ones absolutely useless. Nay, such is the present turn of the world, that some valuable qualities are even ridiculous, if not accompanied by the genteeler accomplishments. Plainness, simplicity, and Quakerism, either in dress or manners, will by no means do; they must both be laced and embroidered; speaking or writing sense, without elegance and turn, will be very little persuasive; and the best figure in the world, without air and address, will be very ineffectual. Some pedants may have told you, that sound sense and learning stand in need of no ornaments; and to support that assertion, elegantly quote the vulgar proverb, that good wine needs no bush; but surely the little experience you have already had of the world must have convinced you that the contrary of that assertion is true. All those accomplishments are now in your power; think of them and of them only. I hope you frequent La Foire St. Laurent, which I see is now open; you will improve more by going there with your mistress, than by staying at home and reading Euclid with your geometry master. Adieu. Divertez-vous, il n'y a rien de tel. End of Section 120. Read by Professor Heather and Bye. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 121 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son. Read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 152. Greenwich, July 15th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend: As this is the last, or last letter but one, that I think I shall write before I have the pleasure of seeing you here, it may not be amiss to prepare you a little for our interview, and for the time we shall pass together. Before kings and princes meet, ministers on each side adjust the important points of precedence, armchairs, right hand and left, etc., so that they know previously what they are to expect, what they have to trust to; and it is right they should, for they commonly envy or hate, but most certainly distrust each other. We shall meet upon very different terms; we want no such preliminaries. You know my tenderness, I know your affection. My only object, therefore, is to make your short stay with me as useful as I can to you; and yours, I hope, is to cooperate with me. Whether, by making it wholesome, I shall make it pleasant to you, I am not sure. Emetics and cathartics I shall not administer, because I am sure you do not want them; but for alternatives you must expect a great many, and I can tell you that I have a number of nostrums, which I shall communicate to nobody but yourself. To speak without a metaphor, I shall endeavor to assist your youth with all the experience that I have purchased, at the price of 57 years. In order to this, frequent reproofs, corrections, and admonitions will be necessary; but then, I promise you, that they shall be in a gentle, friendly, and secret manner; they shall not put you out of countenance in company, nor out of humor when we are alone. I do not expect that, at 19, you should have that knowledge of the world, those manners, that dexterity, which few people have at 29. But I will endeavor to give them to you, and I am sure you will endeavor to learn them, as far as your youth, my experience, and the time we shall pass together will allow. You may have many inaccuracies, and to be sure you have, for who has not at your age, which few people will tell you of, and some nobody can tell you of but myself. You may possibly have others too, which eyes less interested, and less vigilant than mine, do not discover. All those you shall hear of from one whose tenderness for you will excite his curiosity and sharpen his penetration. The smallest inattention or error in manners, the minutest inelegance of diction, the least awkwardness in your dress and carriage, will not escape my observation, nor pass without amicable correction. 2. The most intimate friends in the world, can frequently tell each other their faults, and even their crimes, but cannot possibly tell each other of certain little weaknesses, awkwardnesses, and blindnesses of self-love; to authorize that unreserved freedom, the relation between us is absolutely necessary. For example, I had a very worthy friend, with whom I was intimate enough to tell him his faults. He had but few. I told them of him. He took it kindly of me, and corrected them. But then he had some weaknesses that I could never tell him of directly, and which he was so little sensible himself, that hints of them were lost upon him. He had a scrag neck, of about a yard long; notwithstanding which, bags being in fashion, truly he would wear one to his wig, and did so, but never behind him, for upon every motion of his head, his bag came forward over one shoulder or the other. He took it into his head, too, that he must occasionally dance minuets, because other people did; and he did so, not only extremely ill, but so awkward, so disjointed, slim, so meagre, was his figure, that had he danced as well as ever Marcel did, it would have been ridiculous in him to have danced at all. I hinted these things to him as plainly as friendship would allow, and to no purpose; but to have told him the whole, so as to cure him, I must have been his father, which, thank God, I am not. As fathers commonly go, it is seldom a misfortune to be fatherless; and, considering the general run of sons, as seldom a misfortune to be childless. You and I form, I believe, an exception to that rule; for I am persuaded that we would neither of us change our relation, were it in our power. You will, I both hope and believe, be not only the comfort, but the pride of my age; and I am sure I will be the support, the friend, the guide of your youth. Trust me without reserve; I will advise you without private interest, or secret envy. Mr. Harte will do so too; but still there may be some little things proper for you to know, and necessary for you to correct, which even his friendship would not let him tell you of so freely as I should; and some, of which he may not possibly be so good a judge of as I am, not having lived so much in the great world. One principal topic of our conversation will be, not only the purity but the elegance of the English language, in both which you are very deficient. Another will be the constitution of this country, of which, I believe, you know less than of most other countries in Europe. Manners, attentions, and address will also be the frequent subjects of our lectures; and whatever I know of that important and necessary art, the art of pleasing, I will unreservedly communicate to you. Dress, too, which, as things are, I can logically prove, requires some attention, will not always escape our notice. Thus my lectures will be more various, and in some respects more useful than Professor Mascow's, and therefore I can tell you, that I expect to be paid for them; but as possibly you would not care to part with your ready money, and as I do not think that it would be quite handsome in me to accept it, I will compound for the payment, and take it in attention and practice. Pray remember to part with all your friends, acquaintances, and mistresses, if you have any at Paris, in such a manner as to make them not only willing but impatient to see you there again. Assure them of your desire of returning to them, and do it in a manner that they may think you in earnest, that is, 'avec onction et une espèce d'attendrissement'. All people say pretty near the same things upon those occasions; it is the manner only that makes the difference, and that difference is great. Avoid, however, as much as you can, charging yourself with commissions, in your return from hence to Paris. I know by experience that they are exceedingly troublesome, commonly expensive, and very seldom satisfactory at last, to the persons who gave them. Some you cannot refuse, to people to whom you are obliged, and would oblige in your turn; but as to common fiddle faddle commissions, you may excuse yourself from them with truth, by saying that you are to return to Paris through Flanders, and see all those great towns; which I intend you shall do, and stay a week or 10 days at Brussels. Adieu. A good journey to you, if this is my last; if not, I can repeat again what I shall wish constantly. End of Section 121. Read by Professor Heather and Bye. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 122 of Chesterfield's Letters to his Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 153. London, December 19th, Old Style, 1751. Editor's Note: Note the date, which indicates that the sojourn with the author has ended. End note. My dear friend, you are now entered upon a scene of business, where I hope you will one day make a figure. Use does a great deal, but care and attention must be joined to it. The first thing necessary in writing letters of business is extreme clearness and perspicuity. Every paragraph should be so clear and unambiguous that the dullest fellow in the world may not be able to mistake it, nor obliged to read it twice in order to understand it. This necessary clearness implies a correctness, without excluding an elegance of style. Tropes, figures, antitheses, epigrams, etc., would be as misplaced, and as impertinent in letters of business, as they are sometimes, if judiciously used, proper and pleasing in familiar letters, upon common and trite subjects. In business, an elegant simplicity, the result of care, not of labor, is required. Business must be well, not affectedly dressed, but by no means negligently. Let your first attention be to clearness, and read every paragraph after you have written it, in the critical view of discovering whether it is possible that any one man can mistake the true sense of it, and correct it accordingly. Our pronouns and relatives often create obscurity or ambiguity; be therefore exceedingly attentive to them, and take care to mark out with precision their particular relations. For example, Mr. Johnson acquainted me that he had seen Mr. Smith, who had promised him to speak to Mr. Clark, to return him, Mr. Johnson, those papers, which he, Mr. Smith, had left some time ago with him, Mr. Clark. It is better to repeat a name, though unnecessarily 10 times, than to have the person mistaken once. Who, you know, is singly relative to persons, and cannot be applied to things; which and that are chiefly relative to things, but not absolutely exclusive of persons; for one may say, the man that robbed or killed such a one, but it is better to say, the man who robbed or killed. One never says, the man or woman which. Which and that, though chiefly relative to things, cannot be always used indifferently as to things, and the eovoca must sometimes determine their place. For instance, the letter which I received from you, which you referred to in your last, which came by Lord Albemarle's messenger, which I showed to such a one, I would change it thus: the letter that I received from you, which you referred to in your last, that came by Lord Albemarle's messenger, which I showed to such a one. Business does not exclude, as possibly you wish it did, the usual terms of politeness and good breeding, but, on the contrary, strictly requires them; such as, I have the honor to acquaint your Lordship, permit me to assure you, if I may be allowed to give my opinion, etc. For the minister abroad, who writes to the minister at home, writes to his superior, possibly to his patron, or at least to one who he desires should be so. Letters of business will not only admit of, but be the better for certain graces; but then they must be scattered with a sparing and skillful hand; they must fit their place exactly. They must decently adorn without encumbering, and modestly shine without glaring. But as this is the utmost degree of perfection in letters of business, I would not advise you to attempt those embellishments, till you have first laid your foundation well. Cardinal d'Ossat's letters are the true letters of business; those of Monsieur d'Avaux are excellent; Sir William Temple's are very pleasing, but I fear too affected. Carefully avoid all Greek or Latin quotations, and bring no precedents from the virtuous Spartans, the polite Athenians, and the brave Romans. Leave all that to futile pedants. No flourishes, no declamation. But I repeat it again, there is an elegant simplicity and dignity of style absolutely necessary for good letters of business; attend to that carefully. Let your periods be harmonious, without seeming to be labored; and let them not be too long, for that always occasions a degree of obscurity. I should not mention correct orthography, but that you very often fail in that particular, which will bring ridicule upon you, for no man is allowed to spell ill. I wish too that your handwriting were much better, and I cannot conceive why it is not, since every man may certainly write whatever hand he pleases. Neatness in folding up, sealing, and directing your packets, is by no means to be neglected, though I dare say you think it is. But there is something in the exterior, even of a packet, that may please or displease, and consequently worth some attention. You say that your time is very well employed, and so it is, though as yet only in the outlines, and first routine of business. They are previously necessary to be known; they smooth the way for parts and dexterity. Business requires no conjuration nor supernatural talents, as people unacquainted with it are apt to think. Method, diligence, and discretion will carry a man, of good strong common sense, much higher than the finest parts, without them, can do. Par negotiis neque supra, is the true character of a man of business; but then it implies ready attention and no absences, and a flexibility and versatility of attention from one object to another, without being engrossed by any one. Be upon your guard against the pedantry and affectation of business which young people are apt to fall into, from the pride of being concerned in it young. They look thoughtful, complain of the weight of business, throw out mysterious hints, and seem big with secrets which they do not know. Do you, on the contrary, never talk of business but to those with whom you are to transact it, and learn to seem vacuous and idle, when you have the most business. Of all things, the volte sciollo and the pensieri stretti are necessary. Adieu. End of Section 122, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 123 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 154. London, December 30th, Old Style, 1751. My dear Friend, the Parliaments are the courts of justice of France, and are what our courts of justice in Westminster Hall are here. They used anciently to follow the court, and administer justice in presence of the king. Philippe le Bel first fixed it at Paris, by an edict of 1302. It consisted then of but one chambre, which was called La Chambre des Prelats, most of the members being ecclesiastics; but the multiplicity of business made it by degrees necessary to create several other chambres. It now consists of 7 chambres. La Grande Chambre, which is the highest court of justice, and to which appeals lie from the others. Les 5 Chambres des Enquêtes, which are like our Common Pleas and Court of Exchequer. La Tournelle, which is the court for criminal justice, and answers our Old Bailey and King's Bench. There are in all 12 parliaments in France: 1. Paris; 2. Toulouse; 3. Grenoble; 4. Bordeaux; 5. Dijon; 6. Rouen; 7. Aix-en-Provence; 8. Rennes en Bretagne; 9. Pau en Navarre; 10. Metz; 11. Dole en Franche-Comté; and 12. Douay. There are 3 Conseils Souverains, which may almost be called parliaments; they are those of Perpignan, Arras, and Alsace. For further particulars of the French parliaments, read Bernard de la Rochefavant des Parlements de France, and other authors, who have treated that subject constitutionally. But what will be still better, converse upon it with people of sense and knowledge, who will inform you of the particular objects of the several chambres, and the businesses of the respective members, as les presidents, les presidents a mortier, these last so called from their black velvet caps laced with gold, les martres tres des requêtes, les greffiers, les procureurs generaux, les avocats generaux, les conseillers, etc. The great point in dispute is concerning the powers of the Parliament of Paris in matters of state, and relatively to the crown. They pretend to the powers of the States General of France when they used to be assembled, which I think they have not been since the reign of Louis XIII. In the year 1615. The crown denies those pretensions, and considers them only as courts of justice. Mezeray seems to be on the side of the Parliament in this question, which is very well worth your inquiry. But be that as it will, the Parliament of Paris is certainly a very respectable body, and much regarded by the whole kingdom. The edicts of the crown, especially those for levying money on the subjects, ought to be registered in Parliament. I do not say to have their effect, for the crown would take good care of that, but to have a decent appearance, and to procure a willing acquiescence in the nation. And the crown itself, absolute as it is, does not love that strong opposition, and those admirable remonstrances, which it sometimes meets with from the parliaments. Many of those detached pieces are very well worth your collecting; and I remember, a year or 2 ago, a remonstrance of the Parliament of Douay, upon the subject, as I think, of the 20th, which was in my mind one of the finest and most moving compositions I ever read. They owned themselves, indeed, to be slaves, and showed their chains, but humbly begged of his Majesty to make them a little higher, and less galling. The States of France were the general assemblies of the 3 states or orders of the kingdom: the clergy, the nobility, and the tiers etat, that is, the people. They used to be called together by the king, upon the most important affairs of state, like our lords and commons in parliament, and our clergy in convocation. Our parliament is our states, and the French parliaments are only their courts of justice. The nobility consisted of all those of noble extraction, whether belonging to the sword or to the robe, excepting such as were chosen, which sometimes happened, by the tiers etat as their deputies to the States General. The tiers etat was exactly our House of Commons, that is, the people, represented by deputies of their own choosing. Those who had the most considerable places, 'dans la robe', assisted at those assemblies, as commissioners on the part of the crown. The states met, for the first time that I can find, I mean by the name of les Etats, in the reign of Pharamond, 424, when they confirmed the Salic law. From that time they have been very frequently assembled, sometimes upon important occasions, as making war and peace, reforming abuses, etc., at other times upon seemingly trifling ones, as coronations, marriages, etc. Francis I. assembled them in 1526, to declare null and void his famous Treaty of Madrid, signed and sworn to by him during his captivity there. They grew troublesome to the kings and to their ministers, and were but seldom called after the power of the crown grew strong; and they have never been heard of since the year 1615. Richelieu came and shackled the nation, and Mazarin and Louis XIV. Riveted the shackles. There still subsist in some provinces in France, which are called pays d'etat, an humble local imitation, or rather mimicry, of the great Etat, as in Languedoc, Bretagne, etc. They meet, they speak, they grumble, and finally submit to whatever the king orders. Independently of the intrinsic utility of this kind of knowledge to every man of business, it is a shame for any man to be ignorant of it, especially relative to any country he has been long in. Adieu. End of Section 123, read by Professor Heather and By. For more free audiobooks, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 124 of Chesterfield's Letters to His Son, read for LibriVox.org into the public domain. Letter 155. London, January 2nd, Old Style, 1752. My dear Friend: Laziness of mind, or inattention, are as great enemies to knowledge as incapacity; for, in truth, what difference is there between a man who will not, and a man who cannot be informed? This difference only, that the former is justly to be blamed, the latter to be pitied. And yet how many there are, very capable of receiving knowledge, who, from laziness, inattention, and incuriousness, will not so much as ask for it, much less take the least pains to acquire it. Our young English travelers generally distinguish themselves by a voluntary privation of all that useful knowledge for which they are sent abroad; and yet, at that age, the most useful knowledge is the most easy to be acquired, conversation being the book, and the best book in which it is contained. The drudgery of dry grammatical learning is over, and the fruits of it are mixed with, and adorned by, the flowers of conversation. How many of our young men have been a year at Rome, and as long at Paris, without knowing the meaning and institution of the conclave in the former, and of the parliament in the latter? And this merely for want of asking the first people they met with in those several places, who could at least have given them some general notions of those matters. You will, I hope, be wiser, and omit no opportunity, for opportunities present themselves every hour of the day, of acquainting yourself with all those political and constitutional particulars of the kingdom and government of France. For instance, when you hear people mention 'le chancelier' or 'le garde des sceaux', is it any great trouble for you to ask, or for others to tell you, what is the nature, the powers, the objects, and the profits of those two employments, either when joined together, as they often are, or when separate, as they are at present? When you hear of a gouverneur, a lieutenant du roi, a commandant, and an intendant of the same province, is it not natural, is it not becoming, is it not necessary for a stranger to inquire into their respective rights and privileges? And yet I dare say there are very few Englishmen who know the difference between the civil department of the intendant, and the military powers of the others. When you hear, as I am persuaded you must, every day of the 20eme, which is 1 in 20, and consequently 5 per cent., inquire upon what that tax is laid, whether upon lands, money, merchandise, or upon all three; how levied, and what it is supposed to produce. When you find in books, as you will sometimes, allusion to particular laws and customs, do not rest till you have traced them up to their source. To give you two examples, you will meet in some French comedies 'cri' or 'clameur de haro'. Ask what it means, and you will be told that it is a term of the law in Normandy, and means citing, arresting, or obliging any person to appear in the courts of justice, either upon a civil or a criminal account; and that it is derived from 'au raoul', which Raoul was anciently Duke of Normandy, and a prince eminent for his justice, insomuch that when any injustice was committed, the cry immediately was, Venez à Raoul, à Raoul, which words are now corrupted and jumbled into Araud. Another, Le Vol du Chapon, that is, a certain district of ground immediately contiguous to the mansion seat of a family, and answers to what we call in English demesnes. It is in France computed at about 1600 feet round the house, that being supposed to be the extent of the capon's flight from la basse cour. This little district must go along with the mansion seat, however the rest of the estate may be divided. I do not mean that you should be a French lawyer, but I would not have you unacquainted with the general principles of their law, in matters that occur every day. Such is the nature of their descents, that is, the inheritance of lands. Do they all go to the eldest son, or are they equally divided among the children of the deceased? In England, all lands unsettled descend to the eldest son, as heir at law, unless otherwise disposed of by the father's will, except in the county of Kent, where a particular custom prevails, called gavelkind, by which if the father dies intestate, all his children divide his lands equally among them. In Germany, as you know, all lands that are not fiefs are equally divided among the children, which ruins those families; but all male fiefs of the empire descend unalienably to the next male heir, which preserves those families. In France, I believe, descents vary in different provinces. The nature of marriage contracts deserves inquiry. In England, the general practice is, the husband takes all the wife's fortune, and in consideration of it settles upon her a proper pin money, as it is called; that is, an annuity during his life and a jointure after his death. In France it is not so, particularly at Paris, where 'la communauté des biens' is established. Any married woman at Paris, if you are acquainted with one, can inform you of all these particulars. These and other things of the same nature are the useful and rational objects of the curiosity of a man of sense and business. Could they only be attained by laborious researches in folio books, and worm eaten manuscripts, I should not wonder at a young fellow's being ignorant of them; but as they are the frequent topics of conversation, and to be known by a very little degree of curiosity, inquiry, and attention, it is unpardonable not to know them. Thus I have given you some hints only for your inquiries. 'L'Etat de la France', 'L'Almanach Royal', and 20 other such superficial books, will furnish you 1,000 more. Approfondissez. How often, and how justly, have I since regretted negligences of this kind in my youth! And how often have I since been at great trouble to learn many things which I could have then learned without any! Save yourself now, then, I beg of you, that regret and trouble hereafter. Ask questions, and many questions, and leave nothing till you are thoroughly informed of it. Such pertinent questions are far from being ill bred or troublesome to those of whom you ask them; on the contrary, they are a tacit compliment to their knowledge, and people have a better opinion of a young man, when they see him desirous to be informed. I have by last post received your 2 letters of the 1st and 5th of January, New Style. I am very glad that you have been at all the shows at Versailles; frequent the courts. I can conceive the murmurs of the French at the poorness of the fireworks, by which they thought the king of their country degraded; and, in truth, were things always as they should be, when kings give shows they ought to be magnificent. I thank you for the 'Thèse de la Sorbonne', which you intend to send me, and which I am impatient to receive. But pray read it carefully yourself first, and inform yourself what the Sorbonne is, by whom founded, and for what purposes. Since you have time, you have done very well to take an Italian and a German master; but pray take care to leave yourself time enough for company; for it is in company only that you can learn what will be much more useful to you than either Italian or German; I mean 'la politesse, les manieres et les graces'; without which, as I told you long ago, and I told you true, 'ogni fatica è vana'. Adieu. Pray make my compliments to Lady Brown. End of Section 124. Read by Professor Heather and by. For more free audio books, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.